How are you all doing today? Hello, Psych. Yes. Immediate. Oh. It keeps struggling for some reason. I just realized I don't have the Taco Bell stuff being thrown in that scene. That's why it doesn't make the Taco Bell. The payment for ignoring the DMs. Understandable. I wasn't doing it on purpose, I swear. Don't think I did it on purpose. I'm just bad at responding to DMs. I'm just really bad at DMs. Anyway. Yeah, cause like, Persona 3 is coming to PC like tomorrow. But like, JRPGs are kind of long. I don't know. I just like long form games. But like, it's tough when it's just like, okay, I want to play some short games. Here's a game that'll take me 5 months to complete. I don't know why. I still need to like, have Peach be available for a collab so we can play more It Takes Two. It's gonna be The Witcher for real. Oh my gosh. See, like all of my options are really long games. I mean, I do have this like set of 2 games that like when I looked up how long to beat collectively between the 2 of them, it should take like 3 hours. But like I'm probably gonna play that like next week. Not gonna lie, because next week I have a lot of opportunities to stream. So I'm probably gonna take all of the opportunities since this week it's only like 1 day. Oxenfree on list. I think so. I don't know. How long is that? Why does Umineko keep blocking my cursor? There's no reason. Umineko's just like, hey, you want to go to 7th expansion's website in Japanese only? Is that what you would like to do? I think that's a great idea. Wouldn't you agree? Wouldn't you agree, streamer? It's about 8 hours. That's a respectable amount of time, honestly, actually. In comparison to like the 60 plus hours. Gosh. Because I feel like I need to take an intermission like after we finish this chapter. Like we're still gonna have 1 chapter after this of the questions arc. But my goodness. I need to have some variety. I'm a variety streamer. I need to have the varieties. Okay, let me I need to practice with my with my stream deck. Okay, we go over here. Okay, cool. My transitions aren't broken today yet. They're not broken yet. I'm looking at you. OBS. I checked my history and apparently I bought it for you in October. Wait, didn't I? I can't remember. Oh, I did accept it. Okay. I wasn't sure if that was one of the games where it's like I already had it or not, but it's in there on not installed yet, so I must have accepted it from you. Let me see. And then I don't know if we'll do a meme break today, because I want to get through a majority of this, but we'll see once we get there. Spooky story game, yee. But yeah, I have so many like long form games in my 2 playlist, because I have Persona 3. I was thinking at one point playing Persona 4 Golden, because I only played like the original. I have, what is it? It's like the spin-off Phoenix Wright game. What is it? It's in here somewhere. Also, the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, which I looked that up and that's really long too. So the thing is, if I'm doing a Yakuza stream, it would be like a collab stream with Peach, because because the Yakuza series is a thing for me and my elf. But like, I 100% want to watch Peach experience everything for the first time. And I haven't like drawn it out yet, but I have a specific idea for PNG Tuber for the series, for like when we end up doing that. But Peach has been very, 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 very busy, much more busy than usual this start of the year. So hopefully, oh yeah, we need to do Hive Swap Act 2 as well. But that's a collab thing with you. Which is 2023. Year of more collabs, hopefully. Fingers crossed. Next week, maybe. We'll have to see where we end with this, but maybe do that on like and Wednesday or Thursday. I need to. I don't forget. I don't remember. One of the days. No, I'm not doing 7 days of Umineko, but like one of the days. I'll have to look at what time frames I can stream, because I think Wednesdays and Thursdays are the days that I can stream for 6 hours. And so Monday, Tuesday, and Friday would be like 3-hour ones. So I don't know. We'll figure it out. Act 2 is a long boy. Okay. We'll figure it out. Because this is also testing to see if I have the energy to be able to stream 5 days in a row, which I believe in my abilities. I feel like there was like, when we were doing the Satoko chapter or something, that I was able to stream like 6-hour streams, like 3 of them in a row, I think. I could be misremembering. I don't know. Also, eventually I'll start playing. But like, on the VOD channel, our collab stream is doing numbers right now. Like most of the other VODs like have like a few views, maybe 10 at most. But like the collab one had like 34 the last time I checked, which is wild. 3 or 4 times longer than Act 1. Ah, okay. So it'll probably take a bit. It's okay. I can just read all the text for you. I don't know, man. We'll figure it out. Maybe we can redisperse some of the voices if need be. Okay. Okay. The 3 people had already arrived at the kitchen and were gathering food supplies. Considering the possibility of poison, they gave up on the alluring fruits and vegetables and gathered a whole cardboard box full of only the safe canned foods. There's like 50 voices in Act 2. I can't do all that. Okay, I'll do more of the voices in Act 2 than in Act 1. We'll figure it out. It was very heavy, but by piling it on the cart, they could carry it well enough. This should be more than enough for 10 people to hold out until tomorrow's breakfast. That should carry them until the boat arrives. The 2 men were supposed to be focused solely on guard duty, but the weight of the load was tough on Kirei even with the cart. Hideyoshi, who wanted to show off his power, switched to be the cart pusher. Oh, thank you for the resub!
The unlucky 13th month.
What? You can't tell me we're still in 2022, Rocket. 2023's been, like, okay so far. I've gotten my art energy back, so... Oh, the 13th. Yes. I'm still waking up. I'm still waking up. Yesterday was kind of But, like, I think... December 18th, 2022. No! No! How are you doing, Rocket? Thank you for the 18 months, my goodness. If the first icon wasn't there, you'd see a lovely winged egg. 2022 part 2 now. But yeah, how are you doing? I'm doing good. That's good. That's good. We were just discussing how, like, I really like long games and, like, trying to figure out what game to do after Umineko, or at least, like, in between chapters. Because we have over 50 hours on just, like, this so far. Nobody might show up. Since nobody's in Hawaii, it's like up in the air sometimes. Do you hope they're okay? I hope so too. I mean, we just started. Pardon me. Hideyoshi, who wanted to show off his power, switched to be the cart pusher, and Rudolph and his wife took up the task of guard duty. With all this, even George and the kids will be full. The trip back will be a picnic, so let's go. When Hideyoshi vigorously announced their departure, Kirei frowned and seemed to be gazing into the distance. There was a wall in that direction. No, if her gaze could go through that, there was the main hall beyond it. What is it, Kirei? It's vague, but I've got a bad feeling gnawing at me. Kirei stopped walking and narrowed her eyes even further. Super Smash Bros. Everybody is here. Meaning nobody is not here. Oh no. That's I just remembered. I need to like test out the like online play with like the older console stuff on the Switch, cuz like I think doing a Mario Party collab would be really fun, but I want to make sure like it goes well. But I think that would be really fun. It's like, do you have a Switch? I don't know if you do. I don't know if the topic has ever come up if you have a Switch or not. Woman's intuition? At times like this, Kirei's intuition often rang true, even when she didn't have a logical reason. Like, yeah, I want to be the Mario. Yeah! I think that would be really fun. We will get very competitive. I do have a Switch, but I never play it. Well, this would be a good excuse. I just need to test it. Rudolph believed in that intuition. Yes, some of these probably waiting to ambush us. I didn't sense them before, but just now I felt it. We'll have to see if Bailey has a Switch too, and then we can have like all four of us. I think that would be really fun. I think that would be really, really fun. I want to do that. I want to do that at some point. But just now I felt it. Just now, someone set up an ambush for us. Then there's no reason to go back the way we came. There's a back door over there, right? Let's leave it that way. Rudolph made to unlock the back door. When goods were carried into the kitchen, they never passed through the part of the mansion that the family came and went from. So outside the back door, there was probably a ramp used to carry things in. Surely they would be able to leave through there with the cart. Crush Bailey into the dust. Either I will be a sore loser or I will have streamer's luck. There's no in between. But I think that would be really fun. What the heck? It's stuck. Damn, what's going on? Can't you open it? Nope. Is it broken? It isn't giving an inch. Rudolph tried various things, first using force, then coaxing it, but the lock was as hard as stone and didn't even budge. Don't force it. Let's leave through the front entrance. Right now, it'll be even worse if we stand around wasting time. You think this is a trap? I don't know. Be careful. The kind of player to be in last place the whole game and then steal all the stars on the last turn. I mean, maybe. That might be me. I don't know. I'll just blame it on streamer luck, cause you know that's how that works, right? Right? How could you say no to a face like this winning? With strained expressions, and the three of them returned to the hall again and headed for the entrance. Who is it? The instant they exited into the hall, Rudolph noticed a suspicious shadow right in front of them and yelled. In that instant, a storm of gold leaf started blowing, and gold butterflies covered the area with a gold color. Was it more scary than cute, are they? Rar. Rar. Oh, wait. Rar. Rar. I can't believe it. A lonely human predicted our ambush? It isn't my fault. I was hiding my presence. Don't hesitate. Fire! The two guns spouted fire. The lead bullets blasted right through the magical defense of the pair as easily as though it were a wet paper wall. But the two figures that should have been there had disappeared. Certainly, guns were frightening objects for them. But there was no need to fear as long as they weren't hit. They at least had enough speed to dodge those. Wait a sec! You won't even give us a chance to say our names? This is why I hate humans. Leviathan was a full 10 meters from where she had supposedly been, popping her head out from behind the pillar in the shadow of the staircase and protesting. In accordance with Beatrice-sama's orders, we will hunt you down. Our orders tell us to make it take some time and to tease you. You are free to resist, but know that it will be useless. That voice came from overhead. Belphegor could be seen on top of the hall chandelier. Elegantly looking down upon them, she proclaimed their execution with a cruel smile. Good news. Work was cancelled, but TikTok keeps calling me out for being single. Oh no! I know I'm definitely on like neurodivergent talk, and it's just like I keep coming across, it's like, hey, this very specific thing that you did as a child, yep, that's a sign. And it's just like, what? What are these girls? Forget the card. We have two opponents, and if we split up, they can't chase all of us. All three of them were all well acquainted with the inside of the mansion. In case of a crisis, they had planned to run off in separate directions, returning to the guest house by breaking windows or leaving through a back door. Fighting was forbidden, as long as they could fully escape. In a tight spot, escaping is victory. The three of them ran into the depths of the mansion at full tilt. That pair of furniture calmly watched them go. I'll kill the woman. You take the man. Understood. The furniture in the shadows of the pillars and the chandelier made the figures explode, and leaving behind only the sound of a hopping beetle knocking against the wall, they pursued their respective targets. Their speed was overwhelming, and they easily blocked the others' paths to retreat. Let's see what this furniture's got. I hope they're at least able to amuse me. Beatrice-sama, it may not be prudent for you to reveal your form unnecessarily. And you don't necessarily move your king away from the center. That's part of the monarch's and a witch's dignity. I think that was the the voice I gave her. Belphegor was already blocking the way in front of Rudolph, who had boldly tried to escape to the second floor. It's useless to try and resist or escape. You don't need to think about anything. Just close your eyes. I'll gently end it all for you. You'd make a good wife. Husbands love to hear that kind of thing when they come home all tired. To think you're still relaxed enough to speak with such insolence at a time like this. Beatrice-sama, thank you for this excellent prey. Die. My TikTok keeps going from, hey Rocket, remember you have ADHD repression, to calling me a nameless new loser. Oh no. Yeah, I'm definitely on like ADHD and autism TikTok, and it's just like, hey, these are all signs, and it's like, man, if only doctors didn't frustrate me. But I don't know. All I know is my neuros might be spicy. I don't know which flavor, but kind of spicy of some kind. More than likely. Rudolph shot first. But even before the bullet could hit her, Belphegor had already moved behind Rudolph's back. She then raised a purple curve springing out from her arm. However, incredibly, before that arm could decapitate Rudolph, he had swung his gun behind him. The barrel remained pointed behind his back. From the same motion in which he had reloaded the sawed-off gun one-handedly, it was pointed right at Belphegor's chest. Click! Kskunk! It was the sound of the ejected empty cartridge finally hitting the wall after the reload. In other words, it meant that the next shot was already fully loaded. Without turning around, his gun pointing right at Belphegor's chest, Rudolph grinned. Not bad. For a middle-aged man. Don't look down on the generation that loves old westerns, okay? You brats don't know anything about the refinement of lover action. My goodness. Man, the tracks are all so good on this. Just like Rudolph, Kidea was also confronting a demon stake in the first floor corridor. I can read. I keep getting those ADHD cartoon clips where half of the screen is a show clip and the... You know, I keep getting referred to those, but I've never had one of those come up on my For You page. like I've had one person like make like a parody TikTok. It was like one thing was talking about his grandpa, the other thing was like, hey, look, it's your heart, it's your human heart. And then one was just laying on the floor, and then the other one where he was like punching the phone. That's the only thing that has like come up on my For You page referring like to that. I've never had those actual clips showing up. Let's see. I'm just happy it keeps showing me pretty people and new VTubers, but what confuses me is I tricked it into showing me mechanic clips. Yeah! I think it's kind of slowed down on showing me new VTubers, but there was one new VTuber that it showed me the other day that like I keep like keeping my eye out so that way we can rate them. But like they currently are playing Amnesia Memories, and we're going through Ukyo's route, and I was like, no! Why couldn't I have rated you here? I just realized I was never given a link to my online interview. Oh, that might be an issue. Hopefully they send that to you. They've got like, what, half an hour? What a moron. You could have just escaped with your husband. You do know that was your final farewell just now, right? Don't worry. This kind of thing is my husband's specialty. I'm sure he'll come for me on a white horse soon. Because he's never failed to come and save me when I'm in trouble. Not even when Asumu-san was around. What a happy couple. I'm jealous. I am Leviathan of Envy. Envy itself is my power, my anger, my lifeblood. I agree. Envy is the source of a woman's power. And if that is power, I won't lose to a girl like you. Imagine saying that to the one who governs envy. You actually think I'd let you two be reunited? I'll give you a tragic farewell. The arm Leviathan swung was trailed by a purple curve. It was a magic blade that cut into the power of malice. Kide blocked it with her gun. Even though the magic blade should have cut through the metal like butter, the gun, with its extremely high magic resistance power, was able to block the blade as easily as if it were a rolled up newspaper. Rapidly, 2 times, 3 times, it blocked all of them. Don't kill Homestuck Symbol Girl, please, right? Hopefully. I mean, if she doesn't die here, then this will be maybe the first route that she doesn't die. I mean, this is the first time that she's survived the first Twilight, so she's got that for going for her at least. Kill these people that have gone for the cross. Right? Like, I don't know. They're trying their best. they're trying to be faster than the humans, I think. And without missing the opening created when that purple curve took a swing upward, Kate kicked Leviathan in the stomach with her heel. Leviathan was knocked away like a lightly dancing feather. Before the demon snake's feet touched ground again, Kade was already pointing her gun directly at Leviathan in midair. From that position, the two women who had called envy a form of power met each other's gaze. Can you do it? Can you pull that trigger? I can be brutal when my husband isn't around. Oh, damn. Ow, 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 ow. Rudolph tumbled down the staircase. He'd been gradually cornered by Belphegor and had been pushed back into the main hall that they'd started from. The predecessor Sama's furniture is pretty good. They aren't very flashy, though. Beatrice-sama, it isn't over yet, and it's dangerous to show yourself. Don't tell me you're Ava. That used to be my name, but it's different now, Rudolph. You don't have to tell me. You're gonna say you're the Golden Witch Beatrice, right? How did you know? Since the time Rosa was killed, I had a vague idea. Rosa, forgive me. Forgive me for sending the sister you hated down to the hell you're in. Beatrice-sama, look out! Rudolph mercilessly pointed the barrel of his gun at the witch who claimed to have been once his sister. But Belphegor would not permit that and attacked savagely. She dashed, disappeared, and headed for Rudolph's back. She dodged that shot again and headed for Rudolph's back. And vanished over and over, instantly moving into Rudolph's blind spots. It was almost like she was a fairy. As she blinked in and out of vision, Belphegor incessantly drove towards Rudolph.
Maybe this is kind of fun. Rudolph, let me sit back and watch to see how long your brave efforts last you.
At that time, there was a dull tearing sound, along with Rudolph's cry of anguish. Rudolph's reaction to the dance of the purple curve that pressed upon him had finally been too slow, and he'd let it lightly cut his flank. That single wound slowed him down just once. That led to a new wound, which slowed his actions again. Hubby isn't watching, so time to murk some kids, oh no! Belphegor's dance began to swallow Rudolph whole. Watching Rudolph's body gradually get carved up, his former sister let out a shrill laugh. Leviathan could no longer hide her irritation that Kide hadn't suffered a single fatal wound. I really am a moron. Among the 7 sisters, I was always the slowest to grow. I was always slow, always weak, always stupid. That inferiority complex became envy, and when I convert that into power, I gain a strength greater than that of any of the sisters. It's important for young girls to have a moderate inferiority complex. What? It teaches women about cosmetics and hard work.
I don't like having to use the limits of my power against mere humans, but I can turn my envy of your ability to trust completely in your husband into power. I don't like it. Why are you so relaxed when you're fighting for your life? I wonder. I get it. You're fully convinced that your husband will come to your rescue and save you. Isn't that incredible, that trust of yours? It's enough to make me jealous.
What kind of trust did we sisters have for each other? The sisters are always looking down on each other, trying to thoroughly lambast each other when things already look bad. Do you have any idea who's the mastermind going around making people witches? That's a good question. We might get that, like, either at the end of this chapter or possibly in, like, the answers arc. I've always been bullied by my sisters. I've always wanted just one person to take my side. So when I see you with a single ally who's completely trustworthy, I feel the strongest envy. That confident expression of utter belief in your husband. I can feel it giving me power. I might even surpass that. The speed of sound! Leviathan turned herself into a stake, and the speed of her flight as she attacked was proportional to the strength of her envy. Since the day my sisters looked down on me, I was jealous from the bottom of my heart of the other 6 who grew quickly. I was jealous for 7 days and 7 nights. You can see the power I gained as a result in my speed. Dai Ushiramiya Kire! The demon stake exposed her true form, leaping about at terrible speed. The noise from her bouncing off the wall sounded like a machine gun. By now, Kidea probably couldn't tell if it was a single stake or a swarm of beetles flying and bouncing around. Leviathan was over 1000% certain of her victory, believing in it from the bottom of her heart. Then, Kidea spoke with an unbelievably calm voice. I was the one who went out with Rudolph-san first. Asumu-san blatantly cut in between us and shrewdly got pregnant. I don't blame Rudolph-san. That woman used her body as a weapon to seduce him and then acted even more repulsively, cornering Rudolph-san and forcing him to get engaged to her. I'm sorry, did I forget who Asumu-san is, or is she just being, like, brought up in this fight? Is this, like, the first time that she's been brought up? Wait. Asumu-san had been... Oh, right, because Kidea is the mom. Were they hanging out first? Is Battler's bio mom like a homewrecker? Or what's going on? Oh, hello, Portland. How are you doing? Man, maybe I'm still waking up because I'm just like, wait. Yeah, stepmom. Asuma-san had been carrying Battler-kun, and at the same time I was also carrying a boy. As fate would have it, our delivery dates were on the same day. Then Asuma-san gave birth to Battler-kun, but I had a stillbirth. I think about it sometimes. What if Asuma-san had that stillbirth, and I had been the one to give birth? Would Rudolph-san have broken off his engagement and married me? But I couldn't give birth to my child. So until Asuma-san died, and until I got pregnant with Ange, I cursed Asuma-san and was jealous. Let Asuma-san die. Then I want him to marry me. In my envy, I kept cursing like that over and over until Asuma-san finally died. I was certain that I'd used the power of magic to curse and kill Asuma-san. But that didn't quell the flames of my envy. Don't tell anyone, okay? Every time I look at Battler-kun, I remember that woman. Every single time I look at him. I think that if only my child had been born, he would be the same age. I'm still jealous of her, tormented by her. Even now and from now on. Into the future, for all eternity. You say you were jealous of your sisters for 7 days and 7 nights?
That's right.
Pathetic. Don't make me laugh, little girl. How could you understand the madness of a woman whose man was stolen from her and who's burned with envy for 18 years? Wow! If Leviathan had the power of 24 hours times 7 days, or 168 hours of speed, then the power of that Kirei had piled up was 24 hours in 1 day, 365 days in 1 year, and 18 whole years. Even without counting leap years, that was 157,680 hours. Oh my gosh! Compared to Leviathan's power and speed, it was more than 938 times greater. So then, even if Leviathan could soar at the speed of sound, 1,225 kilometers per hour, to Kirei's eyes, it only looked like 938th of that, which means 1,225 divided by 938 is a speed of, right? I can't believe this. Doing well, it's a rainy day, so chilly. Nice. Ooh, it looks like it's about to rain here, so it's only a matter of time, probably. Is all the buildup to prove her envy is stronger than the demons? Yeah. Is 1.30 kilometers per hour. They say a human's walking speed is 4 kilometers an hour, so it was even less than half of that. This was almost the same speed as a baby crawling on the floor, which means I need to stretch and hydrate. Oh. My wrist already needed to pop. What the heck?
Okay, let me get my water. I'm not gonna hydrate with Game of Sups today.
Imagine if you gain powers in real life based on your connection to the 7 deadly sins, right? That'd be kind of cool, actually. In the time it took the demon stake to move at a pace so slow that you could count all the bits of dust floating through the air, Kirei looked at it with pity. She pitied the slowness at which it came towards her. Oh my gosh, she looks so sassy. She looks so cool in that pose. Then she lazily raised the barrel of her gun, almost as though she was trying to swallow the demon stake up with the gun barrel. Oh. Would gain power through gluttony. I honestly, I would probably gain power through sloth. You're completely lacking in both romance and envy. Try harder next time, little girl. Yeah! This is so cool. What power would I gain from being lustful? I mean, I'm pretty sure there's plenty of spicy mangas to give you some examples of what would happen. What if the humans just heckin' win? Maybe. I don't know, because there is another questions arc chapter after this, so lust is usually shapeshifting. Dang, I'm too say so to be a shapeshifter. No. I've always wanted shapeshifting. No. If I have to be lewd to be a shapeshifter, I'll never be a shapeshifter. No. Sloth is usually super strength. Ooh. I guess that's okay. Rudolph, what happened to all that vigor from a couple seconds ago?
You're supposed to slice up a fish while it's still flopping around. After it dies, it isn't interesting anymore. That's enough. Why not kill you now?
Damn it.
I'm surprised you managed to endure this long after being carved up. That's enough. From now on, you don't need to think about anything. I'll steal away your life painlessly.
Wait, there's a favor I want to ask. At the very end, I want to do one of those.
What do you mean, one of those?
You know, that thing you see in the westerns. We start with our backs together, walk 3 steps, and then bang. Ooh.
Ah, a duel. Very well. If that will satisfy your regrets in this world, I'll accept.
Right? Hopefully Kay saves Rudolph. But, like, I'm almost worried that she's gonna come in, like, as soon as he gets killed. I swear if I get some 12 beast power, I'm gonna be very disappointed, but very happy too, right? Rudolph moved his wound-covered body and turned his back to her. Belphegor responded and turned her back to his. Belphegor had an honest nature that was uncommon in the witch's furniture.
Let me warn you, even if you press the barrel of your gun between my eyebrows, I can move instantaneously, even faster than you could pull the trigger and have the bullet reach my skull.
Yeah, I can feel that already. You're faster than a bullet.
I have agreed to this out of respect for your courage in challenging me to a duel despite that knowledge. Thank me.
Well, you're an honest and principled person, and a good woman. You might just steal my heart away.
Let's begin. 3 steps will do fine, yes? First, 1 step.
2 steps.
3 steps. Is that okay?
Yep. And, since you haven't noticed after walking 3 whole steps, it's my victory, miss.
What?
Rudolph turned around and fired a bullet. However, Belphegor could easily see through the speed and trajectory of the bullet like that. It should have been no problem at all to dodge it.
Hello, Bailey. How are you doing?
Guy, you already slept with another woman. Stop flirting, right? But a spray of fresh blood flew out. Belphegor had set up an adequate magical defense barrier, but before an incarnation of the anti-magic power such as that bullet, it was completely meaningless.
Real quick, Bailey, do you happen to have a Switch? We're thinking of maybe in the future doing that Mario Party collab, but like, I don't remember if you have the Switch or not. You sure do? Ooh, okay. Yeah, we're gonna have to plan that at some point. I don't know when, but we're all playing Mario Party next week. Maybe. That may be fun. What do you think? 3 hours or 6 hours for a Mario Party collab? Probably 6 hours, maybe? I don't know. Doing pretty good. A lot has happened in a short time. Ooh, nice!
I saw that you were on VR chat like most of yesterday.
But hopefully you were having fun.
3 is enough for like 2.5 games. Okay. Because I was thinking the ones on the like 1, 2, and 3 that are on the N64 thing through the Switch plus whatever it is. But like, I think it'll be fun. It can end in 1 hour. Let's see. I was on for 13 hours straight. Oh my gosh, made VR friends. Nice.
I'm glad. Hopefully they're able to stick with you for a long time. What are you doing? Why'd you get hit?
The bullet had hit Belphegor right in the chest. The pain from the lead caused her to grimace, as did the pain from the denial of magic. Forgive me. I'm a coward of a man.
What a killjoy. To think that furniture of a witch could be defeated by a human. Know your shame. Worthless. Pathetic. If only you just grovel and die.
The only VR friends I've ever made were on a Homestuck world. No.
Well, still.
I just bought my straps for my full body tracking, so now I can definitely do normal things. When I trip over something, everyone gets to see. Oh my gosh. Full body tracking is so fun, though. Quit it, Aniki. She could have dodged it, but she didn't. She realized that you were in the line of fire, Aniki. So this faithful girl took it without dodging, protecting you. At the very end, she saw that I was pinning the rook and the king. Spectacular, that's the word. Don't hate me for it. I planned to resign if you noticed it while you were taking those 3 steps. You added those 3 steps out of consideration for me, didn't you? I didn't even try to think about it. I was lazy. I still need to do a VR chat collab at one point, but I need to like make sure that my computer isn't gonna crash in the middle of it. Because like I finally sent in a ticket of like, okay, my VR chat keeps crashing my entire computer and I don't know why. I've like reinstalled and done this, and they gave me like basic things for when the application breaks down, and it's just like, I don't think you understand what I'm saying here. But like I need to hop on and like actually grab the output file for when it does crash. So that way I can be like, okay, it's hard crashing, here you go. Because in the steps it was taking, it's just like, oh, if it's possible, have like a recording software record it, and it's just like the whole computer goes down. It's not gonna save anything if I'm recording. But yeah, I'm down for Mario Party. Definitely need to plan out time because of my D&D nights, yeah. Ever that too, when you get it fixed, yeah. I got avatars I can use it now, yeah. For right now, I don't have any that like look like me, but you know, that's okay. Y'all can see my boy avatar that I'm trying really hard to make it not look like an F-boy. But he just has like a rock hard pack of abs, and it's like, no. I'm trying to make them as soft as I can. TikTok is now calling me a femboy. What? Wait! Why can't my TikTok call me a femboy? I keep getting like the ones that have a bunch of pictures that you swipe through. I keep getting like trans girl memes. It's just like, no, wrong direction. I mean, these memes are fun, but that is not correct. Girl also has abs. I wish my TikTok was VR memes, right? Every now and again I get them, but it's usually like reposted from someone that I think follows me, as opposed to me following them. I don't know. You're a good woman. Go to heaven before me and you get yourself all made up. I'll definitely come and chat you up. Oh my gosh. What? Rudolph. As Belphegor slowly fell over, she lost even the power to keep her in human form, and she grew small like gold dust melting into thin air. At that point, Kadea dashed in. It seemed that she had somehow defeated her pursuer by her own hands. As she pointed the barrel of her gun straight at the witch, she ran up to the wound-covered Rudolph. Are you okay? Were you chatting someone up just now? Yep, a good woman. No match for you, of course. Sorry, Aniki. It's checkmate. The two of them pinned the witch down with barrels of their guns.
Worthless furniture. To think they'd be beaten by human opponents. Worthless. Stupid. Boring.
Beatrice-sama, we should retreat for now. There is no furniture or barrier to guard against bullets here. The witch began to let out a muffled laugh. It surprised not only Rudolph and Kadea, but Ronove as well. Because a situation like this, with two guns pointed at her, was not one that even a witch could just laugh off. But the witch laughed with pleasure. Let's see, mine is just all in Hindi. I don't know. What? That's weird. Every now and again I get one that's in Spanish, and it's just like, I can't perceive what is being said here. But like, every now and again I get one from Japan, and I'm like, yeah. I get the vibe here. I don't understand most of it, but the vibes.
Well, it's only natural that the predecessor Sama's worn-out furniture couldn't do it. I need to get new furniture that's suitable for me. I used them out of obligation, but I've always hated secondhand stuff. As she said that, she looked down at Belphegor's remains, which had only finished turning into a pile of gold dust, with disgust. I don't know what you're talking about. Be a good girl and put your hands up. Then the witch obediently raised her hands, but instead of raising her hands because a gun was being pointed at her, it looked more like she was a conductor facing an orchestra, waving her conductor's baton. Is she gonna turn them into furniture? Come, arise, furniture suitable for me. Not just that cheap furniture, much stronger ones, cruel ones.
Stop this bizarre act. I'll pull the trigger. Or she's summoning new ones. In response to the witch's call, the hall was once again buried in the color of gold. As the brilliantly radiant gold butterflies danced, it felt as though they were being sucked into an ocean of gold leaf. Ronave was shocked at that upsurge in magical power. After all, it far surpassed that of his former master. As his eyes were dazzled amidst the golden flash, a gunshot could be heard. Either Rudolph or Kire had fired a round. Then, when the golden flash subsided, at the very least the witch was standing there, looking cool and composed. The bullet? Kire must have fired it into her, but the witch had not been hit anywhere on her body. There it is. The bullet had been fastened in midair right in front of the witch's chest. A bulletproof barrier? In an instant, a barrier that would require a significant amount of preparation even for the predecessor had been... Ronave's face was twisted in shock, and the surprises did not end there. Stinky witch sucking out the stuff is cool, right? Not saying that because 90% of my clothes, oh no. But yeah, I tried, never met a VR dating app, met some not great people, and have made friends with people that actually hang out. Nice! I keep seeing like ads or like posters for them in different worlds, and it's just like, huh, interesting. But like, I haven't hopped on there because I feel like a lot of people are gonna be like, hey, I'm down for ERP. I'm not putting that in my description at the first place, but you know, if something happens and maybe we can ERP, that'd be cool. And it's just like, no, I don't want to do that. It's basically Tinder, yeah. Cloud of gold butterflies had created 2 humanoid forms. It was a furniture summoning. Hi. Yeah, there's probably a lot of that, yeah. UmU is cool if you're with someone you trust. Yes, that is the most important thing. Like, like, have it be someone you trust. I don't know. Like, I think people have, like, different, levels of ERP stuff. Like, to me, it's just, like, it's kind of weird doing that with, like, randos, but also, like, people like the aspect of, like, one-night stands, I guess. Which I guess, like, with ERP, doing that has, like, kind of a sense of, like a further disconnect of, like, it's a one-night stand and you don't even have to see their face or something like that. So some people are probably like, ooh, that's cool. But, like, for me, it's just like, that's, I don't know, that's a little weird. That's me personally. Amazing how we got to this topic, right? Oh, someone subbed to the YouTube channel, I think. One of them. I don't remember reconnecting it. Anyway, I don't know which YouTube channel that was subbed for, but one of them. Yeah, this is a very interesting topic we've gotten onto. That's okay. The butterflies peeled off and flew away, and beneath them, furniture in the shape of girls showed themselves. The Chester sisters' corpse. Even the predecessor wasn't able to summon Pendragon's memorial troops on the moment's notice, to do it so easily.
Chester 410, right here. Chester 45, right here. You two are suitable furniture for me, I take it. From reading a picture book out loud to going on a date to shooting down meteorites, we'll take care of anything. If we don't take care of it, Pendragon-sama will get mad at us. Please, your orders, great Lady Beatrice. Rudolph-san, let's run for it.
We're no match for these ones. Sure. Kade definitely heard warning sirens going off in her head, thanks to the same feeling that had alerted her to the ambush by the Seven Sisters of Purgatory. Without hesitation, they escaped. As the witch elegantly watched them leave, she commanded her new furniture.
This is an order. Kill the 2 who ran away. Then bring the corpses back here. I'll bring them back to life and play with them over and over.
The witch's expression twisted into an evil smile. Even though she feared that expression, Lucifer appeared and spoke. Forgive my presumption, but the predecessor-sama asked that you avoid brutal actions of that sort. When the witch stared at her with those terrifying eyes, Lucifer was struck dumb. She was frustrated. It was so boring not being able to let her own power and cruelty run wild. This annoying furniture of the predecessor kept telling her to show restraint, bringing her irritation to a peak.
Oh, it's Lucifer of Pride. Long time no seen ya. How you doing? Let's play together again sometime. You mustn't whisper, 410. You'll get in trouble. Let us carry out the great Lady Beatrice's order at once. Well, yeah. We're on the job right now, nya. 410, roger that. Preparing on sniping pursuit combat. Accumulating terrain data. Accumulating data for firing. Data link with 410. 410, data received. Target lock acquired. Commencing terrain calculation error correction. Formulating firing curve. Supplemental control point calculations complete. Data link to 45. 45, data received. Checking hazard zone. That's no good. Lucifer-chan, better get out from behind us or he'll get roasted by the backblast.
Thanks to their paired measurements, the Chester sisters were able to instantly calculate the terrain throughout the mansion and the coordinates of their targets, as well as the firing curve to reach them. That's right, their shots could be guided with to follow a curved line. No one could escape. The precision guidance used by the Seven Sisters of Purgatory was nothing more than a cheap knockoff of the ability these two held. 45. Firing preparations concluded. Ammo type selected and loaded. As the two of them faced each other, it was as though they were both pulling back a bowstring together. A dazzling gold arrow was ready there.
410. Firing.
After giving that announcement, they released a single arrow together. As the path taken by the gold sparkling snake of light drew a curve, it followed the direction that Rudolph and Kay had escaped to in rapid pursuit. It turned through the corridors, crawled through the floor, chasing them as it drew a beautiful curve. No one could block the guided shots of the Chester sisters. No one could escape from them, and their strength could pierce all physical and magical defenses. It was quite a merciless guided weapon of certain death. However, among mystical class soldiers, it was a weapon used by pretty much everyone. It was very commonplace for them, and very extraordinary to those of the everyday world. What the? When he noticed something rapidly chasing them and turned around. Well, there they go. Right, why is the bunny girl going, yeah?
That's a cat girl thing.
The exact position of Rudolph's heart was pierced by the gold snake. It all happened in an instant.
Rudolph-san?
After the gold snake pierced Rudolph, it swooped down to the floor, drawing a beautiful spiral, coiled itself around Kire's legs and crawled up to her chest. And just like Rudolph, it pierced the exact location of her heart. And all that happened in an instant. It pierced Rudolph and then Kire. So they died, dropped to their knees, and fell over at almost the exact same time.
What's this? Talk about overwhelming. Ridiculously easy, isn't it? This is the kind of furniture I need. Way different from predecessor Sama's secondhand furniture. Come on, bring the corpses here. I'll keep reviving them until I'm bored, and I'll keep killing them in as brutal ways I can think of. To think being a witch could be so much fun. That taking a life could be so much fun.
From the time humans are born, the most shunned action they could take is the murder of another human. It's only natural that humans can't understand how pleasurable it can be to break this taboo. But she was no longer a human. She was a witch. And there was some pleasure that only witches could understand. By now, she had tasted those pleasures and was totally immersed in them. After learning that the contents of the forbidden pot were honey, she could no longer live without them. No, maybe the contents were honey because they were forbidden. Anyway, by killing humans gruesomely and doing it over and over, she could feel the drug-like pleasure even now. As the witch rolled over laughing, the gold snake that had just shot returned as though being reeled in. At the tips, two people were pinned and dragged along. Struck through the heart, and you're to blame. You give love a bad name. The witch's order had been fulfilled. Rudolph and Kay had been killed instantly, and their corpses had been carried back.
Chester 45 and 410, order execution complete. We await your next order, Great Lady Beatrice. Please, your orders. From babysitting to playing online games with you to shooting down a space shuttle, we'll take care of everything. It looks like these two are the sacrifices for the fourth and fifth twilights. So in the end, I'll need those worthless seven sisters. Or are they the five sisters now? I need those guys to pierce and gouge the forehead and the chest. But I can do that at the very end, and I'm free to play in any way I want until then, right? Wait. Have you already forgotten what I've told you? Oh, it's you, predecessor-sama. Do you have any complaints? Of course I do. You're doing whatever you please, aren't you? Why haven't you followed my directions? What's wrong with doing as I please, predecessor-sama? Anyway, I don't plan on deviating from the rules of the ceremony in the slightest. I'll definitely clean these two corpses up later and drive stakes into their forehead and chest. I'm telling you, that is not the problem. If you act so undignified and cruel, some people might take it badly. Totally not Ushinomiya Battler. No. Why would it be him? You know, like why? There's some people. Maybe like there's some higher ups that'll be like, no, this is not dignified. Oh, we're gonna have to take away your powers. Totally nothing to do with Battler. No. You mean your opponent in that game? The one you're supposedly fighting against somewhere? Ranave told me. Damn it, that blabbermouth. Well, to be perfectly honest, that's how it is. If you go a little too far, that person will object, you see? Why can't this person just complain to me directly instead of making you take the message? Like a coward. Well, this is a resident of a different world from yours. There's no choice but to use me as an intermediary. Well, that's besides the point, but... Which means that this person couldn't interact with me even if they wanted to. And I can't interact with them even if I want to either. Simply put, this is a completely unrelated person from a world that distant, right? Indeed. For example, perhaps you could say these worlds are like very close parallel lines. The distance between them is quite small, but because the lines are parallel, they will never cross. For now, that should be a convenient way for you to view that world. They never cross, which means that world has nothing to do with me. If you're speaking for that person, then you tell me to show restraint. Please pass this message on to them. To them? What should I say? It's none of your business, so disappear, you old hag. If only you'd just give up and die. What? Oh, I'm sorry. Since it was a friend of yours, I just assumed she'd be a woman. By old hag, I'm definitely not talking about you, predecessor-sama, so please don't get mad at me. When she spoke, the witch was looking straight into Byaoto's eyes. Anyone present would be able to tell what she meant by it. Predecessor-sama, there's something I find really strange. Why do you have to play a game with someone from another world and have him accept that you're a witch? Oh, well, as to that, it's because I'm making all humans accept the existence of witches as a prerequisite of perfect control. There was a single holdout who simply couldn't accept me as a witch. Why would you need the approval of a human? Witches are witches and can use magic, so why should we need to be acknowledged by humans? Well, like I said earlier, magic is... I am a witch. I can use magic without anyone's approval in particular. So, what's your point? In this world, right? However, since that person won't accept it, how should I explain it? I don't need you to. After all, isn't all this about a different world that never crosses this one? In other words, that world might as well not exist. You fighting a game in another world is absolutely no different from you telling me about stuff from your imagination. I'll say it again. It has nothing to do with me, and I am already a witch. Predecessor-sama, somehow or another it seems that you can't become a witch as long as this person doesn't acknowledge you, but I'm different. Even though no one had acknowledged me, I'm an excellent witch already. Since you are my predecessor, I will formally pay you respect, but that's out of kindness, not out of duty. I won't ask for your advice anymore, because I clearly know what I should do and how I should play off from now on. So I will carry the murder of 13 people as the final act of respect for you. However, there is absolutely no reason for you to interfere with the methods I use, or what I do afterwards. Therefore, I'll be counting on you in that regard. At a glance, those words seemed obedient, but they contained with them a clear parting of ways. She was no longer under Byaoto's care in any way. That's why she was clearly saying nothing more than, don't get in the way of my fun. Byaoto understood that.
and was dejected, realizing that no matter how she explained it, she wouldn't be able to make the witch understand. I see. Then it is no longer my problem. Go and learn with your own body how magic ceases to exist when you lose your respect for it.
I wish you'd tell me where the respect was in that carefree rampage of yours up until now.
After hearing that, Beato could not respond, because she remembered hearing exactly the same thing from her teacher.
Okay now. Chester sisters, yes. See off my predecessor on her way back. Predecessor-sama, please, leave this place. If you don't, we'll be scolded.
Throughout her body, Beato felt something unseeable from the Tia sisters, which could only be described as an oppressive sensation. Most likely, they were initiating firing calculations. It was an action much like taking out a gun and cocking it. Even Beato could not escape from the Chester sisters' attacks without any preparation. In the past, she had placed her greatest trust in them, so she knew how terrifying they were down to her very soul. Predecessor-sama, if you would retire, I would not recommend damaging Beatrice-sama's mood any further.
Predecessor-sama, I understand. I should leave for now. I'll watch over the end you eventually reach at my leisure.
Still not gotten the interview link. Guess I don't have a job. No! I'm sorry to hear that, Psych. Hopefully... I mean, they still have like an hour to send it, hopefully. Hopefully, anyway. Let's see, how does she know about online games? I don't know. Witches, I guess. Witches have no concept of time. They can play World of Warcraft all they want. It was almost infinitely close to a parting shot. So after Beato vanished, the witch and her furniture doubled over laughing. Right, it's magic. I don't gotta explain anything.
Well, I do understand. The endless power is fun. The joy of freely toying with the extremely limited life cannot be explained to those who have not tasted it. I can understand that feeling of being possessed with a pleasure similar to drugs. It must have been quite fun, judging by your antics in the past. Are you saying it's just like when you tried to admonish me in the past over and over and I did not listen? Why have you started trying to scold that child for her actions? Well, it's not like I like Battler or anything. There's a single large difference between you and that child. That child may already be a witch. Of course, you are also a witch. At least, in the world on top of the game board. However, to be acknowledged as a witch in the world outside of the game board, you need to have Battler-kun, your opponent in this game, acknowledge you. You must have understood that when you started the game. I thought that if I could show off a whirlwind of proof that I am a witch, blow away his desire to deny me and make him surrender, he would acknowledge me as a witch. Oh, it all went my way last time, so I thought it was just a breath away. It's actually the opposite. Battler-kun was disgusted by your brutality. He did not step up to the plate as a player because he acknowledged you as a worthy opponent. It was based on a strong animosity, his resolve to completely deny the existence of a brutal witch. In your foolishness, you probably felt that Battler-kun's acceptance of his role as your opponent was the first step towards making him acknowledge you as a witch. However, it was actually the opposite. Battler-kun challenged you in this game because he was absolutely determined not to acknowledge you. No matter how hard the thoughtless north wind blows, the traveler only wears his cloak even tighter. You were committing a huge error from the very beginning. Times it was unclear who was speaking. This game is not to torture Battler-kun, this game is not torture to make Battler-kun surrender. It is a test in which you must try and make Battler-kun accept you. I vaguely noticed that. The last game was a tough one for Battler. But it seems you've already noticed. This game is a tough one for you. What should I do from now on? Think about it for yourself. Fortunately, you have already given up your pieces of the game board to the new witch. You should have plenty of time to reflect upon your own self. But there's already a massive hostility to me. He won't accept witches, and he won't accept me. In that case, what can I do to make him accept me? Are you saying that if the north wind doesn't work, that I should shine on him as the sun from now on? Me, after all this time? It's October now, the Halloween season. It's the month of rebirth, when the sun dies and is revived again. When the sun is weak, right after reviving, it may not reach far through the cold winter winds. However, it slowly grows and is eventually able to hail the coming of spring. At that time, the traveler may even fold up his cloak. Are you saying that I've been mistaken? Is she gonna accept her true feelings? The beautiful hall of the Ushinomiya mansion was covered in a golden sparkle like gold leaf, and stained deep red with thick spurts of blood. The number of deaths given to Rudolph and Kay had long surpassed anything you could count on both your fingers and your toes. The witch was breathing so hard her shoulders shook, but it wasn't because she was tired. She just couldn't hide her ragged breaths caused by her still uncontainable excitement. The real magic was the friends we made along the way, right? To do as I will with people's lives and deaths. With the power of the endless witch, the endless everything I painted with my mind becomes reality. No matter how sloppy I mash them, I can revive them, returning them to normal with just a snap of my fingers. Because in the end, I just have to restore the corpses and follow the epitaph as an afterthought. Hey, you guys. Have you ever sliced a stuffed animal's stomach open? Never. What about you, 45? No, I have never done it. My apologies. That's understandable. Normally you wouldn't, especially not if it was a stuffed animal you liked. But I've always thought about it. I always thought about peeking in and seeing what was packed inside this fluffy stuffed animal I loved. If you cut it and looked inside, your curiosity might be quelled, but the stuffed animal would be broken. So even though you want to see it, you can't. You understand that feeling, right?
I mean, like, technically, some... If you cut along, like, the actual, like, seam, it's not gonna be destroyed. You just, like, if you find, like, specifically where the ladder stitch is, that's the best place to open up a stuffed animal. I have not done it, but, like, every time, like, if you look at a stuffed animal close enough, it's usually, like, on the stomach or the back, depending on the stuffed animal, and there's, like, a stitch that looks different from all the other stitches. So that is the ladder stitch, and so you can very cleanly open it up. If it just needs to talk to Twilight Sparkle, right? I'll beat you up with the power of friendship in this gun I found. But yeah, and also if you get Undertale and Delta Rune plushies, they have a secret in them usually. I do not have one, but I've seen plenty of videos of people opening up their stuff. I think there's like a cute drawing in, yeah, Spamton has Peepus, and then Ralsei, right? Ralsei is the right character, right? I think Ralsei has something in him. Oh. Yeah. Okay. Ralsei has... No! Ralsei does not... Real talk, where did the weed Ralsei thing come from? Like, where did that even start? Another question, where did pouring milk on Spamton come from? Where did those two things come from? They just showed up and it's just like, why? How does any mean? That's valid, actually. That's valid.
The power of the Endless Witch can truly grant that wish. And as I am now, I can slice the stuffed animal all I want. And yet, with a bit of magic, I can return it to normal and revive it. In other words, it means I've broken all limitations in this world. As I am now, I don't have to hesitate or give up an idea or anything. That joy. There's probably no one who can understand that. What do you mean that Stip was lewd? What do you mean? I'm just drinking gamer subs. I'm not being sus. I'd put way too much thought into cutting up a stuffed animal for them to... I have not, actually.
I just know how sewing works.
No one other than me, the Golden Witch.
As the witch let out a mad war cry, she revived Rudolph and Kay again, and faster than they could realize, she killed them right away, and she made it known that something other than cotton was stuffed inside those two. Quit it, Ava!
Huh? Ah, it's you. How long have you been there?
In that gruesome hall, Hideyoshi appeared with his gun readied. The witch had sealed the mansion with a barrier, so Hideyoshi had nowhere to run. He'd probably picked up Rudolph and Kay's gun and come back. That gun, which should have been something to be feared, was apparently no longer an object she took seriously, that now she was overflowing with magical power. I feel like he should have just snuck up on her and just... Because now that she knows that he's there... Her bold expression didn't flinch in the slightest. Why did you have to kill Rosa-san, Miria-chan, Rudolph-kun, Kei-san?
Huh? I am the head of the Ushinomiya family, the witch of Rokkenjima. Everything that occurs on this island is up to me. Whether they happen to be alive or dead at any particular moment in time is meaningless to me.
You went mad after finding Father's gold. Just how high must that gold have been piled? I can't even imagine it. It must have been enough to steal away your sanity. But if there was that much gold, why didn't you think of graciously splitting it up?
You must understand. All of that belongs to the Golden Witch. No one is qualified to touch it except me.
What are you? Don't tell me you're that thing Ava told me about long ago. The witch Eva from when she was young.
That's right. I am the me from my years as a girl who's been living in the heart of your wife, Ushinomiya Eva, this whole time. And I'm a witch. Eva became an adult by forgetting me, so she can't use magic.
All kids get their heads filled with innocent but cruel ideas sometimes. When I was young, I'd sometimes go around stepping on ants and pulling the wings off dragonflies.
Why?
However, I learned the importance of life and graduated from that cruel childhood age. Right now, you really are a child. Personality that I know Ava graduated from. That personality isn't Ava. It's a completely different human.
That's right. I am not Ushinomiya Ava. I'm the Golden Witch Beatrice. It's so fun not being bounded by any limitations, and the pleasure of being able to do as I will with life and death is truly wonderful. I don't have to apologize for breaking a goldfish bowl, and I can tear stuffed animals up as much as I want.
There was a crisp sound. Oh my gosh, just... It was the sound of Hideyoshi slapping the witch's face. That is the ultimate enemy. It was I, the kid version of your wife all along, yes. Looking at the hall stained deep red with fresh blood. Not flesh blood. He should have been able to imagine how terrible the witch was, but without fear, without even hesitating, Hideyoshi had walked up determinedly up to her and hit her on the cheek. You fool! Don't act like you're cruel! Not when you're really a coward and a weakling. I'll correct that evil nature of yours again if I have to, you fool! Fool! Baka! Baka! Baka!
Ow! Ow!
You're a woman who understands how important, how fragile a life is, aren't you? I'll make you remember. What are you calling a witch, you stupid fool? You're my wife, Ushinomiya Eva. If anything, you're the witch of the kitchen who can always make the perfect snacks out of the refrigerator leftovers in a flash. Won't you open your eyes, you fool?
Didn't I just tell you that I'm not Ushinomiya Eva?
You stupid fool. You. As the tears dripped down his face, Hideyoshi kept hitting the witch's head. He wasn't even pointing the gun at her anymore. Therefore, that sound of gunfire couldn't have come from the gun Hideyoshi was holding. What? The gun, which had fallen in the corner near Rudolph's corpse, was floating in the air, and the smoke lingered near the barrel. And the bullet? The red stain was slowly spreading across the chest section of Hideyoshi's vest. Even though his back was facing the barrel of the gun, the bullet had driven through Hideyoshi's chest.
Like I said, I'm not Ava. What a stupid, annoying man. You're a pain, so I'll switch the sacrifice of the sixth twilight to you. If only you just hidden under some bed shaking or something. I planned on letting you go, but no. You You went to all the trouble of coming back. You really are a stupid man.
Thunk. There was a dull sound as Hideyoshi fell to the floor. Even though death had been allowed him to escape from that pain, he resisted until the last second.
Man.
And staring straight into the witch's eyes, he passed away. Because he had died without closing his eyes, the witch didn't realize that he was dead for a short while, and remained pinned by that gaze.
Should we make this one a new toy and play?
At those words, the witch finally realized that Hideyoshi was dead.
Yeah. Right. What'll we do?
The Chester... I keep trying to say Winchester for some reason. The Chester sisters waited for instructions. On the inside, they imagined the sorts of even more brutal orders their master might give. But the expression that rose on the witch's face looked as though she had gotten over her excitement. She looked down at Hideyoshi's face, which still had tears dripping down it.
Such a killjoy, and it's all this guy's fault. I'm done. Ranobe, are you there?
Yes, right here.
Take care of the cleanup. I'll bet the predecessor-sama makes a fuss over this one. Please make it clean enough for that old hag to accept. Because I'll follow the rules of the ceremony out of a sense of obligation to my predecessor-sama. Treat these 3 corpses as the 4 through 6 twilights. Lucifer, it's your turn. Lucifer of Pride, right here. Dig into these 3 corpses and gouge them.
Into the corpses?
That's right. Got a problem with that?
No. The 7 sisters of Purgatory had their own sort of pride. It was the pride of a hunter, the pride of gouging prey that they had brought down themselves. However, being told to gouge a corpse that someone else had brought down ran contrary to that sentiment. Of course, the witch didn't mean it that way, but for the 7 sisters, it was horribly humiliating. However, they had already screwed this up, with 2 of the sisters defeated, so they had no right to question her. Only Ranobe appreciated this, and he rested his hand on her shoulder in understanding. This is an order from Beatrice-sama. Lucifer, carry these 3 and dispose of them in accordance with the etiquette of the ceremony. Then, when you are done, lend me a hand with the cleanup.
Certainly.
The witch looked down upon Hideyoshi's corpse, as though implying that the now delicate atmosphere was all Hideyoshi's fault. Stupid man. You didn't even have to die.
Dear! Dear, where are you? You're there, right? Answer me!
The crash of the thunderbolt woke Eva from her nightmare. If Hideyoshi had been gripping her hand at that time, her fearful heart would probably have been instantly healed. However, Hideyoshi, who had supposedly sworn that he wouldn't leave for even a moment, was nowhere to be seen in the room.
Dear, answer me! Dear! Ah!
Man. Man, that technically all happened really fast.
Majima, save us. Save us from the sadness, the melancholy.
30 minutes had already passed since Rudolph's group had left the guest house. By any measure, their return was too late, and Kraus and Natsuhi, who waited by the entrance, were reaching the limits of their patience. The chain was set on the door. This was the precaution in the event that Rudolph's group was attacked and the master key stolen from them. For that reason, they needed to wait by the entrance like this for the others to return. They really are too late. Don't you think something might have happened to them? Indeed. Klaus glanced between his watch and the door, struggling to keep his composure. If something happened to prevent them from returning, terrible thought, but it seems we should ready ourselves for that possibility. So it really was too reckless after all. That is what I said. Why did they go outside when they knew it was this dangerous? How foolish! I go outside even though Rosa-san had been attacked. Nothing will come of saying that now. At any rate, there is now 3 adults in the guest house. Me, you, and Eva, who's asleep with a high fever. At that time, the forceful sound of a door being opened came from the hallway, and they heard Eva's panicked voice. That voice kept calling out Hideyoshi's name. It seemed as though she had a bad dream or something due to her fever and was calling for her husband. Eva-san, what is it? Are you okay? Oh, where is my husband? My husband isn't here. Even though he promised that he'd stay with me the whole time. Even though he promised that he'd grasp my hand the whole time. Klaus was struck dumb by this attitude of hers, which he had never shown in front of him before, but Natsuhi understood her feelings. Calm down. Hideyoshi is with Rudolph-san and Kirei-san, and they're outside right now. Outside? Why? Why did he go outside? After he promised that he'd stay with me the whole time. You mustn't go outside. The witch is outside. You mustn't go. You'll be killed. Ava, calm yourself. Hideyoshi's-san returned to the mansion with Rudolph and Kirei-san. Why did he have to go to the mansion? Why did he go outside even though it's safe here? Why did he go back to the mansion? They went to get enough food to last until tomorrow. Hideyoshi-san was worried about your health and said that was partially why he wanted to go. When will they come back? When will they come back? Don't go outside. Don't go to the rose garden. Don't go to the mansion. The witch is there. The golden witch is walking about. If she finds you, she'll be killed. You'll definitely be killed. When will my husband come back? They left here 30 minutes ago. We are waiting for their return. 30 minutes ago? Isn't that strange? Why would it take so much time for them to go to the mansion and get food and come back? Why are you two just standing around here? We have to get them. We have to hurry and where they are. Ava probably had quite a nightmare, and because it had continued even after she woke up, she could no longer hide her panic. Natsuhi tried calming her down, but all it did was make Ava's emotions explode even more. Maybe they heard that disturbance. Battler and the kids, who had supposedly been on the second floor, were peeking their faces through the crack of the lobby door. Klaus, Natsuhi, Ava, and Battler, George, Jessica, and Nanjo. Everyone in the guest house had gathered by the entrance and understood the current situation. I agree with Mother. We should go check on Father and the rest. Yeah, that's right. It's even possible that their load's too heavy and they're having trouble carrying it. They should welcome some extra hands. This happened right after Rosa-san was attacked. This may have been a secondary disaster connected to that. We should act with caution here and... Don't be a fool! What do you mean, caution? Are you saying we should let my husband die even though he might be begging for help? I'm going to look, and the cowards can stay here. Looking agitated, Ava raised her gun. Judging by her face, it would be useless for anyone to try and stop her. George, who realized that first, raised his head. I'll go as well. You will too, right, Battler-kun? The more people, the better. Sure. And Ava, we're coming even if you tell us not to. I'm coming too. You can't be the only one to hide in a safe place. Jessica, you must not go outside. Stay here with me. Got it? It was like they were implying that those three had already been killed anyway, so going outside would be pointless. Natsuhi realized that Ava felt like her heart had been gouged out, but she spoke out strongly as Jessica's mother. Somebody stole a bronze sword from an angel statue in Rome, and while escaping they tripped and got oh no! Instant karma. You're right. That should be fine. Let's have Nissan's family keep an eye on the guest house. This is a problem for my family and Battler-kun's. And I wonder if Dr. Nanjo would mind coming too? Just in case. I don't know who's gonna be more in danger. The people going to the mansion or the three people that are on their own? In the hall of the mansion, Battler, Ava, George, and Nanjo found the corpses of Rudolph, Kirei, and Hideyoshi. 4 through 6 twilights? Then the corpses were pierced through the forehead, chest, and stomach with those demon stakes? Yes. The demon stakes were buried into them, one in Rudolph's forehead, one in Hideyoshi's chest, and one in Kirei's stomach. The disorder of the clothing on all three suggests that they were fighting or running away. Since the three corpses were not found right next to each other, it is hypothesized that after coming into contact with the culprit, they attempted some form of resistance. And they had stakes in the forehead, chest, and stomach. Horrible, just like usual. Even though Ronove knew it would be superfluous, he contemplated telling Battler the truth. Normally, the witch would have killed them in a much, much more horrible way. The corpses had been left in this manner only because Beato had suggested to the witch that she show restraint. The new witch, thinking it would fit well enough as though she was The new witch, thinking that it would fit well enough as long as she gouged them with stakes, would probably have just stuck a stake into a lump of meat that wasn't even shaped like a human. Rosa's and Maria's corpses were a particularly striking example. If they'd been killed as the Golden Witch had wished, just how gruesome would the corpses have been? Beato had changed that into the still better kind of killing Battler had mentioned earlier. 3 times Twilight combo, yeah. Wanting to have Beato's small bit of thoughtfulness appreciated, he thought of telling Battler about this, but judging by Battler's eyes, that might do more harm than good. To humans, the gap between being alive and being dead is very large. Saying that she'd given them better deaths might have been made possible for a demon to understand her feelings and pardon her, but there was no way a human would be so accepting. Understanding this, Ronove remained silent despite knowing of Beato's modest efforts. Just like usual, let's start by checking whether the corpses are dead. Ronove, please declare it in red. Hey, can't you hear me? Please declare it in red. Repeat it. Rudolph, Kide, and Hideyoshi are dead. My apologies. Allow me to decline from repeating that. The hell? What are you planning all of a sudden? By now, proclaiming that the victims were dead in red was almost a given in this battle. Refusing to do so was almost like losing by default. So when Ronove accepted as part of his refused as part of his first move, Battler was dumbfounded. My apologies. As of this moment, I relinquish my position as Milady's representative. Accordingly, I cannot repeat that in red. The only one qualified to repeat that is Milady. The human form's such a fragile thing, right? His point is a valid one. Ronove is only a representative of Beato's side. If he steps down from that position and you will not accept Beato as an opponent, a new representative must be named. No new representative exists. Please, Battler-sama. Please accept Milady as your game partner once more. Sorry, but that's advice I can't listen to. I definitely won't accept that unpleasant, cruel bastard as my opponent. My refusal to her is why I can't step down from this game. As to her being unpleasant, I apologize in Milady's stead. Allow me to pledge that Milady will not undertake such unpleasant actions again. I wonder about that. Battler-kun, I also want to apologize as a child's teacher. I'll give that child a good talking to, so please offer your forgiveness just this once. Hey, enough about that. You're making it sound like I'm the bad guy. And no matter how much you guys apologize, it won't reach my ears. If Beato can say that from her own lips, well, I might listen to her. Understood. If that is your only condition for acknowledging your opponent again, let us have that child apologize. Ronove, call for that child. Will that be all right, Battler-kun? Sheesh. Do whatever you want. Still, don't expect me to forgive her. Go get that irritating witch. You have my thanks, Battler-sama. I shall summon her here. Milady, Battler-sama is calling for you. Right, get together, nerd. After a few heartbeats, gold butterflies gathered together in mid-air and created Beato's form. It was a much more docile appearance than the ones she'd made before. Did you call, Ronove? I believe you heard. Is there something you have to say from your own lips? It looked as though Beato shrunk slightly under Battler's cold gaze. Several times, Beato made an effort to get the words out of her mouth, but that didn't work so well, and she was just as awkward as someone trying to light a match during a freezing winter with icy hands. Even as she did that, the game board was advancing. In the hall, they had just found the corpse of the new victims and had broken down crying. She really purposely waited a few extra seconds to make it seem like she's waiting for him to call. She wasn't waiting for him to call, right? Maybe it was like she was taking a moment to be like, okay, Beatrice. Okay, Beato, you can do this. Don't make him know that you were crying over him not paying attention to you. We are strong. We are independent. We do want Battler's approval, but we are independent. Dad, Kide-san. Dear. Ah! Mother, hang in there. Even for me, it's so crushing, so sad. They probably died instantly. I'm sure of that. Even if we had arrived immediately after they fell, it would have been too late. No, that's wrong. They were definitely alive. His chest was stabbed with something like this. My husband must have died in extreme pain. If we had come faster, surely they would have been saved. They would definitely have been saved. Ah! It must be tough for you too, Battler-kun. But stay strong. I'm okay. I'm okay, Anaki. Let me cry just a little bit longer. I've got it the best. I should be the least sad. If you let me cry just a little longer, I'll be fine. That isn't true. I can understand how much it must hurt your heart to have lost both parents. I still have Mother. That's much better than what you're going through, Battler-kun. No, that's wrong. It's gotta be the toughest for you, George, Anaki. I understand, Anaki. In this group, you're the saddest, the one who has the toughest. I understand that. So I can't keep on sobbing like this. Why do you say it's the toughest for me? To me, Dad and Kirei-san were people I'd eventually split up with when I grew up and became independent. Since their parents, it was fated that they died before their kids. It just happened a little early, that's all. But it's different for you, Anaki. You didn't just lose your parents, who would have parted ways with you eventually. You also lost Shannon-chan, someone who you should have spent the rest of your life with. You can't value human lives differently. Whether it's a baby or an old person, they should all be respected the same. But still, the more life that person has ahead of them, the longer the future you're building together is, the sadder the fact of their death is. Anaki, you were engaged to Shannon-chan, right? You promised that you build a life and a home together in the future, right? Compared to how huge that future was, compared to how huge that happiness was, stuff like my pain doesn't even come close. So you should be allowed to cry much, much more, Anaki. And yet, just because you act like a big brother to us cousins, you force yourself to act like you're so calm. Stop it, Battler-kun. George was trying to make a calm smile, but already he couldn't stop a single hot tear from leaving a streak down his face. There's no way I wouldn't be sad, right? Together with Shannon, I painted a picture of many futures in my mind. We talked of dreams that couldn't all come true, even if we lived 100 years. Of those dreams, even the very first one, having her move into my family register, could not be granted. So there's no way I wouldn't be sad, right? Compared to that, like I said, I have no right to cry anymore. When even you're struggling to hold it in, I have no right to shed any more tears. We're the same. We both feel the same sadness from losing those close to us. So there's no rule that says you can't shed any more tears than me, Battler-kun. And for me too. There's no rule that says I have to hold back my tears any longer, is there? Anaki. Anaki! Ah! Shannon, the one who shared my dreams for the future, is dead. Father's dead too. So sad. So sad. As Battler and George hugged each other tightly, they cried a waterfall of tears over each other's shoulders for the people who had been so precious to them. Man, do you think there'll ever be like a timeline where George just doesn't lose Shannon? Well, actually, okay, one, I remembered that he did actually survive with Shannon in the last one until they both died at once. But why was there a child voice? We should get a loop where nobody dies at all. Maybe that might be the last loop. Do you understand why I said that George Anaki has it the toughest? I was listening, so I understand. Your sadness is proportional to the length of time you would have been able to spend with that person afterwards. Of course, you can't calculate it just like that, though. We humans aren't like you witches. From the time we receive life to the moment we die, we live within that limited period of as strongly as we can manage. I can't forgive anyone who makes light of that. And I definitely can't forgive someone who sneers at people and toys with them. I keep getting distracted by the voice in the background of the song. A person like you, whose very concept of death is all screwed up, probably can't understand that. I'm not just mad because of the length of time they would have lived afterwards. sneering at the lives of the people living with all they've got. That's what I can't forgive the most. George Aniki lived his life by recklessly doing his best. He must have approached this day with a grim resolve to marry Shannon-chan no matter the challenges. That's completely different from me, since I was happy just to be able to meet my cousins after a long while. But still... Beato, for now, stay silent and listen. Indeed. As I've calculated this love with this equation, which begs the question, why can't you love me? Right? I feel like it's gonna be very unlikely, but like, what if they do hook up in the end? I feel like it's probably not possible, but like, you know, what if? What if they hold hands at the end, you know? I feel like that would make Beato very happy. In a way, I understand your point. You say you need to continue murdering according to the epitaph for your own resurrection. So, considering your circumstances, I can just barely bring myself to understand your murders. Because to you, it's a necessary course of action. But that means all necessary actions you take beyond that are due to your meaningless and brutal tastes. In other words, if killing the 6 people from the first Twilight was a necessary action for you, then all that show of crushing their faces and splitting their stomachs and stuffing them full of sweets was completely unnecessary and caused by nothing more than your brutal hobby. That's an aspect of you that I definitely cannot forgive. Indeed. When you saw Aunt Rosa getting repeatedly killed in that horrible way, you apparently said something like, if you're going to be brought back to life in the end anyway, it doesn't matter how you're killed. I heard from Virgilia. Well, as to that, that idea that you can kill as many times as you want, as long as you bring them back to life in the end. Isn't that a completely unnecessary action with no purpose other than to toy around with someone's life? If you're going to kill, do it instantly. Don't toy with them. If you won't kill them, then don't bully them. You're taking advantage of the fact that you can do as you will with people's lives, and you've forgotten the sanctity of life. So I can't accept or acknowledge you. I definitely can't accept as my opponent a person who doesn't know the value of a life or the sadness felt when lives are lost. That is why the endless magic is known as a black art. The endless witch has no concept of limitations. She has no concept of the limitations and losses caused by breaking and killing. For that reason, endless witches sometimes start playing by jumping over the gap between life and death like it's a game. That is a very, very frightening thing. So, as an endless witch, and by my own choosing, I never reached your level. It was something Virgilia had been trying to tell Beato for a long time, but Beato had been too young to obediently listen to those words. She had been too wild. She had been possessed by that detestable pleasure. I have been told not to break vases, but that's why I wanted to break them. And then I gained the endless magic. When I knew that I could fix them back to normal, no matter how badly I broke them, I was surprised at how fun it could be to break a vase. That is what's known as the forbidden honey. People are not captivated by what's inside. They are captivated by the sealed lock. It is truly regrettable. I want to ask you, Virgilia, why does this thing called the endless magic exist? For what purpose does it exist in this world? Isn't Beato canonically like 1,000+ years old? I think? Maybe. I don't know. The timeline is very confusing. Because, like, I think she brought that up, like, before we knew that there could be multiple Beatrices. So it's either, like, the name Beatrice has been around for thousands, if not, like, more years, or she has been. It's one or the other, but I'm not 100% sure because I'm not too sure on the timeline. It is not limited to the endless magic. All magic exists to bring happiness to the human world. After everything that had happened, it may be difficult for you to believe, Battler-kun, but in order to bring blessings to the human world, we witches are supposed to become bridges between humans and non-humans, and that is why we train so hard. How does reviving the dead and torturing them to death over and over again help the human world? When a vase that was an important memento is broken, if by fixing it... Sorry, I keep getting distracted by the child. Everyone will regain their smiles and will repair it with magic as many times as necessary. Like, it might be too quiet for you guys to hear, but like, it's just like some kid being like, something necessary, the development, and it's just like, why? However, I would not be fixing it in order to break it again. I would be reviving it to give humans happiness. At least a version of Beatrice has been around, yeah. At the very least. We don't know if it's the same Beatrice or if it's just like the name Beatrice. In that case, Beato, you fail as an endless witch. Indeed. There's this thing I've been vaguely thinking about. Why do I keep playing this strange game against you? Maybe this game isn't about making me surrender. Maybe it's a test for you to be accepted as an endless witch, in the truest sense. I don't know about that. The reason I proposed this game to you was, simply a way to gain or kill time. There was no ulterior motives at work. Just now I heard the definition of a witch from Virgilia. By that definition, you, Beato, are not even a witch. You're an apprentice who's still training and who misunderstands her own power. This was supposed to be a fight between a witch and a human. If you aren't a witch, then you aren't qualified to be my opponent. Understand? You say I am still only an apprentice? Then when will I be accepted as your opponent once again? When can we resume this game? Who knows? At the very least, it isn't now. When you fully understand what I've said and become a real witch, I'll probably accept you as my opponent in this game once more. I can't understand if you say it so abstractly like that. Clearly tell me what I should do to earn your forgiveness. No, I've said enough. You think about the rest. That's all I want to say. If you can't figure it out, try talking with Virgilia and Ronove. A brat like you should start off by listening to what the adults say. Virgilia, suspend the game for now. Now that Ronove has stepped down as a representative, all we can do is wait for Beato to gain the qualifications of a proper opponent. Understood. Until Beato has been acknowledged as having earned those qualifications, the game will proceed without an opponent. Is that all right with you too, Beatrice? Or Beato? I have no objections. I want time and a place where I can think at a leisurely pace. May I leave my seat for that? Yeah, that's fine. Well then, see you later. Wait. Don't make that dejected face. Sorry about that. Letting everything inside my heart show up on my face is part of my personality. I cannot deceive. Then maybe there's still some hope for you. Let me promise you one thing. In this game with you, I might win and I might lose. If you don't come back, it might be my victory by default. At that point, Battler stopped talking for a second. Then he spoke forcefully. However, I definitely won't be the one to step down. I definitely won't give you a victory by default. I'll keep on waiting here for you to sit there again as my worthy opponent. Battler-sama. Thank you, Battler. I will definitely come back and be accepted by you. He gave her hope. He gave her hope. After showing a hopeful smile in a very short while, Beato vanished. After seeing her expression as she left, Battler was absolutely convinced that her face could tell no lies. That was cute. I want to play the game where Virgilia is Beatrice and see how they did the resurrection ceremony. That could be. I wonder. That would be really neat to see. The 7 survivors returned to the guest house once again. By now it was clear that those who went outside would not return alive. Rudolph's group had gone out with 2 guns and a master key, but those had been lost. It was already clear that those had been stolen by the culprit. Because the shutters were closed on the windows, they couldn't be opened even if the culprit had a master key. The front and back doors had led to the outside were all sealed by chains, and they were further blocked with sofas and tables. Even if the culprit decided to break in through violent means, it wouldn't be easy for them. At this point, the typhoon may actually be fortunate. If it were clear outside, it may have been possible for them to set fire to the guest house. If there wasn't a typhoon in the first place, the boat would have arrived before noon. That's not much of a silver lining. Eva-san, how do you feel? Please, try to take it easy. Thank you. I still feel like I have a fever, but this is no time to complain about that. For the children's sake as well, this is no time to be bedridden. After crying so much in front of Hideyoshi's corpse, Eva had felt a strong self-awareness of her position as a mother, and her expression conveyed a strong will. In actual fact, her fever still hadn't gone down, and she was aware of that. If she didn't keep a strong hold of herself, she felt as though the fever would make her mind hazy again. By this point, the first floor formed a final line of defense set up by Klaus, Natsuki, and Eva. The children and the guest, Nanjo, had been strongly warned not to go downstairs without taking great care. If the culprit used a ladder or something, it probably wouldn't be impossible for them to attack from the second floor. But it wouldn't be easy for them to break those sturdy shutters from such an insecure position. The second floor was relatively safe compared to the first. Battler and George had also wanted to remain on the first floor so they could fight if the worst happened, but Eva had put a stop to that. In her mind, George was now the only member of her family. It seemed that she didn't even want to expose him to the danger of coming downstairs on the first floor. Klaus and Natsuki could understand that feeling. Also, a great deal of time had passed since the siege began. In the second-story cousin room, Battler, George, and Jessica sat dazed, and didn't even listen to the TV that had been left on. For a while, Nanjo had been with them and tried to lend from words of encouragement. But when he realized that he might actually be having the opposite effect, he hid himself in his own room on the same floor. I still need to make a pop emote. one day. George kept looking dazedly at the photographs inserted in his notebook. It was from that time that he'd taken a vacation to Okinawa with Shannon. Shannon's happy smile was contained in those photos. George could remember the temperature and the humidity, the warmth and strength of the wind, and even what he had been talking about with her at the time those photos had been taken, as clearly as though it was been yesterday. So to George, they weren't simply photos, but a door to bring back warm memories. Boy, that's just gonna make you cry. In this room, even though the sound of the typhoon and the TV should have entered George's hearing, it was the scenery of Okinawa that had been with her, and her laughing voice that reached his eyes and his ears. George had strived to be reborn after meeting Shannon. He had sworn to separate himself from the timid person he had once been, easily caught up in the atmosphere, unable to refuse a request, and easily used by those around him. He had resolved himself to become a strong man who could make her life more joyous. Therefore, if he hadn't met Shannon, the man called Ushinomiya George would probably have lived a very different life. And the George of that different life surely wouldn't have been as excellent a man as he is now. The person I am now exists for Shannon's sake. Now that Shannon is gone, why do I exist? It's completely meaningless, isn't it? He felt a deep, deep sadness, as though he himself had become empty. That feeling must have been tormenting him this whole time. However, until Battler mentioned it, he hadn't been aware of the feeling himself. He'd finally managed to remember that it should have been all right for him to cry much, much more. So he cried. Just like Battler had, he cried himself dry. By now, his eyes were bright red and swollen, and he couldn't cry anymore. So George did his best to change his way of thinking. He was not meaningless now, and he should be grateful to Shannon for giving him such a character. The dead don't come back to life. He would have to get over being separated from his most beloved person. If he were to chase after Shannon and kill himself, she would surely be deeply dejected. It worked the other way around too. If he had died and Shannon had chased after him, throwing away her own life, he wouldn't have been able to forgive himself. So he chose to surpass his sadness and anger, and decided to thank her instead. After meeting Shannon, she made his days rich and full, and taught him the meaning of working hard for other people's sakes. As a result, she had shaped him into the kind of person he had wanted to be. He wanted to thank her for that. He tried to quell his sadness in this way, but each time he did, he remembered Shannon's smile. He understood it logically. He knew that grieving any more than this would only make her grieve in heaven. But that didn't bring a stop to his sadness. There, I made sure to drink my gamer subs and not have it sound lewd. I made sure not to drink super close to the mic this time. Said it was a bad thing. Well, if it sounds lewd. Why is it that when people die, it's so sad like this? Battler muttered. It was as though he was speaking on behalf of all humans. His question probably hadn't been directed at anyone, but Jessica answered. It's always sad when you have to say goodbye. But when the person's old or there's some time, when you know beforehand that it's coming sooner or later, that sadness gets spread out over a long period of time. When misfortune comes suddenly, it's sad because we didn't even get that time. I see. So if they get sick or something and end up bedridden in a hospital, you might be able to ready yourself for it bit by bit. But when it happens suddenly someday, you don't get that luxury. The sadness that's usually spread out over several years closes in on you all at once. That's pretty tough. Sometimes it makes you feel a sadness so deep it can leave scars for life. Scars for life, huh? You hear that, Beatrice? You're scarring me. I didn't mean to. My grandfather is a cult hobby. People say that's what caused it. That Beatrice, his mistress, died a long time ago, and he was so sad that he couldn't pull himself together. Some people whisper that this is why he started sacrificing the rest of his life to occult research in order to revive the dead. If that's true, Grandfather succeeded in that miracle in his last moments. The culprit is the revived Beatrice, and Grandfather was reunited with her at the moment he was killed. Pretty ironic that he revived her and then got killed by her. Even so, Grandfather probably managed to meet her. He gambled half of his life, and even though it was only for a short time, he was reunited with the woman he wished to see once again. I think I know what the final Battler Bio piece will be. Battler will give Vieto a new name and they'll kiss. Oh, that'd be so cute. But you're gonna call Beatrice enough. Then he got totally roasted though. Feels like that result doesn't quite add up to the cost of researching for half his life. And that's not true. Even if it was only for an instant, Grandfather must have been happy to be reunited with the woman he loved. And that would be true, even if his crime of going against divine providence was punished by God, and his body was burnt and sent to hell. Even if that reunion only lasted a very short time, right? George-Nisan. I wouldn't care if I met the wrath of God and had my body burned, even if it was just for a short amount of time. If I could revive Shannon again, I would sacrifice the rest of my life to the same research as Grandfather. I want to talk with Shannon again, even if it was only for 5 minutes. Even 1 minute would be fine. In exchange, I wouldn't mind sacrificing the rest of my life. Nikki. When Battler and Jessica realized that their pointless discussion was causing George pain, they could do nothing more than shut their mouths. George directed his thoughts to Kinzo's life. He sacrificed half his life to research that no one understood. And, on the last day of his life, he revived the person he loved most, and probably succeeded in his reunion of his final moments. George didn't know how much time they'd had together. He didn't know if they'd given him an hour or just 5 minutes. However, that moment must have been enough to reward him for all those months of research. Even though he spent dozens of years to achieve it, that small amount of time was probably more than worth it to him. Until today, I never believed in the occult or magic or anything. Somewhere in my heart, I even made fun of Grandfather's research, thinking of it as nothing more than a pastime. However, I won't make fun of it anymore. No, to the contrary. I'll believe strongly that it's real. If the power of belief can create miracles, I'll probably throw away all of my studies up until today. Hello, Mel, how you doing? Spending the rest of my life from today onward studying magic. Give me the power of magic, and give me a miracle that'll let me see Shannon again. Sorry, you two. What am I talking about? If you could revive the dead with magic, people would probably be researching it everywhere around the world. But things like that don't exist in reality. No one researches it. That's because they know the dead can't be revived with magic. Sorry for saying something so weird. It's my fault that the atmosphere here has gotten so strange. Sorry for making you tiptoe around me even though this was tough for all of us. Even if I did it to divert myself from my sadness, maybe I did something strange, or maybe I did say something strange. If I keep talking about stuff that's so weird, I'm sure it won't do any good for their sadness. But that doesn't mean I can bear the silence. Beatrice is just like, maybe if I revive the girl, it should be fine, right? I'll go downstairs and get another cup of coffee. Mom's very particular about how she likes hers. Does anyone else want a refill? Butler-kun and Jessica-chan lightly shook their heads. Without pressing them any further, I took my mug and left the room. The shutters were all closed in the hallway, so the corridor was very dim. I tried visiting Dr. Nanjo's room and asking if he wanted more coffee, but he said he didn't need any either. It seems my mother's orthodox method of making coffee isn't universally appreciated. One time I made some for Shannon, but she told me that while it was delicious, it was a little strong. Hello, I'm doing pretty good. Got distracted by ship waifus, hence my lateness, but how are you doing? I'm doing good. Which ship waifus? There's like two, and I don't remember. It's Azure Lane and... oh gosh, I keep forgetting what the other one is. But I'm assuming Azure Lane. Shannon. That's no good. Even though I left the room to change my mood, that image of Shannon's face filling my head hasn't faded in the slightest. I keep seeing those fun days with her, more and more vividly, and it's saddening that I never even got a chance to see her dead face. According to our parents, she was apparently killed with something like a gun or a spear. I'm sure they were just trying to console me, but they had said her dead face had been very beautiful and peaceful. Azure Lane has my wife illustrious. That's right, okay. It's like, I know there's another, like, ship waifu thing, but I always forget what the title is. Azure Lane has just taken over. And I wonder if she had the engagement ring I gave her last night on her finger. If she accepted my engagement, she should have had it on her right finger on her left hand. Last night we were both on the edge of losing it and not calm at all. Shannon accepted my engagement pretty courageously, but she might have regretted that as a rash action once she cooled her head. She might have taken the ring off. I wonder if she has the ring on now. I want to be sure of at least that much. I want to know how she felt at the very end. But even if I do confirm that, it doesn't mean she'll come back. I had undead waifus in my Overlord gacha, but I had to quit because it swallowed my bank account. Oh no! Yeah, I've been good in not spending real money on gachas, and also I just remembered that I didn't do my free 10 pull on Idolmaster, so I'm just gonna do that in the background. Don't worry about me. But even if I do confirm that, it doesn't mean she'll come back. I wonder what will happen to her body. After the autopsy, we'll probably be immediately cremated. Then I'll never be able to see her face, even her dead face, for all eternity. It's like, to be fair, I will say that I won't say that I haven't spent money on it, but the story behind that was a friend gave me money to use on Pokemon Go, and I accidentally put it onto the wrong Google account, and so it's like, well, might as well use it for Idol Girls. Me with no money, strictly free to play. Yeah, I mean, honestly, like, it's kind of better. Paying for it doesn't help your odds. Was the shock of losing Shannon made me go a little crazy? I don't want her body to be burned. If she's burned and turned to ash, never again will it be possible for her to revive. They say cremation is frowned upon in Western tradition. Because of the day of resurrection, there would be no body to revive. Because of that, it seems that great criminals in Western history were often cremated after execution as a punishment, and their ashes were sometimes scattered in rivers and such. In other words, to Western people, death is nothing more than a sleep until the resurrection. They gave me a pity SR. I should have waited to do that free pull. Oh well. Death is nothing more than a sleep until the resurrection. It is essential that the corpse is left after death. In other words, that's because Western people knew of a miracle that can revive the dead. But because that miracle doesn't exist in Japan, we burned them. Now I understand. I understand why Grandfather idolized the Western occult. That was his only reason from the very beginning, just to revive the person dear to him. Grandfather spent the rest of his remaining life researching the Western occult. I thought, for some reason I didn't know that. I didn't know that it was very commonplace to cremate. I mean, I guess you really don't really see many, like, really don't see that many, graveyards for, like, Japanese media. Anytime you see Japanese media with a graveyard, it's usually, like, taking place in America. Huh. There has to be some, right? Yeah, they do shrines. But, like, huh. Just saying, if I get cremated, whoever sneaks the most gunpowder into my ashes get my will. Oh my gosh! The situation surrounding us now is abnormal. Grandfather did revive his beloved Beatrice, and that Beatrice has carried out a terrible serial murder, with linked closed rooms that force us to conclude that magic was used. The Golden Witch, Beatrice, the incarnation of the miracle of the Western occult, and also the culprit who killed Shannon. She's an entity I should hate, and yet, for some reason, I want to cling to her. I wonder, if Shannon could be revived with the magic of miracles, which Grandfather bet his life on, according to the legend of the Ushinomiya family, Grandfather met with her long ago and was given a vast quantity of gold. Then, if I also met with her, instead of gold, would she give me Shannon's life? As collateral, I don't care what sort of devil's contract she imposed. I wouldn't mind sacrificing all my remaining life. George probably couldn't believe or realize that his voiceless wish was heard by the witch herself, who stood right behind him. Beatrice had been listening to that entire conversation between the children just now in the cousin room. Battler had told her that she didn't know the value of a human's life, and wanting to understand that in her own way, she had stealthily visited, listening in on their discussion. They don't have crypt keepers or undertakers, they just have shrine maidens. But shrine maidens are very cute. Let's see. That is your wish, you say? If I could grant that, would I be accepted as a witch? Beato looked at the palms of both her hands. She had handed over most of her once surging magical power when the new witch succeeded the name of the Endless Witch. Of course, her current power still made her worthy of being called a witch, but it could not begin to compare to her previous strength. Even without the endless magic, I am a great witch whose name has been thundered through for 1,000 years. Reviving the dead will be no trouble at all. Inside her head, she thought about several magical steps she could take to revive the dead. Even magic that should have been easy in the past would be difficult for her current power. She thought of something, then clicked her tongue, then did so again, over and over. In the end, she finally thought of a single spell. But that was a spell that she couldn't use by herself. It was the spell that witches with weak power used, one that relied on the aid of others. In the past, Beato had looked down upon that type of magic. Therefore, she frantically tried to search for any conceivable alternative. But in the end, she couldn't think of one and had slumped over in self-diversion. Then, careful not to surprise him, she softly called out, softly to George's heart. Ushinomiya George, can you hear my voice? I can hear you. Who are you? Are you really the witch Beatrice? Or are you an illusion created by my sorrow? If it's the former, please hear my wish. And if it's the latter, just leave me alone. Their conversation in the mental world was a lot like having one in a dream. When you dream, haven't you ever had the experience of casually accepting something that would have been absurd in the real world? The conversation in this world was like that. So even though a witch appeared and started talking to George, he was not surprised. Indeed, I am the Golden Witch Beatrice.
Normally, you and I would not be able to talk together in this manner. However, you are strongly conscious of me and wish to have a discussion, so both of our channels are able to match like this. I don't care if the person who killed Shannon was you or someone else using your name, as long as you exist as a real witch. I'll pay whatever cost you ask for. If you desire my life, take it right now, please. I want you to bring Shannon back to life. If that's impossible, I'd be satisfied if you just let me talk to her for a short while. Please. I ask for nothing in return. I shall grant that wish. Really? Really, you'll revive Shannon? Indeed. However, my current magical power is not sufficient to use the magic of resurrection. Therefore, I must rely on your help. If there's anything I can do, I'll do it. Even if that means taking my heart out right here and now, I'll not hesitate. I told you I don't need anything like that. I will chant the magic, then a gap will open in the door to the land of the dead. But as I am now, I do not have the power to bring Shannon's soul up through that gap. However, you have strong feelings for Shannon, and those feelings will surely become magic that can bring her soul out without fail. What do you say? Or what do you say? Will you help me? I will. If Shannon's life will be restored, there's nothing I'm afraid to lose. George's fists shook in silence. Then he slowly came to his senses. He had been absent-mindedly standing near the window in the hall that whole time, his mug still in his hand. And the witch from his dream was still there. What the... It isn't a dream? Be quiet. I am very fragile now. If any more humans appear, I will not be able to preserve this form. I shall grant your wish, so stay silent for now. Understand? George covered his mouth with both hands, nodding enthusiastically several times. In that instant, he almost dropped the mug he was holding. George frantically juggled it around and caught it. He was afraid that if it fell to the floor and made a large sound, the witch's form might disappear like a bubble popping. He softly set the mug on the floor and stared at the witch in front of him again. Her form didn't appear... Bleh. Very fragile, you say. What are you getting at, Rocket? Her form didn't disappear. It wasn't a dream. Come, let us go to the parlor where Shannon sleeps. With the power of your feelings, we will bring back her soul. You say go, but how? My mother and the rest are downstairs. There's no way they'll let us go outside. And didn't you just say that you wouldn't be able to preserve your form if another human appeared? Come to think of it, that is true. So Klaus and the rest are downstairs. In that case, we definitely cannot go down. Well, then we just need to go to the mansion without going down to the first floor, right? It's simple. Beato laughed as though she had just thought of a pleasant prank. And with her golden pipe, she lightly tapped the window and the shutter with the shutter closed. As she did, 3 gold butterflies appeared from the pipe and opened the lock of the window as though melting it. That might be a dangerous thing later. What do you mean I'll know later? Then the window opened without a sound. The shutter beyond it was exactly the same. The clasp unset itself, also without making a sound, and it quietly opened. The window opened, exposing the wind and rain outside the mansion. Perhaps because of the direction or something related to the construction of the building, the wind did not blow inside. Because of that, for a while, George felt as though this entrance that opened to the outside was a dream or an illusion, and he couldn't accept it as real. Come, let us go. Come with me. Beato gently floated upwards. It was a natural action, like that of a diver enjoying an underwater stroll. It made it easy to believe that if you acted like she did, you too might be able to float in the sky just as though you were swimming through the water. No, George did believe it. So without thinking, just as she had done, he also, gently as though swimming in the water, lifted his feet. Huh? Oh, not bad. So you learned to dance in the sky faster than I could explain it. George was shocked to find himself floating in midair like he was swimming. Of course, Beato was also shocked that George, who shouldn't have been able to use magic, had figured out how to do that just by instinct. To be able to fly in the air, to swim in the air. You mustn't be bound by reason. Accept it as a natural thing.
You mustn't fall back to your human doctrines, such as those of Newton and Einstein. Especially when flying high in the sky, inexperienced witches sometimes plummet to the earth. I accept things for what they appear to be. I accept things for what they appear to be. George repeated these words over and over. He must not deny magic, no matter what. Denying that would be like throwing away what might be his first and last chance to revive Shannon. However, compared to Beato, who was elegantly drifting like smoke, George's movements clearly resembled someone underwater. Therefore, if he didn't act like he was kicking his feet in water every once in a while, he'd be caught by the force of gravity bit by bit. I must say you're doing better than when I first danced through the sky. Here we go. Come with me. When Beato beckoned to George, she gently flew into the stormy sky. It was just like a scene from a fairy tale. The scene unfolding before George's eyes felt entirely like an extension of his dream. That's what I mean, you'll know later. I'm playing Devil May Cry, so I can't work on it now. Okay. Have fun. Which one are you playing? There's like, what, 5 of them now? Being able to fly is incredible, but so is the wind and the rain. What's this? Are the wind and rain tormenting you? I could teach you magic to block against that, but it may be too early for you and it may be a misuse of time right now. Yes, the magic I need isn't that. George wore a strong-willed gaze, refusing to let the wind and rain get to him. The mansion was coming into sight. Hold out. The mansion is coming into sight. Hold out for just a little longer. If you fall now, you'll hit the bushes in the rose garden. The undulating rose garden was spread beneath the witch and George's gazes. This illusion-like scene was no longer surprised George. Only the gradually approaching mansion was reflected in his eyes. I'm playing 5 and I have the first collection in the reboot installing. Noise! Shannon, wait for me. I will definitely revive you. That could be another thing that I can stream. Because I do have the first 3 games. Oh, that could be a thing. That could be a thing that, like, prepares us before I do Xenosaga. At that time, the cruel new witch could be seen staring at the guest house from a different location.
Now, all that's left is the 7th and 8th Twilights. Just 2 more and my obligation to that old hag predecessor is finished. I'll kill Klaus and Natsuhi. Let them die together like a good couple they are. Where's the target, Nya? In the lobby on the first floor of the guest house. 2 targets in Ushidamiya Eva identified. Measuring anti-magic power levels. Data link to 410. 410, data received. Anti-magic power levels are extremely low. If Ava just goes outside, they're tuna and abalone on a chopping board. What do you think, Great Lady Beatrice? When you get the order, we shall snipe right away. Please, your orders. Guys really are convenient furniture. Not at all like that old second-hand furniture that's only useful for gouging corpses, right? Chester sisters, please show me your skill once more. Prepare to fire. And carry out the corpses again. Got it? 'Cause I'll play with them a lot. No complaints from you, right, Onave?
Correct. As you command. At that moment, the witch noticed something. It was as though some presence had disappeared. Was it her imagination?
Was that someone's presence just now? Did anyone feel it? My apologies. I haven't noticed anything, so please forgive me. We are in the middle of observing the guest house, so our peripheral surveillance was set off. What about you, Lucifer-chan? Do you feel any presence?
Just for just a moment, Lucifer glanced at Oronove, asking whether she should answer honestly or not. Oronove gave a small nod in response. No. My apologies, Beatrice-sama. We noticed nothing. Forgive the stupidity of us second-hand furniture.
I see. If a great demon like you says that, then it must have been my imagination.
The witch persistently stared in the direction of the presence had disappeared to. That was where the rose garden lay, and beyond that she could see the mansion's dark silhouette created by lightning. It took quite some time before she pushed her unsatisfied feelings aside, and once again faced the guest house.
Why do I have that tune in my head?
Yeah, that was that was her sensing Beato being like,
An old hag is up to something.
something like that. The guest house lobby was wrapped in silence. The strings of tension binding Kraus, Nazi, and Eva had already loosened, and they were completely worn out with their minds beginning to waver. Every once in a while, they would stand up and walk around pointlessly as though fighting their drowsiness. Are you okay, Eva-san? Please, do take it easy and rest. I told you, I'm fine. The three of us are now the only adults. There's no time to rest. No matter what the cost, we must guard this place until the end. She spoke bravely, but she couldn't hide her rough breathing. It seemed that the fever, which had been calmed with medicine for a short time, had returned. It was very obvious that Ava's health was not good. Take it easy. At least close your eyes. If something happens that you need to be awake for, we will definitely wake you. I'm telling you, I'm fine. Leave me alone. It seemed she was already unwilling to budge. Kraus and Natsuhi realized that even if they talked to her once more or any more when she was like this, it wouldn't reach her ears. So without saying anything more, they decided to let her be. To Ava right now, even having an argument like that would be burdensome. It would probably be better for her body if she just sat there with her mouth closed. In truth, Ava was just a step away from being beaten down by drowsiness. Perhaps she shot back at them with a temper because she was trying to rouse herself and throw off her sleepiness. The clock would be pointing to 6 in the afternoon very soon. She had several snacks to distract herself from her drowsiness, so she didn't feel hungry. But now her lack of sleep made it feel like it was 6 in the morning, not the afternoon. Even supposing that the boat came at precisely 9 in the morning tomorrow, they still had more than 12 full hours to go. It was an overwhelmingly long stretch of time. Long, painful, hot. Even the sound of the clock torments my body now. In times like this, when that person puts his hand on my forehead, that fever fades at once. But that person no longer exists. As Ava's mind grew foggy, she was once again gripped by a deep sadness. She had already cried herself dry. Even so, the sadness of losing her beloved husband had not been exhausted. I was wrong.
What do you mean?
The new witch and Ava were fundamentally the same being. If Ava talked to her, she would always respond. I thought that if I could gain the position of the Ushinomiya family head, that alone would be enough. But then, as soon as I saw that mountain of gold, my greed grew. I was struck by a desire to have that mountain all to myself.
That's nothing to be ashamed of. After all, it's your natural right as the Ushinomiya family head. How could you give up even a bit of that to anyone else?
I was gripped by that temptation, which is why you were born. While you were a young girl version of me, at the same time, you were also my self-centered evil heart. Because of my foolish greed sprouted by that mountain of gold, the shell of the egg that is my heart cracked, and you were born into this world. I am responsible for your birth.
In that case, when I killed Rosa and Maria, and then Rudolph and Kei and Hideyoshi, you were responsible for that too.
Why did you kill my husband too? Why?
I didn't want to kill Hideyoshi. He was just so annoying and persistent. And that's your fault. It's your fault for choosing a husband like that.
Child like you cannot understand what made that one man so wonderful. Oh dear.
Ah! What the heck? Our dreams are made real with magic, right? We solved the riddle of the epitaph. Then we found the gold and got the head's ring. All of our dreams came fully true, right? What more could you want?
Those weren't all of my dreams. What about living a wonderful life with that person and giving George an excellent life? I still have many dreams that haven't come true. As a wife, as a mother. And yet...
I'm Those are just extra dreams you added after becoming an adult. They aren't my dreams.
That's because you're a child. Do you only care about what's best for yourself? That's right. Everything is my fault. Back then, why did I resist doing what Rosa told me to? Why couldn't I announce to all the siblings that I'd found the gold? It's all because I'm so hideous. My evil heart, which spouted from my desire to have all that gold for myself, caused you to hatch.
Looks like you really hate me. Even though we're both Ushinomiya, Ava.
No, that's not true anymore. And it was you who said it. I am Ushinomiya Ava, and you are the Golden Witch Beatrice. So just disappear. Witches are imaginary illusions that only exist in fairy tales. Things like you should just disappear. Never appear in front of me again.
Yeah, you're right. I understand. I'll disappear from in front of you. And I am no longer Ushinomiya Ava. From now on, I am the Golden Witch Beatrice. Now I can play however I want. I don't even care about you. If only you just give up and die.
Imagine having an argument with yourself and losing. After having a very childlike tantrum, the witch who had once been another Ava vanished. Only Ava was left behind in the darkness, and she questioned herself. Me? I killed them? Did I kill that person? Did I kill him? She could no longer answer that question herself. Oh no, now she's having an existential crisis. Like, wait, did I inadvertently kill my own husband?
Hello, Sand. How you doing? A 16? That's not too bad.
Imagine you come in, enroll, and then you got a 1. It seemed that, half asleep, she had gotten some saliva caught in her windpipe just as she was dozing off. Ava suddenly started coughing. That's what I was thinking, right? You okay, Ava? Please, Natsu, some water. Yes, I'm fine, okay? I just choked a bit. Ava pushed away Natsuhi's hand as she tried to rub her back, and unsteadily rose to her feet. I'm going to go wash my face. Sorry, I fell asleep. When I get back, I'll make some more coffee. Extra strong, so I won't get drowsy until tomorrow morning. Yes, please do. Your coffee's more to my taste than what Goda makes. I'm glad to hear it, even if it's flattery. I'll be back soon. Ava exited the lobby, heading for the bathroom. Kurasa Natsuhi watched over her frail back. So, you sometimes do show concern for Ava-san, even though you've always been so much at odds with her. Isn't this how an older brother is supposed to be? Yes. I believe you're right. It isn't just Ava. There's Rudolph and Rosa, too. Instead of acting like an older brother to them, all I ever did was speak arrogantly and bully them. In my own way, I was frantic in my desire to be like father. But I could never match up, and I always vented my feelings on them. That is no excuse. I probably gave Ava scars so deep that they still have not healed. I regret it, but even if I apologized after all this time, it wouldn't do nothing to heal those wounds. If you can hold on to that feeling, instead of only letting it last for this moment, I'm sure your siblings will come to see it sooner or later. Though, by now, Ava is the only sibling I have left. If only you and your siblings hadn't been born into the Ushinomiya family, you might have had a more normal, a more fun sibling relationship. You mustn't say that. Ava will probably continue to hate me for her whole life, and she has the right to. I intend to resign myself to the fact and accept it. Dear Ava, I'm sorry. Of course you don't have to forgive me. Of course I won't forgive you. What are you talking about after all this time?
Oh, so now you're feeling guilty. If only you just give up and die right now. Do it, Chester sisters.
Our mother-in-law just gave me a box of my favorite Mexican candy. Nice! That reminds me, I think I have some over here that I haven't finished. They're, Pica Fraises?
Pico flashes?
I forgot they've been sitting there for a while.
45. Firing permission received.
I probably shouldn't eat the candy while reading.
Reconfirming firing arc. Correcting for weather discrepancies. Data link to 410. 410. Data received. Firing permission confirmed. Firing.
Together, the sisters released a magical bowstring that they had readied. A beautiful tail trailed behind the gold arrow, and it drew a lovely curve as it flew. It was just like a gold snake. It's going through the window, isn't it? It skillfully avoided a grove of trees and flew towards the front door of the guest house. And then it flew into the keyhole of the door and snuck into the guest house without any problem at all. Of course, the keyhole. The gold snake raced down the hall smoothly, yet as fast as an arrow. Right before it was the door to the lobby. When it flew into the keyhole, Klaus and Natsuhi were all ready. For an instant, Klaus thought he saw a gold-colored sparkle in the keyhole of the door. However, at the same time, as he strained his eyes to see what it was, that sparkle bent like a whip and attacked, wrapping itself around Klaus's neck. Just looking at it, the gold snake seemed very supple. What? However, it was as though a wire had tightened around Klaus's neck. And while that snake choked Klaus, it extended even more and also tightened around Natsuhi's neck. Oh no. Without even a chance to scream, their eyes bulged as they went into convulsions and then collapsed.
45. Hit and kill confirmed. Formulating towing curve. Revising capture points. Data link to 410.
410. Data received.
Initiating corpse towing. We've got both of them, yeah.
The gold snake began to drag Klaus and Natsuhi's bodies back. They slipped through the door to the corridor, dragging the bodies, gradually increasing in speed, and rapidly pulled them outside of the guest house. So the lobby was silent, as though nothing had happened. As though Klaus and Natsuhi had not been there since the beginning. Only the sound of the wind and the rain remained, as if they were playing dumb and pretending to be the only ones there.
Sorry, I'm fine now. I'll go make some coffee.
Ava returned from the bathroom, but no one was in the lobby. Even though they had supposedly been on the sofa until a moment she had choked and gone to the bathroom, they were gone, as if they had been illusioned from the very beginning.
What the hell? Did I tell you to women kill... What?
The hell did I tell you?
What the hell did I tell you, woman? Kill formally.
There we go. How careless of them. Where did those two go off to together? Ava put her hand on the sofa as though acting out a scene from a detective novel. She felt a warmth that meant they'd been sitting there until a short while ago. Maybe they went to do the rounds or something. For the time being, Ava sat down and waited for their return. Are you not even making the coffee? She's just like, do, everything's fine. Beato and George could be seen in the parlor of the mansion. George was kneeling near Shannon's body as though praying. His face was serious, and there was even sweat on his forehead. However, Beato was the same. Now that she had handed her name over, most of her previous power had been lost. Of course, she still had more than enough power to be called a witch, but compared to the past, it was a very faint thing. Give me a second. Okay, never mind, I guess. Good. Don't talk to her. Don't touch her with your hand. Call to her with the voice of your heart and seek her with the hand of your heart. Only your strong feelings can make my magic reach Shannon's lost soul. George kept praying earnestly and silently. He kept frantically yelling inside his heart, trying to call back the soul of the person he loved. He strongly envisioned his soul leaving his body and searching for her as she wandered through the land of the dead. Beato turned that strong force into magical power that supplemented her own magic. This was magic that, in the past, she could have performed easily without anyone's help. But now, if she didn't rely on someone's assistance, she wouldn't be able to finish the chant, much less succeed. I'd forgotten for several centuries. Was magic Was resurrection always this difficult? Beato was wearing an even more strained expression than George. It had slipped her mind, but originally the magic to revive a life was the ultimate hidden art. The abnormal thing was her previous magical power, which could be used over and over with a snap of her fingers. So the heavy burden of her body and mind was, fundamentally speaking, extremely natural. However, this man's power, even though he doesn't know magic, it's nothing to be laughed at. I see. So he truly is Kinzo's grandchild. The strong energy pouring from George was large enough to act as magical power. At first, Beato thought that it must be the blood of Kinzo, the sorcerer. However, that probably wasn't it. She had a feeling that Battler had already told her what it was. It had been born from the power of George's sadness at the death of the person he loved, and from the way he tried his hardest throughout his life. From the warm time spent together with Shannon.
How the music can free her whenever it starts. And it's magic if the music is groovy.
The background music is so loud I could not hear what that said. Oh no. And why doesn't the text-to-speech actually like show me the text? That would be nice. $1 well spent. Wait, what is it? Can you say what it said? Because I know you guys were able to hear it, but I could not. I need to get, That was the TDS fault. I'll never know. I need to decide what would be a good thing, to have as like a TDS pet thing. Maybe we could do that. I don't know, man. I'll just never know what Psyche said, and oh no! Do you believe in magic, in a young girl's heart? How the music can free her until it starts, and it's magic if the music is groovy, makes you feel happy like an old-time movie. Oh! I feel like that's a reference to something. Not me copying and Googling it. Is a song. The Lovin' Spoonful. Oh! Do you believe in magic? Man, a young girl's heart. Hello, Michael. How you doing? It had been born from the power of George's sadness, of the death of the person he loved, and from the way he had tried his hardest throughout his life, from the warm time spent together with Shannon, to the size of the dream they swore to protect in the future. Is it really possible for humans to take life so seriously, even though they only have a single one? It was only natural. To her, a life didn't mean anything more than the difference between the top and bottom of the Othello piece. For TTS, I recommend Monster TTS. It's free and super fun. Okay, I'll have to think about it, because I kind of wanted to like, because right now I temporarily like could do it with my Yukuri model, but I like switching to the Yukuri model. So like, I don't know. Because I have the plug-in to have a model do the TTS like wah, 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 wah. Roxy had a lot of determination. For sure. If the black represented death, then she thought all you had to do was flip it over and make it white. However, it was just like that broken vase. To humans in a world without magic, where they cannot return things to their original form, it is very, very natural for them to bet their life and soul. If you figure out the chat mascot TTS, please let me know. I couldn't figure it out. Oh no. Because I have, oh gosh, it was from that VTuber that, they're like a little like octopus squid thing on the girl's head. Oh gosh, I have it somewhere. Oh yeah, I think it's just VTS Pog. So, it is an endless witch. Who can do as she pleases even with life and death, inferior to a limited human who can't even surpass the mountain of death? This time, the witch acknowledged it. He was able to hold a magical power that could never reside in witches who didn't understand the value of a life. Why does this thing called the endless magic exist, even though I called myself the endless witch? Did I forget what the endless magic means for 1,000 years? She looked at George's expression again. His surging earnestness was like a lightning bolt. Right now, even if George's body had been burned or smashed by a waterfall, he would probably notice or continue to pray for his beloved without minding it, without noticing it. But like, if you wanted to do a PNG thing, I think the common thing is Bikubot. I don't know if it's the same for like the people who are doing like the AI voices, but I feel like that's the common thing, is people are using Bikubot. For the first time, she showed respect for that power. So in that instance, all magical resistance was lost, and the enormous power of George's feelings turned into magical energy in its complete form. The vase was very beautiful, rich with history and value. Even as young as I was, it still forced me to take a deep breath when I witnessed its beauty. But that just made me want to touch it. But the vase easily fell and smashed into pieces, like a bubble that had popped. It felt as though the time it possessed a form had been just an illusion. Lives are just that fragile, just that easily lost. I know it's Bikubot, but there was lots of downloads and codings that I didn't understand at all. Oh no. Yeah, I haven't even tried Bikubot, so I don't know how it works. But like, I would hope there's like a bunch of tutorials, but I don't know. As far as I'm aware, the VTS Pog is like very simple to do, but it does run off of a like a live 2D model as opposed to a PNG. I realized that my foolish curiosity had led to something that couldn't be undone. No matter how much I regretted it, no matter how much I apologized, the smashed vase wouldn't return back to its original form. A lost life would not return to normal no matter what happens. I was frightened that, even though my actions had been thoughtless and careless, they had stolen away a life that could never be revived again. Then I pitied that lost life and cried. I was frightened of myself, and the one responsible for its loss, and cried even more. I'm sure Grandfather would also cry at the loss of his precious vase. I'm sure that all the people who love Grandfather and see him like that would cry. With the loss of a single life, the whole world could be filled with so much sadness. I cried even more at how terrible that was. Beatrice appeared and spoke. Then, milady. Oh wait, this is a flashback. Then, milady, let us revive that vase with magic. If that will make everyone happy, the vase of the magic and the spirits will happily lend you their power and return it to its original form. Come, milady. Close your eyes and chant with me. Come, try closing your eyes, and try to remember. What form did you have? Oh no. It was surely a very, very beautiful form, and totally not stinky at all. Please, show me that form one more time. I was looking for references for Beatrice and came across the show, and it really looks off. Really? Those words of power knocked forcefully on the door to the land of the dead. The magic of her old self had performed that same forceful knock. However, doing it that way was horribly violent and earned the displeasure of the peacefully sleeping dead. But this time was different. It was very forceful and yet gentle and loving. The dead near the door opened their eyes and called out to the others that there was a voice calling for someone to come back. The sadness of that voice calling from the outside touched the hearts of the dead, and, trying to respond as quickly as possible, they searched for Shannon's lost soul.
Hello, Moggy!
Magicum 89 excite Magicum 89 excite Magicum 89 excite Xephoria 1 cry Xephoria 1 cry Xephoria 1 CRY.
CRY? Why did it go cry for the first two and then spell it out the second one? But how you doing, Moki? We're reviving a dead person. Off like you expect it to look one way, but it's not. Oh, okay. So it looks like interesting. Yeah. Is this your first time seeing my new model?
Yeah, I have let me sit up. Let me get up.
So you can see the absolute amount of tail I have.
It's so big. It's so big.
Yeah, been busy the past month. Understandable. The last month just like was wild.
But yeah, I got this big old tail, and my leggies do a little movement when I move like this, and I can have my arms up like this, and it's very cute. And then I can put out my tongue, but like I have phone tracking, so I can only just press it as a toggle. But I have little sparkles, and no, I'm showing up a bottle. No.
I didn't have the zoom ready.
And then I can take my capelet off. There's that I can do. And then I can have little hearts in my eyes for like if a cute girl shows up. But then I can also cry, and I can also be scared. Yeah. That's what I got. Yeah. What do you mean lewd? What do you mean lewd? What did I do? But yeah. What do you mean? What is being lewd? What is lewd? What? No. I'm gonna take it off. You get to see my short. You get No, it's not lewd. It's not lewd. Yeah. Yeah, it's cute shirt. Cute shirt. Ah! But yeah. Thank you. I was working on it for quite some time, and so I'm glad to have it actually like finally be all finished. Almost wish the shoulders were exposed or something. Maybe that could be interesting. That could be a neat idea. But like, you know, once I get the whenever I get a 3D model, whenever that might be, I don't know if those are expensive. I do have a little thing on my design with my shirt from the back. But yeah. What do you call it in I only see ingredients for my... Stop eating my tail! Stop wanting to put it in a stew! Anyway, let's revive this girl. And then they found it. They found the casket in which Shannon was peacefully sleeping. It truly was Shannon's soul sleeping in the land of the dead. Inside the casket that was covered with rose flowers frozen in frost, she was sleeping in peace. No, stop trying to eat my tail! No!
Stop trying to eat me! No! The dead silently lifted the casket up. While at a glance it looked like a funeral march, it had a completely opposite meaning. Boom, 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 boom. It was solemn, but filled with joy. The long-forgotten dead were made to remember that they were loved after their deaths, and they were all given a warm sense of peace. And then, as though guided by a warm light from the heavens, Shannon's body floated up out of the casket. The dead watched her go. They squinted at that warm light, offering their respect to this unknown member of the living who had lost his love for a person ever after their death.
No, don't lick me. No.
Shannon's body was enveloped in the light from the heavens and began to disappear. In the jet-black darkness of the land of the dead, the faint flickering of gold butterflies could be seen. It reminded them of the gentle stars of the night sky, which they had long forgotten.
Nobody's eating anybody.
Just watch nobody shows up. It's just like, I'm eating everyone? George remembered being told that he must not say anything, and he hurriedly covered his mouth. However, it felt like his heart was trying to jump into his throat, because he had seen Shannon's eyelids shake slightly. Then, those eyelids slowly opened. Shannon's eyes were there, but they were still wrapped in the fog of the land of the dead. However, the human's world's warmth, no, her lover's warmth, which had called back her soul, slowly dissolved that fog, and her eyes gradually regained their sparkle. Then, her eyes moved and recognized George.
George-san.
As her lips shook weakly, Shannon definitely said that. The words were very faint, so much so that they normally wouldn't have reached his ears. However, George clearly heard them. He heard the person he cared for, his fiancée, the one he loved most and who should have been dead, call his name once again. Shannon, do you know who I am?
George-san, is this a dream?
No, this isn't a dream. Come on, see here. Even if I pinch you, you won't wake up. George said that, or as he said that, he softly pinched Shannon's cheek. It was how George had always responded in the past, when Shannon had been surprised by something and had asked if she was dreaming. When Shannon felt the warm touch of George's finger on her cheek, and when George realized that the warmth of the living had already returned to his beloved person's cheek, they both cried. What words should a pair of lovers separated by death celebrate with when they reunited? The words of the human world are not enough. In short, they had no need of the words of this world. George simply hugged Shannon, who was sitting up, without talking. Shannon's strength was still feeble, and putting her arms around George's back took all she had, so George hugged her tightly to make up for that. To stop each other from going once more to a place the other's hand couldn't reach, they hugged each other so tightly and yet so gently, as Shannon's fingers curled around George's back. On her ring finger, the engagement ring George had given her definitely shone. That strong glint certainly wasn't just the sparkle of a diamond. There definitely was a magical power that only the two lovers could possibly feel. It was because that strong light existed that they had been able to find her casket in the land of the dead. Beato understood. That ring... No. The feeling of the pair, embodied in that ring, were a miracle made real. In that moment, George definitely used magic. Beato had done nothing more than help him along. That magic had a power that could only reside in those who knew of the importance of life, who knew what it meant to try with all one's might. It was the power of a miracle, one that the Endless Witch couldn't possibly know of, a miracle that only the power of the finite could give rise to. By now, she had no choice but to accept it. She had to accept that true magical power, exists in the place furthest away from she who called herself a great witch.
Beatrice-sama.
She brought you back to life. Thank you, Beatrice.
No, I did nothing. What revived Shannon was your magical power. It was your magic, the Ushidomi of blood which makes miracles come true, surely saw you through. George-san revived me? Indeed. It was an incredible display of magical power, one that I could not hope to compete with. So I am still nothing more than an apprentice. Now I finally know my place.
Beato staggered backwards. Her physical strength was clearly exhausted. She had humbly said that George's power alone had revived Shannon, but Beato had also used all her magical and physical strength.
Wait, what were you all calling me sus? What did I do? What did I do on accident?
Also, hello, Mint. How are you doing? And she reflected upon how difficult it was to revive a single life, something she had been able to play around with however she wanted to in the past. The couple kept on embracing each other tightly. By doing that, those feelings that couldn't be communicated with a billion words were shared. Thank you, Beatrice. We're in your debt.
Thank you very much, Beatrice-sama. I'll never forget the debt I owe you for bringing me to George again.
Stop that. Being thanked by a pair of lovers is far more too embarrassing for one who has been feared as a monster of a person.
Don't worry about me. Celebrate your reunion together to the fullest.
Beato, who was leaning with her back against the wall, slid down the wall and sat. How many centuries had it been since she last grew this tired from using magic? I probably haven't been this tired since the time I first succeeded in magic. Didn't teacher praise me that time? Oh, but didn't I kill that same teacher who praised me? Don't be so naive, Beatrice. Isn't that what killing means? I wasn't paying attention. What did you do? I don't know. Everybody's calling me Swiss. Wait, I'm out of here. What? What are you talking about? Let's see. Is that her? Is that...
This is,
Squints at writing on it. Is that Uncle's cock? It's, Virgilia, yes.
Finally. It seems you finally remembered how to use magic.
My head feels parched and suffocated, and I can't even remember.
More importantly,
Didn't I kill you? Beatrice the First, yeah, as far as we know. Didn't I kill you? You shouldn't be appearing.
you are still allowing me to live even now. That is why I can appear like this. However, I did not come just to pat your head.
Did you come to sneer at how pathetic I am? Anyway, if I have my head patted by a retired witch after all that's happened, the other witches will laugh at me. That's right. According to your bragging, you are not only a full adult, but a retired one, and yet only now you have learned how to use magic. That certainly does sound too embarrassing to tell anyone. Whoops, I read it as the wrong Beatrice. Yeah, tell me about it. Keep it a secret, okay, teacher? Beato gazed at a couple hugging each other with a sense of pleasant despondency. You two flirting over there.
Love, is it?
I'm no match. Oh. 45, data received. Firing preparations concluded. Ammo type selected and loaded. Oh no, oh no, oh no! 410, firing. No! A gold snake arrow fired from the cheersters, weaved its way through the bushes in the rose garden, weaved its way through the hedges, and climbed the stone steps towards the mansion's entrance, aiming at the keyhole. It weaved through the corridors. It flew through the keyhole to the door to the parlor. Ah! It appeared in an instant. One could hardly blame Beato, who was completely worn out, for not noticing it beforehand. Well, at least they were able to see each other for a little bit. Oh no. Right before Beato's eyes, a gold snake flew in through the keyhole, surrounded the two lovers, and pierced the two hearts in the blink of an eye. Furthermore, the gold snake faithfully pierced a hole through Shannon's chest once more. The two hearts were pierced by that gold snake. No, by that gold sewing thread of the new brutal witch's furniture. And it had appeared in an instant, mocking the amount of effort it had taken to revive Shannon. Before Beato's shocked eyes, the two fell over and landed on the floor. George! Shannon! Thank you, Beatrice, for letting us meet, even just for a short while. Thank you. George spent his last breath thanking Beato, and died alongside the one he loved. The gold snake, which still sewed the two in place, spun like a large cyclone, revolving around the inside of the parlor. It was searching for further prey in that room. He probably thought Beat. Oh no. At least at the very least they died together. Then the tip of the snake met Beato's gaze. In that instant, Beato was prepared to die. At that moment, Virgilia stood in front of her, and the fingers of both of her hands drawing a seal. Instantly, gold-colored gold leaf, as opposed to silver-colored gold leaf, buried the inside of the parlor. It was like a blizzard of gold. Beato, run while you can! No one can escape from the Chester's golden bow.
410, target lost. Yeah, it's magical chaff. What? 45, roger that. Modifying search algorithm. Switching to anti-personnel image-based tracking. Target lock reacquired. Target link to 410. 410, data received. Too slow, predecessor Sama. Coming. Impact!
Prey targeted by the Chester sisters' golden bow did not escape. It could not be blocked. No magical barrier could even dream of blocking it without being multi-layered. The gap opened during that instant of confusion caused by Virgilia's deception magic was Beato's only chance to escape. And it was the only chance to make the sisters confuse Virgilia for Beato. As Virgilia spread her arms wide, blocking the way to her beloved disciple, the gold snake pierced straight through her heart. Dang, she had to die twice. If Beato's predecessor Sama, I wonder what they call Virgilia. That's a good question. Probably just, I don't know. Because she only really said the name Virgilia to, like, Beato and Butler, I think. After sneaking in through the keyhole, the snake shot through George, Shannon, and then Virgilia in an instant, completely failing to notice Beato as she used that instant to escape. As soon as Virgilia saw that Beato had gotten away, she died. Man, I'm dead. Virgilia's going after being hit by an arrow. Rip. Let's see. The strength left her body, and like gold dust drifting in the wind, her form was erased. Beato completely erased all traces of her magical power, became gold butterflies, and passed through the wall, escaping to the wind and rain outside. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. You. Beato felt regret from the bottom of her heart. Why? Because she had been attacked by the new witch? Probably not. Right, she's like, man, if I'm dead, Battler can't smooch me. Of course she hated losing her teacher. And even more importantly, Beato was enraged at the barbarism that had boorishly stolen away the reunion between two lovers. Beato had poured out almost all of her magical power to reunite them. Even though the result had been a miracle, the time it took to steal that away had been so ridiculously short. Beato trembled at the barbarous cruelty that had brought about such an abrupt end. Besides, this was the true form of acts that she herself committed until that point. So just as strongly as Beato hated the new witch, she also looked at her previous self with disgust. Oh no, that's kind of a cute emote. That was really cute. But now, she had to escape. If she was targeted next, she would probably lose her life. To think that a chess player had descended, thinking they were like a god, only to be attacked by the pieces. Wanna see the cutest emote I own? It's gonna be one of mine, isn't it? Or the ones that I drew for you. Yep. Honestly, I really like how the Among Us one turned out. That was my favorite one to draw, I think.
45, impact confirmed. Target scattered. Without a doubt, we crushed the predecessor, Sama.
Is a close second. That one is a really nice one.
Looks like our pile of kill medals is gonna get bigger again, yeah? What was that about loving couples? You get to enjoy tearing the two apart by death, reuniting them, and then tearing them apart again, right? And along with that, I get to say goodbye to the damn fussy old hag. Wow, Nonove, don't have any complaints, right?
I do not, Beatrice-sama.
That person interfered with the ceremony of the witch's epitaph, you see. She revived a sacrifice from the first twilight without permission, obstructing my ceremony. She's got no right at all to complain. But it sucks that she didn't leave a corpse behind. And I thought I'd be able to torture that old hag to death over and over again endlessly.
Oh yeah, the heckin' Jabasted and the Garfield one. Those are pretty good ones, I will say. What if for like a TTS thing, I heckin' made a Garfield model? Just had that be the TTS bot? That'd be silly. Okay, so now it is a good time to take a break. Oh gosh, it's this song that sounds like 3 songs are happening at once. Okay, save. They updated PTTV today, and apparently if you buy the premium, you get 15 emotes that can be used on all channels. Interesting. Huh.
Meme time. Well, I don't know. If we do memes, we're gonna do like one thing of memes. Just one. But anyway, let me get that BRB screen ready. And so now is a good time to get up and stretch, take a snack, take a break, use the bathroom, get some water, just do something. Sorry, there's a clip going on off screen and it's just like, I don't remember that clip existing. Yeah, put some clothes on, put some, at least some cozy pants. Don't have to be jeans, just put on some pants. And then we'll be back in like 10 minutes, okay? Okay? Ba-ba-ba-ba!
I'm sorry.
But yes, I will see you guys on Friday.
Pants on
I
site.
promise.
Sheesh.
If you guys don't see me, bonk me, beat me up.
With nobody here, maybe while no one was around, the desks creep about on their own accord, licking the floors clean of dirt. What are you talking about? If I suddenly stepped into a place like that, would the desks, in their surprise, fly at me, crush my bones, and eat me alive? What are you talking about, Keiichi? Keiichi be living in Wonderland. That's ridiculous. I felt regret at wasting valuable thinking time on stupid delusions. We're at a checkpoint. Oh. Ah. Look at me. I really need to figure out like a hello. Like a sound for the scanner, because I was just like, oh, my nose.
Has everyone got their cups? If we don't make a toast soon, my juice will get warm.
Nobody cares about your juice. I said, you can have an orange. Said you can have an orange. Oh. Okay, everybody. Be prepared for the worst. Oh no, I've been cucked. Because I feel like it would be a difference of like and like if that makes any sense. Just, is your name Joe? No, it's not. Joe Mama. Just leaves.
Going uphill in January.
We'll just do that, I guess. Toby. Toby Radiation Fox. How dare you? I'm so mad. Someone else for my problems, but I trusted you, you know? Did you really have my best interests at heart? I feel like I don't even know you anymore. It only takes an instant for someone's love and dreams to be shattered, huh? I'm sorry. Buy me some ice cream and I'll forgive you, okay? Okay, I guess. Hopefully he likes it. Okay. Barf. Too crab intensive and kind of gross. Anyway, what? 112 crabs? Fab! Fabulous! This is it. This is what we wanted. Crab. Crab! A sea of crab meat! Crab heaven. This looks incredibly yummy. We are one step closer to the finest starry sky there is. Whoops. We are drooling. Alrighty, let's just release it into the sky.
I think you liked it.
Dun, da, da.
I feel the cosmos. Cancer came scuttling back. So yummy! It would all be over very soon. Everything would end. Yes, when the Higurashi cried.
He said the title.
Oh. We got a tint of red. It begins. We're in deep now. Yep, he said the title. You know things are gonna go down. Let me in. Let me in. Probably not. Among Us. Then, slip, an arm covered in flesh blood, came out from underneath the bed. I wasn't that surprised. This was an illusion I was seeing, seized with fear. Kei-chan, I told you, remember? To erase the old customs. The I know this word. Abolition? Abolition. Right way to go. Better I'm missing something. Yeah, I feel like this is the right way to go. Darn! I messed up. Well, what was... Wow. Wow. Oh no. You know it's dangerous to go outside. Did you want to leave that badly? Did you want to run away from me that much? But yeah, this whole area seems like a part that would... Why am I in hell? What? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. What? What? Okay, why am I here?
Scene change. I get to sip my cold tea. Oh no, the cinnamon! All the flavors settled at the bottom of the cup.
Okay. Oh gosh, I need to wash that down. That's way too much cinnamon. How dare you, Kate? How dare you wait for my pain? Hear her grinning happily.
Now then, let us be off, Rika. Punishment games are one of our duties as club members.
Setsuko seemed awfully happy, not frustrated in the slightest, like she always was when she lost. Damn, Rika-chan's right after all. Everyone here is a moron. Mion, I'll come clean too. I didn't make my bento today. I was the same, so I'm going with them. So I was thinking if I had a nickname, what would you call me? Would you call me by that? If it's good. What would you want to be called? Con Man. No. Your nickname is bad. Try again. Nom, nom, nom. Ooh. No, let me in! Let me in! Because of the weird thing that she said when we were talking with Coach, I'll put her below. I know she did it as a joke, but like, it rubbed me the wrong way. I don't know this lady. Now her! Someone knocked on the door. George was snapped back to reality. Oh yeah, you exist. That's right, baby. All points, no quills, no pillows. Look. He pissed on my wife. I guess. I'm going home. How do you like that, Obama? I pissed on the moon. You have 23 hours before the... I almost forgot to unmute.
Hello, welcome back. We are here. We're gonna watch one meme compilation. One meme compilation. And that's it. Okay. Let me make sure the audio is gonna be good for you guys to hear the memes. And yes, we're just doing the one. And then we're gonna go back. Okay.
Oh yes, and the psych meme too. Oh no! That would be my luck though. Oh no! Oh.
You gonna replace my boy Sierra Miss? Punch.
Long live the king.
Písalo, písalo, su Nokia.
Oh.
Saws.
Oh gosh. Comparison edit because I reacted to this video on my last stream. Oh, okay. Eh? Oh. Oh no.
Home and this was on the ground spilled. It was full.
Literally to the brim.
Kitten.
Oh.
Me hungry.
Oh no. Oh no.
If the fish tank falls.
Girl. 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 Everything. Oh. The presentation. Oh, that would be my luck. Absolutely. Be one with nature. You going? The impulsive thoughts gave in. Eh?
Oh shit. What the fuck? Do a flip!
Oh! He did do a flip. Oh, that would be me. Aw. Oh. See, that's why I always balance it on my nuggies. Baby! Get out of there! Oh! Don't flush the kitty! We're not gonna mention anything about what happened in that one, okay? Going for the kill.
Like it's the ops. It is.
Oh. Oh. Oh.
Look.
Machín, ya llegó la rótula. Hay que pagarla. ¿Cuánto vale o qué?
That's a big wallet. Oh. No, you go, little buddy.
My Yetis have been flinging out of my backpack, so I wanted one of these for Christmas, and I did not get one, so I got one. It's got a little sip.
Oh no!
I like how everyone's hiding behind the palace to get away from you.
They're so cute. Little baby. Do 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 do. Do 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 do.
It's just popcorn.
It's those are the like tins of popcorn that come around Christmas. Oh no. Where it's like partially caramel, partially white cheddar, partially butter.
A piece of bread and put some mayonnaise and ketchup on it.
Here, eat this bread. Eat down.
I don't eat no motherfucking end bread.
What's wrong with the end bread?
You eat it.
Oh no! Oh no, they were being taken!
Cologne.
Oh no. Oh no, that's way too much. Sir, please don't spray the whole can on yourself. Good evening. I would love to do that, but I know that I would just slip and fall around on my face. Oh. Oh. If only I were to be head pat like that cat was. Oh no! Why are we going so heckin' fast? Oh no! Baby! Baby! Oh no! Wait, did I not set it up right? Did I not set it up right for this model? No! I want to fix that real quick. I must get head pats. Why is it not working? Hello? Where is it? Did I accidentally delete it? What? No, there it is. Ah! That is not it. What? Oh, wait.
What? Why is it not working? Hello? Hello? Pet. Test. There, what? I'm so confused.
Maybe just without, maybe without the exclamation point? I don't know what made it not work. I had it ready that time. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's without the exclamation point. I feel like it used to work with it too, but I don't know. There we go.
I am not in danger, Skylar. I am the danger.
Oh. Okay. That was our one meme compilation. Shaq, are you ready with your meme of the day? haven't had a meme prepared, but I found a clip where I discovered TTS chat mascots. Eh? Oh yeah, they're just so fun. I love theirs. Let me see.
1 cup of Raftic.
No.
Right. So today we're going to preparing my signature, sweet boy honey.
Okay.
Why is the visuals not playing? Please play for us.
Right.
There we
so
go.
today we're going to preparing my signature, sweet boy honey.
Okay.
Ooh.
First, we have to start with the base. You're going to need
No! Tell us about the boy, honey! That's definitely not gonna get out of context.
Need. Going to need. Squeeze out that boy honey.
It's just that part specifically. Twitter, please, please, stop breaking for once.
So today we're going to preparing my signature, sweet boy honey.
Okay.
First, we have to start
Yes,
with
the boy
base.
honey.
You're going to need.
Why did it keeps breaking right there? Man, remember when Twitter was not ruled by Elon Musk? My internet's fine. It's just Twitter videos right now. Because it was doing that, like, while I don't know, I'm not dropping frames, so it's just Twitter.
Squeeze out that boy honey. Make sure the honey hole is facing the right way. Next, we need a sided boy toe.
What?
And finally,
The banana puree.
Delicious. Okay, we managed to actually watch it. Okay. We kind of skipped a little bit of it, but that's okay. We got it to play the rest. Okay. That was the meme you wanted to share, right? Or did you want to share one more thing? Hello, nobody! We were talking about you earlier. How are you doing? How are you doing? We just finished watching memes, so we're gonna be going back to Umineko as long as Psych doesn't have a actual meme for us. But we will see, we will see. Let me close up my... I almost caused a disaster. There we go. I am doing good. The thing that happened in Umineko a few minutes ago, Shannon got back to life, and then her and George died at the same time. Immediately after. Watch this get to... What is it? Would it be... Would the audio be bad to share? Let me see. Let me mute desktop audio real quick to see what song it is. Yeah, I can imagine the song being tricky, but I can at least... We can at least, like, look at the visuals, right? We can at least look at the visuals. That shouldn't be too bad, right? I don't know what they find, and then we'll go back. We can just pretend, what's a good DMCA free song? It's very audio-based, is it? Well, I don't know, man. It's, Dream On. It's fine. It's fine. They can't DMC the audio if it's, you know, just the lyrics on the screen. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Okay, let's close that and then let's reopen this. Oh, I forgot to have my candy. Oh well. Let me see. Oh gosh, I was looking at Oxenfree earlier. Where is my game? There it is. Boop. Okay. And then move that over there. And then switch back our category. And then make sure to turn down the volume. And then unmute. And then show the window. There we go. I did it in a good order. Aren't I good? But yeah, I figured short meme break today, since I only have this day to stream this week. You done good, yeah. A question? What's the question? The chat box is missing. Wait, what? How are you? What? Got games on your phone? I do got a few games on my phone. Let me see, what games do I got on my phone? I got Uma Musume, I got Genshin Impact, I got Nier, I think it's Replicant is the phone app. I have Dureste, otherwise known as Idolmaster Cinderella Girl Starlight Stage. I have Grand Blue, which I haven't opened for a while because I haven't had access to my account. I have World Flipper, which I touched a little bit, but like I haven't really played. I got Toho Lost World, I got Kingdom Hearts Union Cross. I got a really old Love Live, a Bang Dream that I barely touched, 2 Colorful Stage, the Hatsune Miku thing. I have Ni no Kuni, which I played like a little bit, and then I have Twisted Wonderland, which I played a little bit, but I was like, I don't have the attention span for this. I have Pokemon Go, which I haven't touched in like over a year. Does Toreba count as a game? Do claw machines count? Very good, small dragon. It's the best mobile game dad. I see the bar where I type stuff in, but I can't see post. What? The singing the Pokemon rapper games. Oh my goodness. And then I think I have a few other ones which like I don't really play. There's Among Us that I haven't like opened for forever. Drop Mix technically, because it's like a companion app for the actual board game. Oh, I forgot I have Pocket Camp on here too. I haven't opened that for forever. That's pretty much it. George did? No, I didn't see him. When did he come down? When you say? Oh, what hour was that again? I think it was probably around 4 or 5. At the very least, it was more than an hour ago. We got sleepy and probably dozed off after that. But I think it's probably like Jessica says, about 1 or 2 hours ago. I also remember something around that time. I was asked if I wanted more coffee. Something hard to believe had happened. Apparently, when Aunt Ava had left for a second to wash her hands, Uncle Klaus and Aunt Natsuhi had disappeared. There's no way they went hiding somewhere. Of course, the doors and windows had all been rigorously checked, and all were locked from the inside. Not one of them was broken. And that wasn't just true for the first floor, the second floor was the same. Again, all the doors and windows had locks built in the way to make it impossible to lock them from the outside. In other words, there was no way that Uncle Klaus and Aunt Natsuhi had gone outside, and yet they couldn't be found. Furthermore, they weren't the only ones who had disappeared, so had George Aniki of all people. George Aniki had left saying he was going to get some coffee, and had gone downstairs more than an hour earlier. We'd assumed that he was having a conversation with Aunt Ava and the rest, but Aunt Ava, who had been in the lobby the whole time, said that no one had come down. Since all the doors and windows were locked from the inside, it was unthinkable that they had gone outside. However, 3 humans had evaporated from this barricaded guest house, which had become a perfect closed room. In a situation like this, we couldn't imagine that this was because they were playing hide and seek and trying to scare us with a prank. It was probably reasonable to assume that they'd been caught up in this crime. When Aunt Ava had learned that her only son was missing, she had gone half insane, running from room to room and yelling his name, and Jessica, who had suddenly lost both her parents, had chased after her. Cries of "George! George!" and "Mom! Dad!" had continued to echo through the guest house for some time. I think George said something about wanting to see Shannon's dead face. It would be reasonable to assume that he'd snuck out of the guest house and went to the mansion, but I didn't have a clue about Uncle Klaus and Aunt Natsuki. Did they see him leave and then go to the mansion and search for him? Without even telling Aunt Ava? At this rate, it's only a matter of time before we start planning to leave the guest house to go search for them. When that time comes, I'll agree. We'd thought staying holed up in the guest house would be safe, which was why our big happy group of 12 people locked themselves up here in the morning. And yet, now there's only 4 of us left. That means staying here is no guarantee of our safety. However, there's one thing we can't afford to forget. All the doors and windows were locked from the inside. This is a closed room. How did they manage to vanish from this place?
Magic.
We searched around thoroughly. However, we couldn't find any traces of someone hiding. The 3 of them had almost certainly been taken outside the guest house. I wonder how it was done. You don't think there might be something like a hidden door? Hidden door? The doors and the windows were built in a way that makes them impossible to lock from the outside. Even using a fish line, it would probably be impossible with the way they're constructed. So it may be reasonable to assume that they left via something other than the door or a window. You're right. That does make logical sense. No one can be sure that no hidden doors exist. However, before leaping to that conclusion, I suspect a much simpler possibility. And what would that be? For some time, Battler had been opening windows, opening shutters, and checking outside, repeating this for each window. This window's pretty quiet. I see. Unlike the other windows, because of how the building's shaped, the wind doesn't blow into this one. It appears that way. It feels strange that no wind or rain comes in, even though there's so much of it outside. Dr. Nanjo, when I opened the window just now, did you hear a sound? Huh? No, I did not notice it. I believe it is well oiled. In other words, it's possible to slink through a window in the hallway with no one that's looking. Furthermore, the wind doesn't blow in through this window, so the air pressure wouldn't cause the curtain of the door to make a sound. It'd be quiet. Battler leaned forward and looked at the ground below. He was searching for some sign that George had jumped out, but at a glance he didn't see any mark like that on the grass in the middle of the pouring rain. There might also be a window like this on the first floor. It'd be possible to go outside without anyone noticing. However, not only the doors, but the windows are all locked, and the shutters are even down as well, correct? It may be possible to go out through them, but you couldn't lock them afterwards. Sure, you can lock them, just like this. Click. Battler closed the window and locked it, as though it was pretty obvious. Battler-san, you aren't saying... If someone inside locked it afterwards, this closed room is as easy as pie. But that means... Oh... Nanjo turned pale and shook his head several times, because the thing Battler had said had forced him to face a fact that was frightening even to imagine. That's only if the trick I'm thinking of actually happened, okay? However, with this trick, only a very limited number of people can be suspected. He didn't want to say it in front of Nanjo, but after eliminating Jessica, who had been with him the whole time, only Nanjo and Ava could have done it. New Beatrice kind of sucks at mysteries, right? She doesn't have the finesse. I did not do anything of the sort. Yes, I swear it. In this case, it becomes a battle between Aunt Ava and Dr. Nanjo for an alibi. We just have to suspect both of you, and confine the both of you separately. To say it the other way around, the more survivors there are, the more effective this trick might be. But since our numbers have shrunk so much, it isn't effective at all. No, on the contrary, there'd be a chance of having your own neck strangled by using it. It would have been more advantageous to make it look like the culprit was outside, to intentionally leave a door unlocked or break a window. Anyone in the house? Oh no. Sorry, I have to prepare for this voice acting you're asking me to do. Dr. Nanjo, are you a sussy imposter among us? If this disappearance drama had taken place midday today, I'd be able to claim this theory with full confidence. However, at this stage, I'm not confident at all. Hi, Majima. You watching me being cringe over here? What's going on here? What in the world does it mean? This closed room. You don't think, What is it, Dr. Nanjo? Even if it's just a thought, please say it. Nanjo looked like he was trying to swallow his words, even though he'd thought of something, so I urged him on. After Dr. Nanjo refused several times, saying that it was just a foolish idea, he finally said it out loud. Crying laughing? Well, I'm glad I was able to give you entertainment, Sans. Don't you think that might actually be the work of the witch? Ridiculous. There's no way witches exist. The witch is trying to make her case to us, specifically because she's doing things that humans cannot do. She must be trying to make us accept her as a witch. To me, this disappearance from the closed room of the entire guest house feels like that kind of message from the witch. It's something I must not think of. Yeah, Sans really was like, dance! Dance, monkey, dance! In the tone of dance, water, dance! Surely it cannot mean anything. Oh, I'm frightened. As Dr. Nanjo shook with fear, it looked like he was trying to erase the fearsome thoughts that he kept imagining one after the other. Triggered my PTSD, I'm sorry! When he went down the stairs, Aunt Ava and Jessica were enraged. They were each persistent in their desire to leave the place and search for their respective families. Meanwhile, on my end, it's just like, Kyrie, open your eyes! It's no use. That girl has lost her heart. She cannot wake up. You're not, Riku. There's no witch, old man, just a lady who does a ton of mean witchy things, right? It was a desire that naturally hits those who can no longer see their family. Aunt Ava told Dr. Nanjo and me to stay here, but I shook my head and started walking. I've been shut up inside for a long time already. I've started wanting to breathe some outside air. Yeah, if we're going, let's go quickly. There's no way I'm going to keep myself shut up in a place like this anymore. Let's go and find Mom, Dad, and George Nissan right now. The blood had all risen to Jessica's head. I hope it doesn't set off her asthma. If anyone wants to stay, go ahead and stay. We'll be searching outside. What about you, Dr. Nanjo? Will you watch the place by yourself? No. Allow me to join you. Rather than holding up alone in the guest house whose security was by no means guaranteed, it would be better to enter a danger zone as a group of 4 people. Aunt Ava had a gun. Moving separately from her was almost like asking to be made into the next victim. Which reminds me, I need to go through my little sound alert things. Add a few more things. Maybe add something specifically from Kingdom Hearts. In this way, the 4 of us decided to leave the guest house. Maybe something specifically from Birth by Sleep. At the end of Ven's route, I think? Even though it should have been safe to barricade ourselves here, we lost 8 people after doing so. It was almost as though it was a holding cell from which the sacrifices could be killed one after another. Best Kingdom Hearts sound is the nobody battle music. Oh gosh. I don't remember how the OST sounded there. I just remembered the little nobodies doing like the little wiggles. I can't do it because I don't have full body tracking, but like the little wiggles. We removed the chain, unlocked the front door, and opened it. Yeah, they're just going like that. It was already pitch black. While there was some lights outside that dimly lit pathway, they didn't have enough power to pierce the darkness that some suspicious person might be hiding in. I'm going. If you fall behind, you're on your own, okay? Still holding her gun, Aunt Ava dashed out without an umbrella. I wonder if nobody has plays Kingdom Hearts. Hopefully. Nobody wiggles ye. Jessica followed after her. After glancing at each other, Dr. Nanjo and I chased after them. You haven't played Kingdom Hearts? Oh my gosh. Hopefully one day you get to play it. At one point I want to like play through the series, but I'm not sure if I would want to play it for like game release order or like chronological to the story order. What in the world is happening in this mansion, on this island? I've just been shut up on the guest house with the rest of the cousins since yesterday, so I don't know anything about what's going on outside. Quality of life update to Cult of the Lamb. Nice! Yeah, I've been seeing like a lot of updates going on with Cult of the Lamb. I wonder if they're big enough updates to like stream it, because I don't know what to do after defeating the big guy. Just what is happening that I don't know about? Outside this room in this mansion on this island, everything is happening, everything is proceeding, and everything is ending without my knowing it. And also like Needy Streamer Overload also got like more endings, and I'm like thinking about whether or not to like go back to it because I really enjoyed it, but like I don't know, because towards the end I was like just looking at guides of like, okay, how do I get this ending? How do I get this ending? I want to see them all. It's nothing you collect or do, so it doesn't seem like it's worth a full replay. Okay, so it's just kind of a thing of like if you're playing it on your own and just kind of vibing. That makes sense. Somewhere in my heart, I've already started giving up. Most likely, not one of us will see tomorrow morning. When the seagulls cry, nobody will be left alive.
Congratulations, nobody.
And this is all happening like really fast. Like there's not even like time skips. It's just like, it is now this time, right now. Have fun. You can bless your entire cult at once now instead of having to click individually. Oh, nice. Huh. I like that. Mom, Dad, who would do something like this? Ah! Jessica's woeful voice echoed throughout the rose garden. Perhaps it was the intuition of a person who lived on this island. After checking the part of the rose garden where Aunt Rosa and Maria had fallen and seeing nothing, Jessica went to look at the arbor next. Normally, the arbor was probably a wonderful location to enjoy tea peacefully while appreciating the roses on a good sunny day. Maybe even Uncle Klaus and Aunt Natsuhi had days when they relaxed and enjoyed their tea together here. In that arbor lay their corpses. At least they aren't drenched in the rain like Aunt Rosa and Maria had been. But there was no way I could say that out loud to Jessica at the moment. What do you think, Dr. Nanjo? Strangulation, I believe. Come, take a look at this. On their necks, there are distinct markings that something thin was used to strangle them. Right. I doubt those things were the primary cause for their deaths. Right there lay two stake-like weapons decorated with an occult design, which had been found driven into Uncle Klaus's thigh area, and near Aunt Natsuhi's calf. When we found those sticking out of my parents' forehead and chest, we decided to preserve the crime scene and leave them for the police. But Jessica didn't care about such matters and immediately pulled the stakes out of their parents' forsaken bodies. By now, bodies gouged in the head, stomach, knee, leg have been found. I forgot to mention chest. Ah, damn it, damn it, damn it! I'll kill that murderer! Kill him! Ah! With this, the 8th twilight has been completed. This is going to continue on to the 9th twilight? The witch shall be revived and none shall be left alive. Bring it on! If the witch revives, that means the culprit is going to make his grand appearance, right? No one's going to be left alive? Bull! I'll kill him. I'll definitely kill the culprit who killed Dad and Mom with my own hands! Jessica let out her emotions flow out as she howled furiously. To avoid being crushed by grief, she could do nothing but resist it with anger. We still haven't found George. Jessica, you children have better stay safe. I'll go into the mansion. Ava-san, we mustn't split up. It's dangerous if we do not all stick together. There's nothing we can do for Nissan or his wife. But George may still be alive somewhere. I have no time to waste here. As Aunt Ava screamed this, Jessica glared at her. Ava had no more time to bother about the dead. She was more concerned about the safety of her only son, who had yet to be seen. Jessica-chan, you should stay by your father and mother's side. I'll make a short trip to the mansion. Battler-kun and Dr. Nanjo, you two can stay here as well. After arbitrarily saying this, Aunt Ava rushed out of the arbor. Give me a 30-second recap. Lots of death. Looking for a bonky mode on BTTV, and there's an Amori Aubrey bonk, but I don't know if I should use it. That actually sounds like a really nice one. Let's see, a 30-second recap. Ava Beatrice is like, you know what? I don't need to listen to what former Beatrice told me. I'm gonna just kill them however I want, and then, you know, put the stakes in there so that way, you know, I still follow the thing. Yeah. Beato is a tsundere, and it's just like, oh, I hope Battler likes me. Oh. And then yeah, and after Battler was just like, oh, I don't want to see your face, she actually left, and he was like, I kind of miss her face. Let's see what else happened. Shannon got revived because George was like, man, I want to see her like one last time. And then that did happen, and then they were all like lovey-dovey, and then current Ava Beatrice was just like, haha, you're both dead now. And he's just like, okay, yeah, at least we're both dead at the same time. That's cool. And so yeah, now they're just finding bodies. The two adults that we just found, they were in the safe house, but then like they were just killed and dragged out into the open. So basically nowhere is safe. I called out to stop her, but there was no way she would listen. However, being alone in the situation meant nothing short of death. If we silently watched her leave, it would be the same as letting her die. Since Aunt Ava was unwilling to stop, we had no choice but to follow her. And while it may be cruel to say so, Uncle Klaus and Aunt Natsuhi were already dead, so there was nothing more that we could do for them. In the end, we had no choice but to console Jessica and head for the mansion together. Fortunately, Jessica stood up. Perhaps she had been able to break free from her grief, but what had surfaced in its place was an expression like a demon's. Kill that person with my own hands. I'll definitely avenge them. Let's go, Battler. If we find the culprit, don't get in my way. I'm definitely gonna kill them. I've got my own parents to avenge. Sorry, but this is first come, first served. Yeah, that's right. Let's kill them. At my words, Jessica finally seemed to feel like we sympathized with her emotions. She still had that dark expression, but I felt that Jessica had regained some of her sanity. Oh yeah, and the old Beatrice is also dead. Yeah, she's doubly dead. We took off, chasing after Aunt Ava. Through the rose garden, up to the stone steps, running at full speed towards the mansion, whose large, intimidating shadow flashed in the lightning. With this, the murders of the epitaph have reached the 8th twilight, and then, on the 9th twilight, the witch shall revive. None shall be left alive. I will most likely lose my life. But at the very least, I want to burn the truth into my eyes. That's the only thing motivating me to move right now. We were able to meet up with Aunt Ava, who was having trouble with the lock on the front door. It seemed that all the blood had risen to Aunt Ava's head. That was probably making her fingers clumsy. It looked like she couldn't even handle a simple task of inserting the key into the lock. Then there was a faint sound, the sound of the door unlocking, just as though it had waited for all the survivors to unite before opening. It felt to me as though the malicious mansion was trying to swallow up all the remaining humans at once. Perhaps the stench that erupted outwards the instant the door opened couldn't be described as just a smell. It wasn't just the charred smell from Grandfather. I think it was also may have contained the regret of the servants in Dad's group. All of the dead. What did it mean as it floated out, overwhelming us? Was it the cry of the dead telling us not to enter? Probably. However, Aunt Ava didn't even flinch at something like that. And we who had to chase after her were forced to step into the mansion, even after receiving that message. George? George! If you can hear me, answer! George! Aunt Ava shouted at the top of her lungs. Considering the situation, it probably is far too optimistic to imagine that he's still alive. When we started following Aunt Ava's example and calling out George's name in loud voices, Aunt Ava spotted something and stopped walking. She was standing in front of the door to the parlor. What is this? Dr. Nancho, could you come here for a second? Oh, what is it? I've heard about the eerie magic circles written on the doors, like the one in the parlor, from the adults. Eerie is the only word to describe that thing, which was scribbled in the deep red paint, reminiscent of blood, so that it slowly dripped down. However, that had supposedly been there since this morning. Wondering why Aunt Ava, who had supposedly seen it already, would think it odd now, Jessica and I stared at the door. Certainly, I have no memories of numbers such as these being written here. Right, they weren't. Eerie magical characters were written here, but not numbers. From what the two of them said, only the magic circle had been there this morning. However, right now, there were 8 digits written near the upper part of the magic circle. Huh? I wonder if this will be... I can... Any post Twitch clip?
Eh?
Can anyone post Twitch clip?
Yeah. If you make a clip, you can post it. The bot will not bonk. It used to, but I have fixed it since.
I'm gonna just put down this note just in case. Just in case. A dark web URL, right? Anyone can, nobody can't. Oh no. 07151129. I didn't know what it meant, but I didn't even want to imagine what someone had been thinking when they wrote it. It was drawn with the same paint as the magic circle, but it had clearly been written very recently. The way it had dried and the condition of the color was completely different from the magic circle part. Huh. I'm sure it was just a magical meaning. No point wasting time thinking about it. Jessica intentionally spat those words out in an attempt to push aside the eerie feel it gave off. It could be a magic square. The idea that a ward against magic can reside in a certain sort of number play. I believe everyone has heard of the one where adding all of the numbers in each row and column leads to the same sum. Wasn't that a group of numbers buried in a rectangle? This is just a single row. I don't have a clue what it could mean. What Jessica-chan said is probably correct. There isn't any point in us wasting time thinking about this. Even though she said that, she probably suspected that it actually meant something. Aunt Eva was definitely writing that number down on an old receipt or something with a short ballpoint pen. Unless it had some obvious pattern, it'd probably be tough to memorize a code made up with an 8-digit number. Math is magic. Oh my gosh. Could this be a date or something? Maybe? Let me see. That would be a weird date, though. Like July 15th of like 1129. Maybe that's Beatrice's birth year. A date? What are you talking about? Well, it's probably a coincidence, but my birthday is July 15th. Once I thought that 0715 might refer to July 15th, I figured that if 1129 stood for November 29th, maybe it fit perfectly. Why would your birthday be written in a place like this? And what's up with November 29th? That's what I want to know. Still, it's probably just a coincidence. What if that's Beatrice's birthday? She's just flirting. Battler and I have the same birthday.
Oh, nice. I'll have to keep that in mind.
When I thought about it, it started to feel a little creepy. What if someone's birthday was November 29th? That's not the birthday of anyone else in my family. Not Dad or Kirei-san or Ange. And, of course, it isn't my mom's either. Nothing comes to mind. I don't believe it's Kinzo-san's or Genji-san's birthday. It isn't from my family either, and it isn't Rosa's or Maria-chan's. It can't be anyone in our family, and it isn't Kanan-kun's or Shannon's. I always give the servants presents on their birthdays, so I know it for all of them. But I don't know anyone who was born on November 29th. Once we started imagining what the 8 digits weren't meaningless, but actually 2 dates written together, it actually started to look that way. Wait, when is Mal's birthday? I feel like Mal's is that date? But I think Mal has lurked away. Or is lurking very, very much. For sure, Bioto's birthday. It would have to be, right? However, its true meaning may be something completely different, or there may be no meaning at all. Anyway, since we don't have any real clues, it's probably pointless to stand around here worrying about it. The inside of the parlor is much more important. The morning, behind each of the doors was a magic circle drawn on them, had been the body of a victim. So if something new has been added to this door, does that mean something new has been added inside the parlor? When Aunt Ava tried to open it, she felt the resistance of the lock. She immediately took out a master key and put it in the keyhole. As soon as she opened the door, Aunt Ava let out a high-pitched scream and ran inside. That alone was enough to tell us what had happened inside the room. Dr. Nanjo and I looked at each other, and I shook my head slightly as we entered the parlor. George! George! Hang in there! George! Dr. Nanjo, quickly! George Aniki lay there crumpled alongside Shin and Chan's corpse. His chest was stained bright red, and judging by his still opened eyes, I'd hate to say it to Aunt Ava, but I couldn't pick up any signs of life. After moving to take George's pulse, Dr. Nanjo shook his head, wordlessly reporting that George was dead. Brushing him aside, Aunt Ava once again crouched beside George Aniki and started crying at the top of her lungs. With Aniki's death, one thing is certain. The murderers hadn't ended on the 8th twilight. The epitaph was being carried out in its complete form. The epitaph was being carried out in its complete form, including the 9th twilight, and none shall be left alive. I was really starting to lose track of things. For some reason, Aunt Ava's half-crazed cries actually made me cool down. Crestfallen and exhausted, I flopped onto the sofa and plunked my feet on top of the table. Maybe all these murders numbed my heart. Instead of just being frightened, I felt completely confused. Dad and Kre-san are dead, and people have been killed off one by one, starting with the servants. And there's been a hell of a lot of them by now. I don't know when the first murder happened, but they might have been killed at a rate about 1 person per hour by now. We believe that the boat will come for us around 9 tomorrow. There's still a full 12 hours until then. How many more sacrifices to the witch will there have to be for us to survive? With the 4 of us, if one goes each hour, we won't last any longer than 4 hours. We don't even know if we'll last until midnight tonight. Yesterday, after lunch, we came into this parlor. Just as they started talking about serving some tea Aunt Rosa had bought, we kids decided to take a walk. Maria was jumping around, wasn't she? Didn't Shannon-chan bring us some cookies? She said Kumasawa-san had baked them or something. It would have been hilarious if she baked some mackerel into them, wouldn't it? That's right. I'll never hear Kumasawa-ba-chan's mackerel jokes again, will I? Oh, right. If only I remember stuff about Kumasawa-ba-chan. That wouldn't be fair to everyone else. Why did Dad and Kire-san even go outside? It's not like going without food for a day would kill us. So why did Gluttony get a hold of them and make them go out for food? I'll bet that fearless dad of mine just started complaining about being hungry. Kire-san, you were supposed to be the brakes for my reckless dad. Why didn't you stop him? And what about your daughter, Ange? She's still just 6 years old. Don't tell me you plan to leave her in my care. After all, it's doubtful now whether even I'll be able to leave this island alive. I wonder if we'll ever see that character. Stop! Why are you fighting at a time like this? Jessica-san, stop! It's been kind of noisy for a while. By the time I looked up to see what it was, Jessica and Aunt Ava had suddenly started fighting each other. No, maybe I should say that Jessica was grabbing at Aunt Ava. Aunt Ava killed Dad and the rest! There's no other explanation! How foolish! Why should I know anything about what happened to your parents? Who was on the first floor of the guest house? Aunt Ava! Dad and Mom were on the first floor lobby along with her, and who was left alive? Only Aunt Ava! Why? It's obviously because you're the culprit. You killed Mom and Dad, carried them outside, and then shamelessly locked the door, trying to make it seem like it was the witch's doing. Then why do you think George disappeared? He never came down to the first floor, so did he disappear from the first floor? And who was on the second floor? You people were, right? You knew, didn't you? You knew George slipped out of the guest house, and you brazenly acted as if you didn't know anything. If you stopped George, he'd be... I said stop. Jessica-san was in the cousin room the whole time, and Ava-san was in the first floor lobby the whole time. Neither of you is responsible for anything. What we have here is simply the sadness of losing family members. The culprit is no one, nowhere. It is all just the witch's fault, so stop hating each other, you two. They went out so you kids wouldn't be hungry, right? They weren't being selfish. The witch's fault, huh? I wonder if it's a good way to cool down the situation right now. Yeah, I finally understand why the 3 people evaporated from the guest house when all the doors and windows were locked from the inside. That's what they were after. Making us think the culprit was inside and sparking this ugly mutual hatred. Has to be the culprit's, the witch's goal. But if that's the case, how did the culprit lock it from the outside? When Dad's group was attacked, their master key was definitely stolen, but the doors and windows to the guest house were built so that they couldn't lock them from the outside, no matter how hard you tried. So that master key should have nothing to do with the guest house closed room. Jessica and Aunt Ava were turning their sadness at losing their blood relatives into anger at the person in front of them. Dr. Nanjo was trying to step between them, and I sat in the sofa, staring at the ceiling, thinking about things that didn't even matter anymore with a worn-out expression. I just couldn't believe that this was the same parlor that had been so warm and pleasant midday yesterday, just for a short time before the typhoon hit. Up! Yeah! Ah! Oh no. The sudden sound of a gunshot shook me out of my half-asleep trance. Smoke was rising out of the barrel Aunt Ava held. Jessica had fallen to the floor and was covering both her eyes. Yeah, maybe don't let the person with a shotgun and get into a fight. Hey, that's what the thing I said, I'm a prophet, right? Aunt Ava and Dr. Nanjo were looking down at her in shock. Are you okay, Jessica-san? Jessica-san! It hurts! It hurts! It hurts! It wasn't my fault. This happened because you came at me, even though I told you to stop. Hey, wait a second. What's going on? So did Jessica grab Aunt Ava, which turned into a scuffle? Did they start fighting over Aunt Ava's gun? Did some kind of impact cause the trigger to be pulled? I didn't know if the bullet had grazed her or if she had been burned by the discharge, but either way, Jessica was covering both her eyes, screaming it hurts, and rolling around on the floor. Oh no. Don't worry, calm down. It's not a serious wound, so get a hold of yourself. My eye hurts! It hurts! I can't see! I can't see! Dr. Nanjo let Jessica borrow his shoulder, saying that he would tend to her in the servant room. The servant room in this mansion had a bed and a first aid kit and was able to function as an infirmary. Damn it! You killed Mom and Dad! I'll kill you! I'll kill you! It wasn't me! It wasn't me! Jessica's son, you'll aggravate the wound, so don't move about. Come, let's go to the servant room. Jessica continued to curse Aunt Ava as her parents' murderer. It seems that Aunt Ava couldn't conceal her trembling at the fact that she had pulled the trigger, even if it had been an accident. It wasn't my fault. It happened because that kid jumped at me. I didn't kill anyone. More importantly, who killed George? That's right. Who killed George? George! George! It isn't my fault. It isn't my fault. Gotta love the right for the wrong reasons cliche, right? Wait a sec. Aunt Ava, don't go off on your own. I didn't know if it was because Aunt Ava couldn't bear her mistake or if she had given up control of her body to the anger at the person who had killed her only son, or if it was both of those all mixed together. At any rate, she ran out into the corridor, yelling, fearful, and screaming. I was also worried about Jessica's condition, but right then I couldn't leave Aunt Ava alone. Why would she go off on her own in this mansion of all places? Is she suicidal? Dr. Nanjo took Jessica towards the servant room. I chased after Aunt Ava, dashing into the depths of the mansion. Right, you really shouldn't. You need to practice gun safety. I mean, we don't really know if she actually, pulled the trigger or if maybe Jessica pulled it on herself while trying to grab it. One of the two. After sitting Jessica on the servant room bed, Nanjo told her several times not to touch her eyes and examined the infected area. Or affected, not infected. Not yet, hopefully. The barrel had probably been near her eyes. There was a possibility that the flames from the discharge had injured her corneas. Ooh. There was no threat to her life, but it would probably be necessary to take her to a doctor as soon as possible. Nanjo applied emergency first aid, covering the affected area with gauze and wrapping it up with a bandage. As a result, Jessica completely lost her field of vision. Is that okay? The wound may hurt or itch, but you mustn't scratch at it or rub it. When tomorrow comes, let us go to the ophthalmologist as soon as possible. That... She really was trying to kill me. If the angle had just been a little bit off, I'd have been killed by now. Definitely turned her into the police. Ava-san would not do such a thing. That was an accident. You called that an accident? She killed Mom and Dad. There's no way any 19th person or witch exists on this island. She's behind everything. She was the only one on the first floor of the guest house. George Nissan must have seen her kill Mom and Dad, and she killed him to keep him quiet. It's the same with Grandfather and the servants. I'm sure she snuck out of the family conference last night and killed all of them.
Hey! Hello, Risa. How are you doing? Yeah, I think I just recently hit 150. I feel like I should do something. I don't know what, though.
If it is indeed the case, then we'll find out about it as soon as the police investigate. The police are incredible with the powers of discernment. There is nothing that cannot be understood. There is no need for us to suspect or hate anyone. The police will resolve everything. So for now, Jessica-san, you should devote yourself to resting your body and keeping your eyes safe. Of course, if you wrinkle your forehead too much, it will do nothing good for your eyes, not to mention your beauty. It's important accomplishments, but viewers are more important than followers. Yeah. I'm blind then I'm blind then I'm well. Yeah. Yeah. Jessica won't be able to see for a while. She's probably not gonna end up being good. Coming for someone with 600 followers and usually 0 viewers, yeah. It is definitely a balance, but
still, it helps.
When Jessica's abuse of Ava had reached a crescendo, she actually had started glaring instinctively, and the pressure on her eyes had hurt her. Jessica herself realized that the more she talked, the more the wound would hurt, and regardless of whether she'd overcome her suspicions of Ava, she regained her composure for the time being.
But yeah, that's okay.
She killed them. Mom and Dad. Shannon. And Cannon-kun. Cannon-kun. Because, like, I honestly, like, I miss doing the Jackbox streams. Those are very fun. But I don't know if that category is still dangerous or not. Because there was a thing, I think last month or the month before, that people were, like, specifically going to VTubers that were either playing Gartic Phone or Jackbox and just, like, hate rating them. And it's just like, I'm too squishy for that. You can always stream it without being in the category, true. It would just be a little secret thing that you'd have to actually be in the stream to see, and then I can explain it if someone asks. Maybe have it just being just chatting or something. That wouldn't be too bad. She'd heard that Cannon had been killed in the chapel. Jessica still hadn't seen his face after he had died. Jessica was now less fearful about the fact that she was blinded, and more frightened that the police would carry Cannon's body away while she still couldn't see, and that she would have to say her final farewell without being able to look at his face. Her anger at the culprit, and her sadness at the death of the person she liked. Those mixed emotions started her crying. But right now, tears were actually painful for her, so she wasn't even permitted to leisurely remember his face in bygone days. Jessica could do nothing but sit on the bed and let her head droop, withstanding the pain. Well then, now I am worried more about Ava-san. I hope she isn't too shaken by this. Realizing that Jessica had calmed down for the time being and letting out a sigh, he stuck out his head out into the hallway to look for any sign of the others coming back. Oh no! Then their eyes met. Nanjo, unable to understand who this person was bewildered for an instant.
I hear that people who have lost the power of sight have 0 anti-magic power and magic resistance power. In other words, you are an isolated pawn right now. Understand what that means?
What did you say? Nanjo had no way of understanding who this person in front of him was, much less what she had just said. Dr. Nanjo? What's going on? Unable to see, Jessica had to rely on voices alone to make out the situation. But since she heard Nanjo say something in an uneasy tone, she tightened up, thinking that something bad might have happened. Please, stop. Please don't kill me. I have a sick grandchild. I mustn't die here. Please, spare me. Dr. Nanjo? Dr. Nanjo? Jessica couldn't do anything except call out from the bed. Judging from the tone of his voice, Nanjo was in the corridor, confronting someone. And he was scared. His life must have been threatened just a second ago. No, stop it!
On the 9th twilight, the witch shall revive, and none shall be left alive.
The witch pointed at the end of her gold staff at Nanjo. Even though he didn't know what she was planning to do, Nanjo assumed that she must be trying to take his life. Dr. Nanjo! Dr. Nanjo! Is someone there? Answer me! Stop it! Yeah! Bang! A sharp sound echoed. And just as sharply, the tip of the golden staff tapered and stretched, slicing into Nanjo's forehead. Jessica, who could only try and grasp what was happening with her ears, had no clue what was going on. But that doctor dead. He dead. He dead. Dead as heck.
A body has been discovered.
That's another one I need to play. Oh gosh, the creator of Danganronpa is like having a new game coming out for the Switch sometime this year, and I'm just like, I'm playing that one. I don't know how long it is. It's probably gonna be long, but I'm playing that one. But even so, she was able to realize that with that sound, Nanjo had died. And she could tell that the person was now in the corridor, right in front of the servant room. Furthermore, since she couldn't see, she wouldn't be able to run away, much less resist. Knowing that she was a mouse in a trap in a life and death situation, Jessica shuddered.
Oh, Jessica. Too bad. Your eyes got injured. Now you can't even escape. I'm gonna play a whole lot with Nanjo's corpse now. When I get bored of that, I kill you next and play a bunch more.
No, wait, if
I've got you here blind already, I won't wait until you're dead. I'll have a lot of fun with you before I kill you.
Yeah, life and love.
So wait here shaking for a while, okay? As you try to imagine all the ways I'm playing with Nanjo's corpse.
Jessica was struck with fear and let out a frail scream. She wanted to scream in a much louder voice, trying to get someone to help her, but she couldn't. When faced with true fear, it clogs up a person's throat. Right then, Jessica could barely even breathe.
Help me! Help me!
She searched around with her eyes, trying to find some way to escape. But even though she should have known this room well, just being unable to see made it like a closed room of darkness. She ran into a shelf or something, and things like candy jars and bottles fell down, hitting her on the head. As she was now, it would have been tough for her to even guard her head to block it. She was painfully aware of how powerless humans became just by losing their sense of sight. Of course, she had no time to be impressed by this fact. She crawled around at random, trying to escape from that place, but she kept bumping into things that she didn't understand, getting hit by various falling objects, and it felt like the entire room was alive, bullying her and refusing to let her escape. Then a footstep could be heard from that presence in the hallway, and then a voice. She'd probably poked her head into the room since Jessica had been so loud.
You really are noisy. Act like a lady and wait here on the bed, because I'll give you a wonderful blood-red death outfit fitting for such an honored daughter. Something good enough to make the person who finds you faint, okay?
Until just a second ago, she had sworn that she'd kill the culprit if she found them. However, she was now very powerless. She couldn't do anything except let out a scream, crawling around on the floor and bumping her head into the bed and the legs of the desks. Help me! Help me! Someone help me! Dad! Mom! Battler! Someone come! Help me! Cannon-kun! Act like a lady and we throw them. Right. Oh my goodness. My goodness sake. In the corridor, as the witch thought of how to toy with Nanjo's life, a single gold butterfly secretly watched that scene from the corner of the hallway. It was Bieto, who had barely escaped with her life once before. The gold butterfly softly returned to human form. It was faint and transparent like a lace curtain. By now, her power was so weak that even maintaining this form was difficult for her. Right next to her, Ronove had also appeared. It is unlikely that Jessica will survive. Of course, there were to be no survivors from the very beginning. She has grown feelings of love for Cannon. I have toyed with them at times. However, such behavior was shameful for a witch. Love is a single element. Romantic love is even more pure, more sacred. Though, for some reason, you seem to despise it thoroughly, milady. teacher told me. Magic exists to bring people happiness. That's something I'm... Oh gosh, it's the child in the background again. Right, Beato really said, only I can kill this family. No one else. Magic exists to bring people happiness. That's something I must myself. That's something I must. Okay. There's something I myself must have been aware of in the past. When I forgot that, I stopped being a witch, and so I lost the right to be Battler's opponent. I can hardly believe it, my lady. Do you actually intend to rescue Jessica?
Oh, thank you. Thank you for the bits, no bunny.
They'll be to learn the mistakes they made. That's true. Do you actually intend to rescue Jessica? It would be dangerous. I know. Even if I do save her, she will become a plaything of the witch's banquet when the door of the Golden Land opens. But even so, that death would be far more compassionate than what that person would do to her. The witch's banquet steals lives in a terrible way, but it does not do so more than once. It does not toy with life and death. However, that person is different. She kills over and over. She kills for fun. There's not even a trace of compassion there. I want to at least save Jessica from that kind of cruel fate. Certainly, by carrying that out, you would probably be praised as a good witch. However, the new Beatrice-sama already views you as hostile, my lady. If you were to be seen by her again, you would not have any method of escape this time, correct? When I reunited George and Shannon, I finally understood what a witch is, and what magic is. I am a witch. I must act as a witch, and I must be acknowledged as Battler's opponent, and make Battler accept me as a witch this time around. The road to that goal may be long and difficult. However, if I do not take a step forward here and now, I won't be able to call myself a witch. I understand your feelings, but how do you plan to rescue her? There are not many forms of magic that your body is capable of now, milady. Did you not have to borrow George's power even back when you revived Shannon? Indeed. And for that very reason, I may be able to save Jessica. Right now, she is begging for Cannon to save her. If I can borrow the power of that emotion, my magic may be able to knock on the door of the land of the dead once again. You may be able to knock. However, you would use up all of your magical energy. If you were to be spotted by the new Beatrice-sama, you would truly be without a method of escape. I am no longer your butler, milady. Understand that I cannot assist you if the situation worsens. I know. By now I have toyed with and taken more lives than I can count, so I may not be able to make up for it, except by saving the same number of lives, bringing them through that door.
I have had nothing to lose in the first place. Let me just stretch really quick.
That was a good stretch.
Also, the bot bringing up my throne link made me remember. I have 2 items on there for my elf too. Okay. I did 2 hydrates. I hydrated twice. Let me see. There we go. Yeah, elf gifts. I have them marked, but they're the Blue's Clues things on there.
Oh no, another one. Oh no.
I am just a gold butterfly who passes its name and magical power on, and who's no longer acknowledged as a witch.
But yeah, they're from the same website as the Garfield crop top.
But yeah, I figured I would add them to the list as well.
What about Battler-sama? You are partway through a game with him. He said that he would wait until you returned. Are you truly satisfied to end it here? You have a duty to return to the seat across from Battler-sama, my lady.
For that very reason, if there's a life that only I can save, I will save it. And I will be accepted as a witch. I must become a witch.
This is training. It is a very childish thing. Nothing that compares with the evils I have committed before now. A skirt for you to wear for your elf or for the...
It's for my elf. The top and skirt are both for my elf. The Garfield top is for me.
Vanish, Ronove. Watch what may be the final magic of a single butterfly who used to be called a witch. Certainly. Please show me your magic. That will not disgrace the name of the Golden Witch. And I pray that it is not your final spell. Go, my friend. If you can find enough ink, write down the story of my foolish life and hand it over to some fool who is about to walk down the same path. So long, Ronove. So that'll wear skirts for me.
One day. One day I'm sure you'll get somebody.
Canon-kun, where are you? Where are you? Help me. Help me. Ah! Lady, I am always there by your side. Canon-kun? Canon-kun? It seemed to Jessica as though she'd heard Canon's voice just then. She looked around with unseeing eyes, but of course she saw nothing. On the contrary, that action caused her head to hit the desk again. Canon-kun? Canon-kun, help me! Help me! Yes, milady. I will help you. Canon-kun? You survived? This time, she thought she heard his voice clearly. Jessica jumped up in surprise, banging her head against the desk once again. Oh no. Lady, please, calm your heart and listen. Unfortunately, I am not alive. Huh? I have already died. However, that witch came to me to tell you of your peril. And she gave me just a little bit of time so that I could save you, milady. Please, calm your heart even more. If you do, my form will become visible even to you, milady. Jessica obeyed those words. She chased all idle thoughts from her head and relaxed her breathing. Of course, her heart felt like it was going to explode after hearing the voice of the one she liked and had thought was dead. She resisted the excitement with all her strength. When she did, she felt as though Canon-kun really was in front of her. No thoughts, head empty, only Canon. She thought, even though she shouldn't have been able to see him with her eyes, she was able to sense him clearly. Can you see me, lady? Yeah, I can see. I can definitely see you, Canon-kun. I exist only as a soul now, so I cannot touch you, milady. I cannot do anything except talk to you like this. With my current weak existence, I can do nothing more than that, but I should be able to be of some aid to you, milady. Canon the uncanon. Only printer thoughts. Only cameras. So, we can only talk? I can't touch you, Canon-kun? I am now more fragile than smoke from a candle. So much so that one of the living such as you were to touch me, I would be wiped away instantly. So please, don't try to touch me, because I am also holding back my desire to touch you, milady. Okay. More importantly, milady, please listen well. The new Golden Witch has a cruel heart. She surely plans to make you meet with a horrible fate. You must escape from this room and hide.
Way. I can't believe this!
No touching the camera. Ow! I can't see anything. Quiet. I will be your eyes, milady. Please move in accordance with my instructions. First, please crawl 3 steps from there, then stand up. You are now under the desk, milady. If you stand there, you'll hit your head. That was under the desk? Okay. 1, 2, 3. I'm gonna stand. Well done. Next, please turn to face towards 9 o'clock. Yes, well done. This is pretty embarrassing. Are you okay? Does your wound hurt?
No, I'm fine. What next?
Jessica thought that it was a dream. She didn't want to make up. And if she were allowed to, she would have wanted to take off the bandage covering her eyes and see him. However, if she did that, Cannon might vanish like frail candle smoke, just like he himself said. She was afraid of that. So she satisfied herself with just listening to his words once more, repressing her desire to see him, to hold him. Therefore, what hurt her eyes now were tears of gratitude. Tears of gratitude for the god, or maybe the witch, who had given her this miraculous moment.
Is this okay? If we keep talking like this, won't we be noticed by her? Won't our voices be heard?
I have erected a secrecy barrier. As long as we don't make any loud noises or speak noisily, no one will notice us. That's why people can't tell when I'm around.
I don't really get it, but anyway, we'll be fine as long as we stay quiet, right? What should I do next?
Please walk 10 steps in that direction. You will touch the sofa. Please continue along that. Do it slowly. Stay calm. Believe in my words.
Sure. It's weird. Even though it's so scary not being able to see, I'm not scared at all if you're with me, Cannon-kun.
Yes, that is the sofa. Trace it to the left while advancing slowly. There is a table just to your left. Be careful not to bump into it with your shins. It was a very, very large and bizarre team effort. Even though she would have been killed in an instant if the terrible witch noticed her, there was no fear in Jessica's heart. She was being protected and guided by Cannon, someone she thought she'd never be reunited with. It would probably be just a momentary miracle. Even so, Jessica was deeply grateful for it. If she hoped for too much, she was sure that he would disappear, so she tried not to ruin this faint miracle. In trying to engrave this moment into her heart for all eternity, she slowly, slowly continued to walk, obeying Cannon's voice. Okay, if you walk 10 more steps, you will exit the servant room. Then please turn to face 9 o'clock and keep walking very slowly. But
Piccola! This is serious.
Put your hand on the wall to the right and keep following that. I will take you to a safe room.
If I go there, will you leave me, Cannon-kun?
Cannon didn't answer, but his lack of an answer was enough to tell her the truth. Then, no way. I don't want to go. If you stay here, you'll be killed by that witch.
I don't mind. If I'm killed, I can go to the world where you are, Cannon-kun.
Milady, please listen to me. The human world is too bright and painful for the dead like me, so I cannot stay for long. So, lady, please allow me to use what time I am allowed to guide you to a safe place, because after that, I will stay with you until my time runs out.
Is that the very best you can manage, Cannon-kun?
Yes. In exchange, I will stay by your side as long as possible. I will stay with you and talk with you, milady.
Talk about what?
What would you want to talk about?
I don't care what, as long as you're willing to tell me, Cannon-kun.
Well then, I will tell you the story of a cowardly servant boy who lacked all courage. The story of a foolish and pitiful boy who fell in love with a young lady as radiant as the sun. Even when the lady confessed those same feelings to him, he lost to his cowardice and was never able to be honest with his feelings while he still lived.
Yes, then I want to tell you a story too. It's a story of a cowardly girl who couldn't muster the courage to tell the boy she loved how she felt, much more often. And the story of that girl, after being reunited with that boy by a miracle from God, used that chance to finally muster up all her courage.
I also want to hear that. So for that reason as well, let us go to a safe place.
Yeah. If I could be with you, Cannon-kun, I would walk however far, however long it took. I don't need eyes anymore.
If you tell me to step forward, I will take that step, even if it leads off a cliff. Thank you. Come, milady. Let us go. The first 10 steps.
Look out, Gordon! Popping boobs up ahead. It's big ones.
I've never heard these stories before. They must not be popular ones. Oh no. No, I don't like it. I won't do it unless you call me Jessica. Understood. Well then, Jessica. Take the first 10 steps. Yes, Canon-kun.
No! It's a very touching scene.
Very quietly, Jessica and Canon slowly snuck out of the servant room. I want to tell the story about a dog named Courage, who's a cowardly dog. Just around the corner, the witch could be seen cruelly looking down at Nanjo's corpse, but she didn't even notice their presence. The naming changes as a lot of... It does. For those of you who are unawares with Japanese ways of speaking, they basically like very much closened their relationship by like being like, no, you call me Jessica instead of milady. Like that stuff is super serious stuff. So like this is basically like, you know, actually accepting being in a relationship and death. However, Ronove, who stood at the ready by her side, met Canon's eyes. Canon thought, oh no, grimacing and blocking Jessica with his back. However, Ronove did not inform his master. He played dumb, just as though he hadn't spotted Canon in the first place. No. Maybe he did appear to chuckle. With a finger on Ronove's hands, which were joined behind his back, a single small gold butterfly appeared, flying in front of Canon as though guiding him. It went unnoticed by the master he served. Canon was surprised at the magic that the butterfly held, because it was far more powerful than the secrecy barrier Canon possessed. He may not have known it, but that power of his had originally been Ronove's. Canon's ability was an imitation of that, which Kinzo had made and given to him. As that butterfly of secrecy magic scattered gold scales, it grew smaller bit by bit. It probably wouldn't last long, but without a doubt, even that would buy them enough time to get them far away from the cruel witch. Especially just Jessica instead of Jessica-sama or Jessica-chan, yeah. Okay, milady. Let's follow that wall and keep walking. Keep going. Keep going.
Yeah, if I can be with you, Canon-kun, I'll keep on going, on and on.
Led and protected by the small gold butterfly, the pair, separated by the wall of life and death, slowly walked away towards the end of the corridor. There was no way that the evil witch could have had magic to notice their flight. Until they disappeared at the other end of the corridor, the witch didn't realize that Jessica had vanished. By the time the gold butterfly Ronove had sent evaporated completely, Jessica had reached the parlor. Even though it had been a quick trip if she'd been able to see, as she was now, it had been a very long adventure. Come, milady. We've reached the parlor. I will now take you to the bundle of curtains by the window. If you hide there, you'll surely be safe.
Inside the curtains. Not bad. I used to hide in there a lot long ago.
Beatrice-sama.
Huh?
Canon called out the witch's name. Jessica looked around in surprise, but she obviously couldn't spot the witch when she couldn't see. Beato had appeared once again with faint form. Canon squared off against the figure of the evil witch, but Beato's expression was soft, or even pitying. I do not know what sort of whim led you to revive me, nor do I understand what you're thinking now.
Oh, it was nothing more than a whim. No, this is how witches should be. It took me 1,000 years to realize that. Now, that is how foolish it is. Who is it? Who's there?
Milady, be quiet. She is the witch, Beatrice. I owe her, because she let me be with you one more time.
The witch... Beatrice. Forget about me. More importantly, you should quickly hide that girl in the shadows of the curtains.
You probably do not have much time left. You may spend it having a final conversation with Jessica. A secret meeting inside a bunch of curtains. How clever you two are. Thank you, Beatrice. Thank you for letting me be with Canon-kun. Jessica didn't know where Beato was, so she said that while facing in the wrong direction. Perhaps because she found that funny, Beato snickered. I will now leave this room with the pair of lovers. Evil witches have no need for tales of love. Allow me to depart. Beatrice-sama. Thank you very much.
There is no need to thank me. You know that something like this cannot compensate for all the evil I have done.
I offer my gratitude to this good witch as a parting gift. I do not know what has happened before or what will happen later. However, at this moment, you are without a doubt a good witch.
You flatter me, Furniture. The next time we meet, I may be an evil witch who doesn't betray your expectations. And with that, farewell.
Beato left the parlor and closed the door, and, mustering the last of her remaining magical power, she sealed the door. The fact that those two had escaped into here would eventually be noticed, and now that the 9th twilight had been reached, no matter how much they struggled, their inescapable fate had already been decided. However, until that final moment, they should be given the chance to speak with each other of their own love, or of their love. The witch poured out all of her magical power to protect their time together, so that no one would be able to defile their time alone until the last possible moment. At that time, Beato noticed something. Her body had been detected by a magical searching technique. The evil witch's furniture had sniffed this place out.
So, boorish is the witch's way of doing things after all. To think that she doesn't even intend to let these two young ones speak together of their love. 45, data received. Checking target, confirmed as the predecessor Lady Beatrice-sama. Analyzing parlor defensive wall. 72-layered, multi-layered defensive wall. Attack-proof barrier and anti-magic armor. Sniping into the parlor will be impossible. Data link to 410. 410, data received. Then we just gotta... The predecessor-sama first, ne? Great, Lady Beatrice, your firing permission, please. Go ahead and shoot. Oh, and avoid her vital areas. There's something I want to ask that old hag.
Yeah, I don't know why. I don't know why it was censored. Oh no.
Oh, no. Anyway. 410, firing.
The Chester sisters' gold bow released a gold snake. It crawled down the corridor, starting from the front of the servant room, aiming for the parlor as it drew a soft, snake-like carved line trajectory. And pierced Beato's chest. Oh no. Gold butterflies gathered, and the cruel witch appeared along with her furniture. No! Predecessor-sama, no further obstructions will be permitted.
I didn't think they would be. Still, the Chiesta sisters really have gotten rusty. To think that they failed to bring me down, and twice at that.
Rondove spoke in a manner befitting the witch's butler. As he pushed her back, or pain aside, Beato grinned and spoke back.
My apologies, predecessor-sama. We were ordered to avoid vital areas. As soon as we got the order, we can pierce you at any time. We can pierce a hole in your ears, a hole in your belly button, any hole you like.
It's a little sus. The gold snake that had pierced Beatrice grew even longer, drawing a funnel-shaped helix and awaiting its next order. It was prepared to pierce a vital spot as soon as the evil witch told it to.
For what reason would someone like you, who is no less brutal than I, make them avoid my vital areas? New Beatrice.
Battler can... I mean, that's what she wants, right?
I wanted to ask you something. I don't know what kind of trick you used to escape, but you thought we took you out, right?
Oh no. Gosh, so much. So much is going on.
Why is that even though you couldn't have escaped by... No! Guys! I wanted to ask you something. I don't know!
Okay, I guess we wait. I guess we wait. Okay. Now I'm in between these two.
No fighting! No fighting!
Okay. Eventually I'll read this dialogue. Start. Oh my gosh, so much is happening. That is how I'm feeling, psych. There's so much going on. Okay, it is my second stretch. Okay.
Oh no! Anyway.
Okay. Oh my gosh. Well, we're close to a hype train. If anybody wants to keep throwing bits at me, we're close to. Naruyo, naruyo. Anta ga suki de, suki de. Dore dake tsuyoi o sakete mo higamanai omoida ga baka mitai. Who wants to participate in the first ever hype train here? Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! We have a hype train! We have a hype train! Sorry, I forgot to zoom in. Oh my gosh, it's my first. We have all this dramatic stuff going on, and then a hype train. Thank you for starting the hype train. Oh gosh! Oh gosh! How many levels are we gonna reach? Man, I'm broke. It's okay. It's okay, Sans. It's okay. Oh gosh. Thank you for gifting a sub to RG Bean. If you are here and not a bot, please thank. Please thank Zyke. I don't know if you were or not. I don't know. But hopefully you were just. Oh my gosh! Thank you for. I don't know what's going on, but thank you. Thank you for gifting a sub. Nobody to Ijuin Ensign. If you are here, please thank you and enjoy the emotes. Oh, you've sent 2 messages. What were your messages? Oh, you were the person that showed up yesterday. We are now in level 2 hype train. I'm so unprepared. What is going on? Thank you, nobody in psych. My goodness. Oh my gosh, warp! My goodness. And this is just after I got my Twitch payout too. Thank you for the 300 biddies from nobody and the 100 from psych. I don't know what to do. I'm gonna dance. We're in a hype train. I don't know what to do. Do. No money for you. Wait, no money for my yard. Oh my goodness. Okay, I'll do it. Is based in dragon build. Okay, let me.
Hey guys,
Callie, I need to ara. Callie, I need to ara. Oh gosh.
Can we not do this?
Well, oh my gosh, I've become a cute cyclops. Da, 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 da. Oh no, Sans got eaten. Okay. I need to do this for Lisa.
Ara.
My goodness, I haven't. My goodness, how? This really is chaos. This really is chaos. Oh my gosh. Oh gosh, I'm just do. I don't remember how Jebel's theme goes. Ever knew? Gosh, where am I going now? I need to make it. I need to make more emotes. That'll be your special emote, psych. I've been working on my model. I've been working on my model. I haven't been working on emotes. I'm lucky to have gotten the cry. This is chaos. Oh my gosh. Thank you for gifting. Thank you for gifting another sub, psych, to neither Nathan. My goodness, I can imagine like a lot of these people have just like never shown up, and it's just like, why do I have this emote? I want it to be level 3. Well, I mean, we're pretty dang close. Oh gosh. I'm just screaming. We got it to level 3. We got it to level 3. My first hype train, and we're just playing. Hello, Majima. Are you proud of me? We have a level 3 hype train. No, I can't believe this. You Aggies are ridiculous. I love you guys. Thank you for the 100 biddies, Lisa. I'm speechless. This reached an acceptable level. Okay. No level 4 or 5. That's okay. Okay. It's my first sub hype train, so so level 3 is really good. Thank you, nobody inside. Welcome back from the abyss. Oh gosh, the scan is broken. The scan is broken. What am I willing to put up with today?
Not fucking this!
Thank you guys a lot. Literally, they just got gifted a sub to Amma. Oh, is Amma streaming right now? That's fun. It's fun. I think that may. I'm really glad I started streaming. You guys are so awesome. Yeah, I'm just play crying. No, I'm not. I'm just me. No, don't bug me. No. on the screen for so long. We need to beat up the streamer emote. What would that even be? Just an egg with a gun. The fact that I have my little, like, here's my YouTube VOD channel, like, the fact that it bonks me every time. It's so silly. Okay. Okay. Now it's Lisa's turn to do a mass donation, right? Send us into level 4 hype train, Lisa. But anyway, we'll continue. We'll continue with the story once the hype train has ended. No, I don't mean that seriously. I mean, I will continue once the hype train is gone. That part's serious, but like, no, I don't want to. Happy 5-hour mark, right? Pretty much. Okay, we got it. We got a few seconds of the hype train left. Oh, I'm so wavy. I'm so wavy. I received a level 2 hype train emote. Isn't that swell? Now someone buy that Steve Twitter sweater on throne. Man, what are the emotes? Oh, they're kind of cute. Little hugging slots. Kind of cute. 4 subs and... Oh, goodness. You guys are so awesome. Okay. We'll continue on. We'll continue on with the story. Okay.
I wanted to ask you something. I don't know what kind of trick you used to escape, but we thought you took you out, right? Why is it that even though you could have escaped by hiding, you took the risk of appearing again? It can't be that you came back just to protect those 2 young people, right? Well, who knows? And just a second ago, why did you do something as soft as reviving the lovers and reuniting them? The more I hear about you, the more I learn that I don't even reach up to your feet as an incarnation of evil. If you're like that, why did you suddenly start acting so mildly? That's what I wanted to ask. No. Have fun with the lyric, Lisa. I am brutal, therefore I am fickle. What purpose could questioning that possibly serve? Chester sisters, sew her. When she ordered that, the gold snake that was curled in a helix and suspended in space moved as fast as the real snake going after its prey and pierced Beato's body multiple times from both sides, its gold tail drawing an X shape. It's okay, Lisa. As the cruel witch had ordered, it drew a cross-stitch through Beato's chest. The gold thread made a squeaking sound and tormented Beato. Oh gosh, I hate when thread makes the squeaking sound. Ugh. Ooh. Rather than a gold snake searching for its prey, it waited for orders like a sewing needle ready to sew Beato. If it's you we're talking about, there's no way it could have been a whim. I've heard about you, and I've learned. You're such an incarnation of evil that I don't Pardon me, gosh dang it. You're such an incarnation of evil that I don't even rise up to your feet. And I thought I was truly a fitting successor to you. But you've always been in the way. You always say warm and pleasant things that shock me. What changed you? You explored the depths of evil for 1,000 years. And I let you live because I wanted to know what happened to make you change so much.
Gotta love those cry proofs. Yeah.
If you really want to know, then I suggest you waste 1,000 years as well. So.
Beato's chest was once again sewn with a golden cross-stitch. It tightened once again, squeezing fresh blood from Beato's chest. The intense pain it caused ran in conflict with its beauty to the eye.
You might be one of those things that disappear when they die and don't leave a corpse. So I'll kill you slowly. But if you answer my questions honestly, I'll let you die easy. I'll give you a splendid, gorgeous death, perfect for my predecessor, Soma. I'll sink you in a coffin that's filled with water and roses. Isn't that wonderful? And you still won't talk about the reason of your change of heart? Not answering when she is asked is another one of the evil witch's pleasures. So, twice. Of course, you don't have to answer. After all, that way I get to torture you. The endless magic truly is wonderful. When you think about it, this world is limited in every way. The endless cannot exist in the human world, because gods are without limits. The human world is deprived of all limitlessness, so that they can even be looked down upon. So in other words, this endless power is the power of the gods. A wonderful power where the more you play with it, the more fun ways of playing you find. You used that power as you pleased for 1,000 years and went on a rampage. Why are you having a change of heart only now? You aren't gonna say you regret handing it over to me, are you?
Just punches her.
How could I regret it? And the endless magic you believe in is no magic at all. The true magic lies in the deep abyss that you most certainly cannot reach. And this is what you realized? Then what is it? Wonder for about 1,000 years without realizing, foolish witch. So, 3 times this time.
Beato's chest had been embroidered with a gold thread. It tightened even more, causing Beato more and more pain.
Well, that's fine. I'm no longer curious about what kind of revelations an old hag who refuses to die might have had. I'm bored now, so I'll just kill you. If I do, the barrier around the parlor will dissolve. Then I'll torture Canon and Shannon to death a whole bunch of times. Being able to have 2 lovers as my toys at the same time sounds pretty fun, right? Killer.
Without missing by a millimeter, the gold sewing thread shot through Beato's heart. That intense pain was worse than all of the pain before that put together. Beato finally remembered the actual feeling of dying, which he had forgotten over the course of 1,000 years. But she couldn't die. She must not die. If she died, it would mean handing over the 2 in the parlor to the cruel witch, so she definitely couldn't die. She resolutely refused to die. New Beatrice, I have a request. The lovers' meeting between the 2 in the parlor will not last long. In the amount of time an hourglass can measure, Ken will probably vanish into the land of the dead. Would you please allow them at least that much time?
No way! Isn't tearing apart 2 who love each other fun? You said it yourself. So I wanna try it.
In that case, I mustn't allow you that pleasure. Yes, it can be fun tearing apart lovers.
Really? I'm sure it is fun. So don't get in my way. So more. So. 410, understood.
So confirmed that this Beatrice did actually live for 1,000 years.
Yeah.
The merciless gold sewing needle sewed the gold thread through Beato's heart over and over again. However, no matter how much it tightened, that heart did not stop.
This isn't nearly enough. I won't die by something like this. What are you doing? Make this old hag shut up. Kill her quickly. We're killing her. Even though we've sewn her heart in place several times, this person's heart won't stop. Are you immortal?
Of course not. I've handed the endless over to you. My heart will not beat many more times. However, if by making it beat just once more, I can give the 2 in this room a bit more time, I'll continue that resistance for all eternity.
So, keep sewing until her heart stops moving.
Gosh, this scene is so flashy.
Why doesn't she die? It's impossible. She should be making that noise. Why isn't her heart stopping? Even though it's been sewn in place. Who cares? We'll make the heart explode from the inside, yeah. How pitiful. You could have died clear and cleanly if you hadn't resisted us.
Gosh. As they said that, even though the gold needle and thread made round trips over and over again, Beato still didn't die. The cruel witch eventually grew pale at how bizarre that was.
What in the world are you?
Beatrice, how much you won't do the oof. You probably can't understand. Even I didn't understand. And yet, somehow or another, it seems that this is true magic. In other words, I have now become it. I have become a true witch.
Fixing explosion center in heart interior. Fuse preparations ready. Explode.
Oh, damn. There was a terrible sound, and gold leaf was scattered around the area, along with a cloud of gold butterflies. Beato's chest had opened wide from the inside, and from that gold butterflies and gold leaf poured out, staining the surrounding area gold. Then, Beato's flesh crumpled. Like a puppet whose strings had been cut, she crouched down and crumpled. However, a gold heart tied by gold threads floated in the air and continued to beat.
What the?
Must go to a luau. We'll see you later. Be safe.
Okay, have fun at the luau, nobody. Monster! Eve!
When the Chiester sisters saw that, they fell on their butts in shock. Somehow, even though Beato had become nothing more than a heart, it still kept beating, continuing to protect the barrier to the parlor. It was an immeasurably vast magical power, impossible to measure. In other words, endless.
I'm the Endless Witch, right? Why is this old hag still alive after all this? Chiester sisters, smash that heart, quickly! It's impossible. My apologies. We can't do it.
Indeed, it will probably be impossible. No number of people could crush that heart, and certainly not the soldiers who serve under His Highness the Dragon King. What?
In that case, an endless witch like me should be able to crush it, right? My power is that of a god.
I'm afraid to say that your power cannot leave a single wound on the endless Beatrice-sama.
Just what do you mean by that?
Just as there can be no light without knowledge of the shadows, there can be no infinite without knowing of the finite. Before Milady Beatrice's true endless power, your frail magic is quite lacking.
What is that? Ah!
The cruel witch was surprised and stepped back. It was thinner than a lace curtain, but Beato's form, no, Beatrice's form was still standing there. Even after being laid bare so tragically like this, she refused to let evil through that door. At that time, a shadow just as thin as Beatrice stood behind her. It was Canon. Oh. Beatrice-sama, thank you very much. I won't forget what you've done for us. I'll hear those words of yours once the number of my blessings has surpassed the number of grievances I have caused. Was that long enough? Yes, truly. Thank you very much. And Beatrice-sama, you have also done enough. Please, be at peace. Is that so? Is this enough?
What's going on? Why are you guys calling that old hag Beatrice? Beatrice is my name, right? It's gotta be, since I'm the new Golden Witch and Endless Witch, right?
How rude. How dare you claim Beatrice-sama's name? I'm afraid to say that the name of Beatrice-sama belongs to the one crowned as the Endless Witch. Right now, you are the predecessor.
What did you say?
Farewell, Canon. I'm sure I'll see you soon enough. In a new nightmare. In the nightmare of a new light, I will once again be your companion, Beatrice-sama. with that, if you would excuse me. Shortest lived tenor of the Endless Witch, right? Cannon's form grew faint, and he disappeared into thin air. After watching him go, Beatrice's form also grew faint, and before disappearing, it slumped over onto the floor. Then, there was a splat. The golden heart that had been floating in midair lost its sparkle, and became blood-stained flesh, and fell to the ground. How frail it was. It was ragged and full of holes, but until a moment ago it had sparkled so much, had continued to beat so forcefully. That heart still just barely managed to beat. However, it was only a matter of time before it stopped. Beatrice, whose form had become fragile and faint like incense smoke, laid on the floor, steadily watching her own heart. There, the cruel witch could be seen.
What do you mean, endless? Aren't you actually collapsed in a heap right there? How can there be finite infinity? That's a contradiction. It couldn't exist. This is the limit of your magic. The endless is better than the finite.
Beatrice no longer even had the will to respond. No, on the contrary, it was doubtful that the words of the cruel witch even reached her ears.
If you're a real endless witch, try standing up. How's it going? You can't stand, can you? Why do you think you can't stand? It's because you aren't the endless witch.
The cruel witch poked Beatrice's heart with her fingernail. Beatrice had no words with which to respond to the provocation. However, instead of words, she returned a single expression. It felt humiliating only to the cruel witch, because she had gently curved her mouth and smiled. But it refused. Footsteps were approaching that place. There was no way she had misread it. That rough squeaking of heels was the sound of Battler's footsteps. Battler, is it? After talking so much, I ended up like this. I've been trying to become the true witch you talked about, in my own way. Yeah, I was watching. Wait, what did I misread? Hey, have I been able to become a witch? Have I earned the right to become your opponent? Will you kiss me? On the mouth? It's useless. Battler said it unbelievably bluntly. As Beatrice breathed painfully, she saw this and sneered at herself, as though she should have expected it. I see. Yes, the road to becoming a true witch will be much, much longer than this. However, I will not surrender. Just like you never surrendered to my torture, I will definitely become a true witch and be accepted as your opponent. Yeah, it's useless. It's all useless. You aren't my opponent. You're my girlfriend. The cruel witch raised her foot high. Below it was Beatrice's frail heart.
Die, you old hag! Let's see how endless you are when you've been crushed to a pulp. I'm the witch, Majima. No! I'm the golden witch, Beatrice. Die!
Is it gonna be blocked? It's useless. It's all useless! Save her, Battler.
What is this? Where is this?
Get in your seat. Beato isn't my opponent. You are.
Battler? What kind of magic is this? Who cares? It doesn't matter. Chester sisters. 45, understood. Attacking everywhere. 410, understood. Die, Battler.
The Chester sisters each readied their own golden bows and fired golden arrows. The two only pulled the bowstring together when using precision guidance. If they were fighting against an enemy before their eyes, they fired their bows at the same time, and their might did not suffer in the slightest. The magic of the fourth wall. Just yoink!
It was deflected? There's no barrier. It was deflected by resistance alone. 45 target analysis. 45, understood. Huh? What? Did I break down? Am I insane? Anti-magic resistance power endless 9. Even mythical class magic attacks won't be effective against the target.
Golden bow warheads could penetrate any magical armor through reciprocal corrosion. When one tried to block them with anti-magic resistance power, even 8 digits were not sufficient to prevent their penetration. By the way, even famous gods that appear in myths rarely reach as high as 9 digits. For that reason, 9 digits were enough to measure pretty much all sensible values. Battler had buried all 9 of those digits with 9s. Yo. Battler is the most powerful character in Smash Bros, right? Probably. That 8 digits was near Beatrice's powers. How foolish. When Battler-sama gets serious, magical arrows and the like aren't enough to make it, or to even make his hair tremble. The Chester sisters dropped their golden bows in shock. To Battler himself, it was as though a pair of dragonflies had flown past his shoulder. What are you doing? Is that some kind of game?
Monster!
Stay back, small fries. Get in your seat, fake witch. I'll tear off that mask of yours.
Eek!
The Chester sisters couldn't hide their fear at Battler's ferocity, and they backed up as though they'd been struck. Beatrice watched the scene in shock. Battler? What is this supposed to be? Just like you see, you aren't my opponent. She is. That imposter over there who's using your name. I'm fighting against a witch. I face off against an opponent who claims to be a witch, and I deny witches by defeating them. I've seen more than enough of your arrogance. Then Battler's eyes grew as sharp as blades as he stared down the cruel witch. What are you calling magic? What are you calling witches? You're no witch. I'll rip that mask off and tear it to shreds! Virgilia, get ready to fight. Yo. Right. Like, Beato is just like, Battler, I already had a crush on you. Like twirling her hair, like, stop. Let's see. Broski had a totem of a dying. Understood. Preparations are complete, so go whenever you are ready. Beatrice, stay back and rest.
Indeed.
Beato looked at Battler timidly. She still hadn't been acknowledged as his opponent. Was she qualified to watch the game board from the sidelines? Beato, stay back and watch. I'll tear it off. I'll thoroughly dismantle this fake witch. I won't let anyone like this call themselves a witch. You protected the honor of true witches. You don't need to say anything. On your behalf, I'll teach her that the name of the Golden Witch definitely isn't that cheap.
Battler.
Those are the general rules.
Thank you, Ronove. I get most of the rules now. I see. You can't win with magic, so you came to face off with me in a world where victory is decided by something other than magic. Foolish people. Do you really think you can win against me with twisted logic?
Yeah, I do. I'll crush all of your twisted logic, Aunt Ava.
I'm not Aunt Ava. That is the name of the old shell I shed. I am a true witch born inside of her.
Don't try to trick me. Your true form isn't a witch or anything like that, but a flesh and blood human. The human culprit, Ushinomiya Ava. Virgilia, reconstruct to the second twilight. Understood. On the second twilight, Rosa and Maria were killed in the Rose Garden. We began by applying the Ava culprit theory for that case.
Huh? Ridiculous. Come, arise, try to remember. What form did Ushinomiya Hideyoshi have?
What? What's this supposed to be? It's a summoning of the dead. A witch can easily bring even the dead up to the stand for testimony. On the opposing side, a transparent Uncle Hideyoshi was summoned. Talk about convenient. He looked as though he couldn't see what was going on here, almost like a person on the other side of the TV.
Witness summons Ushinomiya Hideyoshi's testimony. Come, Hideyoshi, speak.
I was taking care of Ava in our room the whole time. Of course, Ava didn't leave the room. Aunt Ava, around here, testimony isn't read isn't worth anything. I demand that he repeats it again in red.
Oh yeah, that's right. Sure, I'll say it in red. I was in the room the whole time, for the whole stretch of time surrounding the crime.
See? Look. That makes it impossible for Ava to be the culprit, right?
How will you counter this?
Ridiculous. That move's so lame I could yawn. Beato never used such childish tricks, not even once.
Battler.
Repeat it! Aunt Ava was also in the room for the whole stretch of the time surrounding the crime. Uncle Hideyoshi was just there to create an alibi. He made him stay in the room and stealthily snuck out. If that isn't true, this guy should be able to say so in red.
I refuse to repeat it. Hideyoshi's evidence is sufficient. There's no need for me to repeat that, right?
She has refused. You need show no mercy. This is check. Yeah, I'll take it. This opponent's slow. Check! Maybe Uncle Hideyoshi didn't leave the room the whole time, but saying he was taking care of you the whole time is a bright red lie! Therefore, no alibi exists for you. You had a chance to slip out of the room and kill Aunt Rosa and Maria. If you think you can dodge that, try proclaiming it in red that Aunt Ava didn't take a step outside of her room. You can't, right? Checkmate!
What the hell? I don't get it.
Sorry, Aunt Ava. Even if you aren't used to the rules, beating your opponent down with all your strength is how this game is played. Right, Beato?
Indeed.
The witch side resigns. Let us continue on to the next game. Next is the 4 through 6 Twilights. It seemed as though the witch still didn't understand how to make a winning move, and she lost her composure in irritation. She was probably also angry that a shot had been taken at her while she still didn't get what was going on. However, I won't go easy on her at all. Just like she didn't go easy on the victims at all, I won't go easy on her! Virgilia, next crime. Let's reconstruct the case with Dad and the rest. Understood. 3 people, Rudolph, Kei, and Hideyoshi, went to the mansion and were killed there. My move won't change. And Ava, you are the culprit. This time, you won't even have an alibi from Uncle Hideyoshi. You claim that you were sleeping in that room all by yourself, but that's not true. If you can claim it in red, just try it.
I refuse. So tell me, Ava is just a woman, and the people who died in there are 3 adults with 2 guns, right? How did she kill them all by herself? How did she do it with those stakes as weapons? Like everyone keeps asking, how is this stake shooting device constructed? Explain that! Unless you can explain that even if Ava doesn't have an alibi, that doesn't mean that this was possible for her to commit the murders.
I refuse to explain. It's a devil's proof. Just because I can't explain it doesn't deny the existence of an unknown murder technique or maybe an unknown weapon. In short, even if I can't explain how the stake shooting device is constructed, that doesn't prove that it doesn't exist!
What the hell? Does this ridiculousness even count?
Your devil's proof is valid.
Agreed. It's a valid devil's proof.
Battler-kun can claim that a stake shooting device exists without bearing the responsibility of explaining how it is constructed. The witch side cannot object to this move.
Not bad. How pushy.
Well, there's this ill-natured witch who trained me well. This is check, okay? Try saying it in red that Aunt Ava didn't take a step outside of that room. That's right, you shouldn't be able to say it. If you can't say it, it's over. Checkmate!
That's so irrational. This is messed up.
Those are the rules of this game. How about some black tea first? And some delicious cookies as well.
I don't need all that. This pisses me off. So you fight like a coward just because you can't win with magic?
Don't get irritated. Drink some black tea or something. I'll take mine straight. What about you, Beato?
I'm fine. More importantly, Battler, don't let your guard down. Your opponent is very unfamiliar with the rules. This will only really start once your opponent gets a gist of it.
But I'll crush her. I'll thoroughly crush her, because she isn't a witch. If I accept her as a witch, all your stubbornness will count for nothing. I don't care what kind of irrational argument or twisted logic I have to use. I'll crush her with all of my heart and soul. For you, Beato. Battler's side then stuck with the Ava's culprit theory to explain Klaus and Natsuhi, the 7th and 8th Twilights, in the exact same way. Nuh-uh, I have a paradox force field. Nah, I have a paradox force field destroyer, right? At the time, there had been no one on the first floor except for Ava and the victims. As before, no one could establish an alibi for Ava. Back then, Ava had claimed that they disappeared while she was in the bathroom. But there was nothing to support that, and the witch side couldn't repeat it in red either. Using the same style of arguments as that question regarding the stake shooting machine, the witch side asked once more how Ava could have strangled both of them at the same time all by herself. But of course, Battler splendidly counterattacked by refusing to explain because of the devil's proof. Under the storm and stress of Battler's spirit, the witch's side was completely swallowed up, having to resign 3 times during the short period of time she had to grasp the rules. Just imagine, like, just bringing a child to a chess match and just immediately checkmating her. Where it's just like, wait, I don't know the rules. What is your proof? I made it up.
Huh. I see. I'm finally starting to get the knack of it. I won't let you have things your way anymore. This time, let me take the initiative. Ronove, reconstruct the 4th through 6th Twilights. Pick out Ushinomiya Kirei. For now, let me return to the murders of Rudolph, Kirei, and Hideyoshi during the 4th through 6th Twilights.
What is she thinking? Why would she return once more to a situation where she's lost? I see. This is an unusual attack, and one you do not use. Be careful.
At the time, the survivors were barricaded in the guest house. They didn't have food, but out of concern for their safety, they were at least prepared to go without eating until the next day. However, in the end, 3 of them went out for food.
And that's right. In the end, 3 people went outside to get food.
It's a pain, so I'll add some in red and say it. Kirei didn't think that they needed food. Since going without food for about a day wouldn't kill them, she claimed that she should not leave the guest house. And yet, she herself suggested that they leave the guest house to get food. Isn't that a contradiction?
Yes, a spectacular contradiction. A contradiction exists in Kirei's pattern of behavior.
That contradiction was created by me with magic. In other words, I controlled Kirei using magic and made her say that to lure the sacrifices outside.
Ridiculous! There's no way that kind of magic exists.
It's a devil's proof, right? Just because you don't know about the magic doesn't exist its existence, doesn't deny its existence. And I don't bear the responsibility of acting out that magic for you. And yet, you have even less room to counter this argument. I wonder if it's okay to fight this way.
Yes, it is truly a spectacular move. Battler-senpai, your response, if you please. That's a weird strategy she's taking. So, just what is this? She has placed a piece attacking Ushinomiya Kirei's pattern of behavior. As has already been explained, Kirei's pattern of behavior had her saying that they should not go outside or head to the mansion in order to get food, and yet she herself took the initiative, taking the contradictory action of going out to get food. Unless you can explain this contradiction, she will use this violent move to claim that magic was the cause. Well, that's probably what Kirei thought in the beginning. But she probably thought through a few things midway, then changed her mind and decided that food really was necessary. It'd be bad if, when things got rough, they were so hungry that they had no energy and, well... She's claiming that this change of heart was due to magic. In short, while it might be extremely difficult, you might explain the reason for Kirei's change of heart. What are you talking about? Or what are you saying? You're talking about the inside of Kirei-san's head, right? Can I also summon Kirei-san's ghost and question her? Beato, can't you call Kirei-san here or something? She cannot. That is a move permitted only to the witch side. Sorry. She was probably, thinking of us kids and, on the whole, thought that food was necessary and... You must present your claim through objective means. You'll need concrete proof that Kirei changed her mind and decided that food really was necessary for some specific reason. For example, if someone heard her say that, or if it was written down somewhere.
Too bad. The reason she changed her mind was not passed on to anyone, nor was it written down. Therefore, you can only speculate as to what was inside Kirei's mind. So it's impossible to explain. You don't have a single counter to my move. Isn't it your turn to resign now, Battler-kun?
It is possible to hypothesize eventually as to the reason behind her change of heart, and it is impossible to crush all of those endless possibilities. A detestably spectacular move. If Battler-sama were to have a method of countering, it could probably only be that move.
What move is that?
Well, I wonder what kind of move it could be. I have the feeling that it was Milady's specialty, but I cannot remember.
Quit being stingy and tell me.
Beatrice, no answers will be given to those who stop thinking for themselves. Think. Think in your own way. Because magic exists. Just because the magic existence exists, it doesn't exist. Wait.
Why don't you resign right now? And I'll corner you even more with Red. Until the last instant before she died, Kirei's behavior pattern of not going to get food equals not going to the mansion was maintained. And yet she took the initiative and headed towards the mansion. She was pushing a cart ready to carry food. Why the contradiction? Because I controlled her with magic. This is proof that my magic exists and that I am a witch.
Shut the heck up! Are you saying that she never even changed her mind? That the whole time until she died, Kirei-san thought we don't need food and we won't go to the mansion. Then why did she step forward herself and say that they should go to the food and get to the mansion? Are you saying that Kirei-san was being controlled with magic? That's stupid! How should I break through this magic? If only Kirei were here and just told us the reason behind her change of heart. No, I've already been told and read that she never even changed her mind. What should I do? There's no move that the human side can counter with.
The more I learn about this game, the more advantageous rules seem the rules seem for the witch, right? Even if I lose in a lot of areas, if I can win in just one, that alone can display the existence of a witch. In other words, Battler-kun has no way of denying witches other than a complete victory. How truly funny that even though you thought you could corner me and call me Ava, it's all been spun around by nothing more than the inside of your respected Kirei-san's head, right? Just do it! Resign! If only you just accept it! If only you just lose!
Damn it! It's impossible for a human to prove. I can't do anything but guess at what the dead were thinking when they acted. Furthermore, I can't deny the magic based on the conjecture alone. To break through it, I need objective proof as to why Kirei had a change of heart. But damn it, it's been said and read that no proof exists as to why she changed her mind and wanted food. What should I do? Damn it! Damn it! Battler-sama, is this your resignation? Not going to get food equals not going to the mansion. But then how should I understand Kirei's thoughts which actually do contradict each other?
You can't understand. It's impossible to understand and impossible to interpret. That darkness is all of the witch. Come on, it's useless to think, so quit, okay? You just can't deny witches. After all, I exist right here. I am the Golden Witch. I stole that name from the former witch over there. You can't deny that I am Beatrice.
Damn it! You have no right to use that name! And yet, I can't think of a move to deny it. Battler could no longer counter this witch, who was laughing insanely in triumph. He didn't want to give up, but no move appeared. He ground his teeth, making fists with both hands. But even so, he couldn't think of a brilliant counterattack. Battler-sama, your time limit is over. So will you resign?
Does he have an idea? How will Battler get out of this?
Okay, real quick, I'm a BRB. I gotta do something real quick. Just be like a minute, maybe two. But just be real quick, okay? Okay, just give me a second. I'm officially a big shot. Scared? Why? Hey, Rachel, I wanna take your eyes, your peepers. Oh, Rachel, your peepers are so beautiful, but they're stricken with fear, reduced to such dullness. It saddens me. Show me the true beauty of your eyes. Will awakening from the nightmare restore the beautiful tranquility of that blue moon in your peepers? Oh no! Oh no! I thought I fixed that. Oh no! That's right, baby. All points, no quills, no pillows. Looks. He pissed on my wires.
See, I'm already back. It was very, very short. Let me see. Okay. I'm sorry! I'm sorry! I'm sorry! I'm sorry! Don't fight me! Don't fight me! Okay, I'm sorry. The human side has no move in response. It will resist. Wait! There is a counter.
What did you say?
Huh? What kind of move could possibly exist, Predecessor-sama?
Oh no. Yeah, no commands. That commands list is kind of small.
Won't you tell me what kind of move can deny this magic of Beatrice's? You can't. It's impossible.
If the proposition that not going to get food equals not going to the mansions cannot be explained by itself, I will explain it with the contraceptive. In short, you can also explain it with she still went to the mansion equals she had a goal other than food. This is less than my specialty, Hempel's Raven, than it is Battler's specialty, chessboard thinking. Huh? What'd I say?
What'd I say? What are you non me for? What'd I do?
Was that not the word? Oh, contrapositive. Oops. If it was impossible for Gray to have gone through the mansion. I'm doing my best, okay? I mean, Battler and Beatrice are gonna need protection eventually, right? It is impossible for Kay to have gone to the mansion with food as a goal. Then we can only explain it by saying she had another reason that got her to go outside despite that. In other words, if we can prove that she had such a goal, we can defeat this magic. I see. So, she didn't go to the mansion with food as a goal, but she had a different goal. And she said that she wanted to go and get food in order to disguise her real goal. True enough, it might be possible to find an explanation that way, but how? No, they won't be having many children. I mean, I guess that's their prerogative. Teacher, reconstruct the scene of Kay's death. We cannot summon a ghost, but inspecting the corpse ought to be a right allowed to the human side. Yes, there is no problem. I shall reconstruct the scene where Ushinomiya Kirei died. We cannot call Kirei's ghost here, but by finding out what Kirei left behind, we may be able to use that as a weapon.
Fine, search as much as you want. There's no way you can learn anything. I just saw it and said it and read a short while ago. Kirei did not leave anything written down. No matter what you find, how could you possibly figure anything out?
We may find nothing, but Battler is grinding his teeth, fighting to think of a move to break through you. This is all I can do. Beatrice landed on her feet in the reconstructed hall, approached Kirei's corpse, and wandered around, observing. I am completely clueless when it comes to fighting on the human side. We need to find evidence, right? Then what should I search for?
The great Lady Beatrice is getting down on her knees and crawling around, and she's even indiscreetly searching a corpse. That look suits you.
Say whatever you wish. I cannot do any more than this. I care not how I am despised. However, I cannot throw Battler away, as he is fighting for my honor. Even if I must crawl on the ground and search through dead flesh, I must answer to that responsibility. Bathed in the witch's sneers, Bito searched through Kirei's corpse. She fished through the pockets, taking what was out inside out and laying it on the floor. Laid on the floor was a handkerchief, tissue, a key to her house, the stub of a boat ticket, a lighter, a cigarette butt, and a single 100 yen coin. There was no special suspicious object. Although Beato was down on all fours and being sneered at, that was all that she could find. Neil's magic power of summoning twice the amount of words. Love letters a word actually has.
Wait. What's with that seedy-looking trash? How do you think you could break my magic with this stuff? Worthless, worthless. Are you a moron? How can you be so lame and right after you cut in between us, talking so tough? Ah, how pathetic. How embarrassing. If only you would just give up and die.
The witch fell over laughing, lambasting Beato. Beato hung her head, trying to withstand the shame. Milady, are you finished with your inspection? Indeed. I will not find any more than this. Can you make any counters from this evidence? If not, then the human side must resign.
Obviously, you don't have any room to argue back. I am a witch. You cannot break through my magic. You're no longer anything but a former witch. A loser who isn't even allowed to take the name Beatrice anymore. Come on, pile up as much trash and rubbish as you like and just try to break my magic. You can't, right? You can't, can you? And why is that? It's because I'm a witch. It's because you're just a loser without a name.
Do the thing. Something should be here. I won't lose heart. I will not lose heart, no matter how much I am sneered at. Battler is fighting for my honor. For the sake of his honor, I must not lose heart. As Beato held back tears at the words of humiliation she was being showered with, she tried to find if Kirei was holding something else, to find something that could save Battler from his plight, searching earnestly. However, nothing more came up. Damn it. Please, Ushinomiya Kirei, you must save your son from his plight. Please, after death, lend me power for his sake. However, Kirei's body did not answer. It was only natural that a corpse would remain silent. No dead person existed that would answer Beato, who had lost the endless magic.
It's pointless, pointless, pointless! Toying with the dead is a privilege only for witches. For you, who is neither a witch nor even a human, no one exists who will lend a hand. You will be alone for all eternity. You have no witch or human allies, and no one will save you. If that's frustrating, why don't you cry? If only you just apologize, saying, I'm sorry, I'm so useless.
Sorry, Battler. I couldn't help you at all. No, that's enough. Thanks, Beato. I won't waste your efforts. I don't need counseling. Just consoling, rather. And just how could you possibly argue back with this pile of rubbish? Just how could you possibly strike back with this rubbish I scraped together while she sneered at me? In front of Beato, who was still crawling on all fours and hitting the pile of objects Kirei had left behind with her fist, Battler also crouched. And after patting her on the shoulder in thanks, he moved that hand to the ground, picked up the cigarette butt, and held it over his head. Cigarette butt? What are you trying to say with that trash? Kirei-san doesn't smoke. But Kirei also had a lighter on her. True, she didn't have an actual box of cigarettes, but at a glance it naturally looked as though Kirei had a smoking habit. Dad smoked, but Kirei didn't. But she did walk around with just a lighter to light Dad's cigarettes.
So what? If the husband smoked, even if the wife didn't, it wouldn't be strange for her to be holding a cigarette. Maybe she just picked up the cigarette butt of her husband who had a bad smoking manners? What are you trying to say? What does this have to do with my magic? Nothing at all.
I'll say more. This is a different brand of cigarette than my dad smokes. Sorry, Beato. Could you look in the pockets of Dad's corpse, too? Indeed. You mean this? Checking the brand. The brand is different from the cigarette butt. The cigarette butt Kirei is holding is not of the same brand that Rudolph smokes.
And so what? Maybe Kirei is a good girl who likes things to be clean, so she couldn't leave a fallen cigarette butt alone and picked it up. I wouldn't, though.
Beato. Sorry, but one more time, please. Uncle Hideyoshi's pockets. In this family, only Dad and Hideyoshi smoke cigarettes. It's here. Is this it? Beato found a cigarette box in Hideyoshi's pocket, took a single one out, and held it up. Checking the brand. We acknowledge that the cigarette butt is the same brand that Hideyoshi smokes.
And so what? How can you break my magic because you found Hideyoshi's cigarette butt in Kire's pocket?
That's right. This cigarette butt is a message from Kire-san. No. This cigarette butt itself is the reason that Kire-san left the guest house. Bieto, thank you. If you hadn't found this, I would have given up here. Virgilia! Reconstruct the situation. The guest house after it came to light that Aunt Rosa and Maria had been killed in the second twilight. Understood. Reconstructing now. After Rosa and Maria's deaths, the remaining survivors rechecked all the doors and windows in the mansion. They constructed a barricade. They reconfirmed that their defenses were solid.
There's nothing suspicious about that at all. What are you trying to say? Why are you bringing up the second twilight when you were talking about the fourth twilight and after?
Dad carried a portable cigarette butt holder with him. I'm finally certain to see why Kire-san went out of her way to put the cigarette butt in her own pocket. It was because that cigarette butt meant something. That cigarette butt was itself a message left by Kire-san for us.
Then let's hear it. How do you plan to deny me with that single cigarette butt?
As we've heard, after the second twilight, an inspection was done on all the rooms in the guest house. At that time, Kire-san found something that shouldn't exist in a place where it shouldn't be. Something that shouldn't exist? What do you mean by that? It's this. The cigarette butt. This was set in the ashtray from the guest room that Uncle Hideyoshi was in.
What? What's wrong with there being a cigarette butt in an ashtray? Are you sure there isn't something wrong with your head?
Aunt Ava hated smoking. There's no way there'd be a cigarette butt there while Aunt Ava was sick and sleeping. However, there was a cigarette butt in the ashtray. When she saw that, Kire-san noticed immediately. Uncle Hideyoshi was lying. She realized that Aunt Ava hadn't really been sleeping, and that she'd snuck out of the room. Repeat it! This cigarette butt was crushed out in the ashtray of the room where Aunt Ava and Uncle Hideyoshi were resting.
I refuse!
I finally got it. Thank you, Bieto.
Was I of some use?
Yeah, you were. Tear up. Or tear it. We'll tear the mask off of this fake witch. From that cigarette butt, Kire realized that Hideyoshi was creating an alibi for Ava's sake. Hideyoshi had been tasked with watching over the room to create an alibi, and during that time he was unable to withstand the tension it smoked. Then, Kire had confessed to Rudolph. She confessed that there was a good chance Ava was the culprit and Hideyoshi was the accomplice. Next, Kire-san proposed that they go get food. She then asked Uncle Hideyoshi to lend a hand. This could only mean one thing. Kire-san planned to isolate Uncle Hideyoshi and question him about the truth. Your Hempel's raven is valid. Unless the witch side counters this move, the existence of magic that supposedly controlled Kire has been denied. I'm too smooth-brained. Yeah, same.
What did you say? I deny it. I deny it. I deny it anyway. I deny it. It wasn't me. No. It wasn't Ushinomiya Ava. Ava was sleeping in her room.
Then try saying it. Yeah, you can't say it. You can't say it this time either. Repeat it. At that time, Ushinomiya Ava did not take a step outside her room.
What the hell is that? I'm the one who was attacking, right? Why am I the only one being attacked now? When did offense and defense get reversed? I'm the one questioning you, right? The witch, me, so why?
Again. Repeat it. Ushinomiya Ava did not leave the room. There's no way you can say it. Checkmate! Does the witch side have more in response? There cannot be one. There is no truth that can be accepted from a false witch dressed up with truths and falsehoods. You aren't qualified to call yourself a real witch. You aren't the Golden Witch. You are a human. Ushinomiya Ava! Absolutely decimated. Ratioed. The witch howled. Her entire body was burned with the tremendous heat that denied her own magic and existence, and she let out a howl like a dragon. How dare someone else give you magic powers against your will? Right? Her body flickered repeatedly, flashing as though Ava's figure and the witch's figure overlapped. Bro's going Super Saiyan, right? However, that yell was sucked into the flicker, making it return to the original form of the cruel witch.
Sure. If you want to call me Ushidamiya Eva, then go ahead and do that. That's right. I actually can't repulse all moves related to Ushidamiya Eva being the culprit. I may have been dragged down from the position of Golden Witch, and you might call me Ushidamiya Eva now. But you know what? That by itself doesn't mean that witches and magic have been denied. I'll teach you starting now. I'll teach you that I'm not Ushidamiya Eva nor a human, but a real witch. Take a look at this red truth.
When the witch clapped her hands, time advanced in the world of the game board. Battler and Ava dashed into the front of the parlor, calling out Jessica's name. They were searching for Jessica because they had gone to the servant room, found Nanjo's corpse, and didn't know where Jessica was. So, what's your point? What are you trying to say?
You couldn't be.
Oh no. Beato went pale. In other words, the move the evil witch was about to make was bad enough to make even Beato go pale.
This time, I'll give you a fatal move that you won't be able to talk yourself out of. No, I'll make this move against all humans who support you. Listen carefully to my move.
Stop it! That move is... Beato, stay back! I'll take it. Come on, you fake witch. Oh no.
After Jessica was injured, Ava was constantly under Battler's supervision. Battler is neither the culprit nor an accomplice. By this, we can establish a perfect alibi for Ava.
What?
I'll seal you, and humans as well, in a red barrier that most certainly cannot be escaped from. Farewell, lonely humans. Sleep for all eternity in an absolute closed room of magic with no exits. Come on, listen carefully. Listen to the red truth. There are no more than 18 humans on this island. Throw away your foolish thoughts of mysterious people hiding and committing crimes. But if I say it that way, you might also suspect animal culprits. I couldn't stand to hear some irrational theory about how an orangutan trained to commit murder wouldn't count as a human. So I'll change it like this. No life forms other than humans have any connection to this game. That's how it is. Next, I'll explain the situation of all 18 people who exist on this island. Kinzo is dead. Kraus is dead. Natsuhi is dead. Hideyoshi is dead. George is dead. Rudolph is dead. Kide is dead. Rosa is dead. Maria is dead. Genji is dead. Shannon is dead. Cannon is dead. Goda is dead. Kumasawa is dead. Nanjo is dead. Those 15 are all dead. And Battler is alive. Ava is alive. Jessica is alive. That's everyone. All 18 of them. Which means that when the last victim, Nanjo, died, only 3 people, Battler, Ava, and Jessica, were alive, right?
What did you say? Damn it, you don't mean...
Ava was with you the whole time, so committing a crime was impossible for her. Of course, Battler-kun isn't the culprit. He wasn't forging an alibi for her, and he took the possibility that she was the culprit into account, watching over her actions carefully. No chance existed for her to do anything suspicious. In short, at the time of the crime, only Nanjo and Jessica were in the servant room. And now I know what you're thinking. Your next move will be this, right? There's also a chance that Jessica is the culprit. But too bad. I'll slice that up in red before you try. Ushidamiya Jessica has not committed murder. She was not involved in Nanjo's murder. Her eyes are completely covered. It'd be impossible for her to carry out a murder like that. And here's a bonus. Neither Ava nor Battler killed Nanjo. Nor were they involved.
Oh, wait a second. That doesn't make any sense. There were only 3 humans when a murder occurs, and none of those 3 were involved? That's insane!
I'll state it clearly. The culprit who killed Nanjo was neither Battler, nor Ava, nor Jessica. In other words, it wasn't one of the survivors. Get it?
No, That's right. What about multiple personalities? Just like how they were originally another personality of Aunt Ava's. Let's say Jessica had another witch-like personality, which took the name of someone other than Jessica and killed Dr. Nanjo.
Moron. I've already said it in red. Jessica's eyes were completely covered, and murder was impossible for her. No matter what kind of personality she was possessed by, murder could not be carried out with her body. I wonder if you'll be satisfied if I say it this way. No actions caused by Jessica's body had any relation to or influence on the murder of Nanjo. This also applies to Battler and Ava. In other words, no matter how much you try and struggle and interpret it, neither Jessica nor Battler nor Ava is the culprit who killed Nanjo.
You've got to be kidding me. I mean, everyone else is definitely dead, right? Then all that's left is the Dr. Nanjo suicide theory, right? And the trap theory. The culprit was already dead, but the trap that they had already prepared went off.
Nanjo's dead. Death was a homicide. Of course, it was with a direct method of murder, not a trap. A weapon was readied, and he was killed with it from a point-blank range in front of him. The culprit appeared openly before Nanjo's eyes, and they both looked at each other's faces. The culprit killed him.
But wait! There are only 3 survivors! You said in red everyone else is dead. You basically confirmed that life or death status of all 18 people. Furthermore, the existence of a 19th person was already denied in red. In other words, no one can exist except the 3 survivors, and yet a 4th person other than those 3 appeared before Dr. Nanjo. How can a person other than us appear and murder Dr. Nanjo when no 19th person exists? Insane! You're lying. You're lying with the red.
The red only tells the truth. Isn't doubting that the same as betraying the honor of that witch who's behind you, shriveling up in fear and hiding behind your back?
Damn it.
Right now, I'll state it clearly. The one who appeared in front of Nanjo was me, a witch. The golden witch who can't be explained away with the 18 humans.
Virgilia! Rodonove! Isn't there a contradiction on this situation? Is she really telling the truth with red? Yes, her red truth is valid. What an elaborate and precise cornering. How should I make a move against her? Virgilia, are there any moves? I cannot think of anything. And you, Rodonove? My apologies. However, in these last 1,000 years, I have never seen such an elaborately beautiful game board layout. I hate to admit it, but it's beautiful. What a beautiful checkmate made in red. The witch's teacher and the demon butler were both stunned, and an expression of ecstasy rose to their faces. Forget surrendering. They were impressed at this perfect checkmate, which simply had to be admired. When people accept defeat from the bottom of their hearts, it gives rise to neither regrets nor humiliation. Nothing is born except feelings of respect. I no longer knew what was what anymore. There was absolutely no weak points in her red. She had said in red that all of the 15 people had died. She had said in red that no people existed other than the 18. In other words, no more than 3 people, me, Jessica, and Aunt Ava, existed. And even though none of those 3 people were the culprit, Dr. Nanjo was killed. And without a doubt, Dr. Nanjo's death was a homicide. He was murdered by that person openly in front of him. And she's saying that that person is a witch?
The culprit who killed Nanjo is not an animal or anything of the sort. That has already been dealt with in red, right? Everything other than humans has been completely removed from consideration. Even things like robots don't work. Absolutely no factors other than humans participated in this game board. Therefore, I can say this. The one who killed Nanjo is definitely a human. A human with their feet on the ground held up a weapon and killed with it, right before his eyes. However, the human may have been able to use magic. In other words, it was a witch. In other words, it was me, the Golden Witch Beatrice.
Even as Battler ground his teeth, his knees hit the floor with a thunk. His soul still refused to surrender. However, his knees had already started to accept surrender. But wait, I feel like she contradicted herself there.
Oh, did you kneel? That's right, you're already starting to understand. The Golden Witch does exist, and that Golden Witch Beatrice is me. Come on, praise me. Now praise the resurrection of a true witch. Now praise the resurrection of the golden witch Beatrice. On the 9th twilight the witch shall revive and none shall be left alive.
Because she said that there was, like, only humans. And it was only the 18. Like no force other than humans were involved. But she's saying that there was a witch, but that wasn't in red. But she also, like, she denies being Ava, is the thing. So she's contradicting on herself. Damn it. I don't understand. After being so thoroughly immobilized by the red, I don't have a clue anymore.
Battler, don't lose heart. You and I promised that we would fight each other again, right? Will you surrender here? Will you disappear in a place like this before fighting with me again?
I don't want to break that promise. However, I can't think of any move to deny her. In the first place, there isn't even a puzzle. Nothing exists outside the suspects, and all the suspects are innocent. I was told that they were innocent in red, right? And also that it was a real homicide, and that the culprit was human, and that they did appear before Nanjo's eyes and kill him. I give up. There's nothing I can do.
Please, Battler, don't give up. Don't lose heart. If you stop thinking, it automatically becomes your loss. I'm begging you. Don't lose heart. I'm also cheering you on. So don't lose.
Her denying being Ava is more of a personal preference. That's true. I can't think of anything more. I find myself thinking she's gotta be a witch who must have done it with magic that makes all thinking pointless. It's useless. My head hurts. My brain's tired. I'm starting to think that thinking's pointless. So I should just stop.
Battler, listen. In the game of chess, both sides do all that they can to make the other lose, so a single game takes a long period of time. However, if one side throws away victory from the beginning and makes moves harmful to themselves, the game can end in the blink of an eye. That is called a fool's mate. Fool's mate is, simply put, a strange way of playing chess in which the fastest methods of losing are considered. Opening the area in front of you, of your own king, inviting the opponent's queen in. Even though the average game time in chess is several hours, a game can be resolved in a scant 4 moves. In other words, if both sides try to win in a fight, they are compelled to take a painfully long period of time. But if one side decides to lose, the game can be ended far too easily at any time. When the human side stops thinking, it hands the problem before its eyes over to the witch, and even an apple falling from a tree can be immediately resolved as the work of magic. It is the same as the witch's side. Witches use the red truth. By using that, they can explain the true form of magic with humans and immediately lose.
You don't have to tell me that. You're telling me to stop thinking, right? However, how should I counterattack that person's perfect bright red move? For me, for humans, it's no longer possible.
Is it impossible? Is it really impossible for you, Battler? Please, don't lose heart.
Sorry, I've reached my limit. Battler scratched at the floor, crying heavily. Beato watched that with a distressed face. Then she stood up and spoke to the witch.
I will make a move as a counter to yours. Huh? I wonder just how you plan to cut up this perfect checkmate. How can this checkmate, one totally impossible for humans to break, be defeated by the likes of you?
Beatrice, you don't mean to.
Indeed. If a human cannot make a move, I will assault you with a move I can use precisely because I am a witch.
A move you can use because you're a witch? What are you planning to do?
I will use the red to deny witches.
Beatrice, milady! The teacher and Butler were both startled. I also immediately understood what it meant. To use the red that only witches can use. To use the red to deny witches. It was like using her own sword to slit her own throat.
What? Hey, what are you saying? Deny witches with red? Quit talking like an idiot. If you do that, you won't get away unscathed either.
You are not a witch.
Oh, no.
Anyway, and I am not a witch either. The road to becoming a true witch is difficult, and I have much, much further to go.
Very well, then.
Right here, right now, there have never been any witches in the first place. I will strip the description away myself. Or deception, rather.
Aren't both of us real obvious witches? Being able to use red is of itself proof of witches. I don't know what the definition of a witch is to you, but if you think that you alone will be able to get away unscathed, then how could I make such a mistake? I care not. Well, what did you say? I never did manage to become a witch. I've done nothing more than finally begin walking down the road to becoming a true witch. If what I am right now is a witch, then I'm a false witch like you, one who is merely drunk on power. Rather than existing in a shabby form, I shall erase this form of mine along with you, without any regrets. Are you insane? Stop it! I still want to be a witch. I hate being human.
Witch-sama, please return to your seat. Please receive the human side counter from your seat.
What are you doing? Let go of me! Don't let that woman use the red! Make her stop! Let her go!
As the witch stood from her seat and tried to spring upon Beato, Ronove pressed down on both her shoulders, forcing her back into her seat. And even after that, he didn't remove his hands from those shoulders. Denying witches was the same thing as denying magic. That includes demons such as Ronove. However, instead of running away, Ronove chose to act as the facilitator for the game, and to carry out that duty for his master's sake. Beatrice, you have no regrets, right? That's my line. Sorry, teacher. Even though you taught me so much about fun magic and magic that brings happiness, I wasn't able to use it well at all. So I'll study from square one and start over again. I'm truly sorry that you had to suffer for your stupid disciple's misconduct. I had a good disciple in the very end. Go, do what you believe in. I don't have a clue what you guys are talking about, but I do understand one thing. I can say this. Beato, I don't know what you're trying to do, but stop trying to do it. You have no moves, but I have one. If we let that move get away, she will be revived as a witch in the truest sense, and this time, she will confront this whole island. All nightmares will be hers to do with as she pleases, and this island will fall into the deepest hell of the evil witch's repeating delusions for all eternity. Can you permit that? Don't you care if your dear relatives are toyed with for all eternity in that witch's nightmare? Still, you shouldn't have to sacrifice yourself. This is a game between me and her. You shouldn't have to make your move and sacrifice yourself. I'll think of something. I'm gonna surely think of a miraculous move. I'm just messaging my elf real quick. Don't rush into it. Damn it! I'll definitely think of one, so don't rush into it! This game is cruel. The time limit for your consideration has already run out. I am now the only one who can do it. Calm yourself, Battler. I'll defeat her. I'll defeat that cruel witch with my own hands. Wait! Beato! Stop it! Quit it! There's absolutely no need for you to sacrifice yourself. Aren't you fighting to deny me? What strange person. Let that child do as she wishes. So please, watch until the end. But, Battler, there's only one thing I ask. Would you cover your ears? My ears? Why? Starting now, I will deny witches in red. I will slice up the game board that she has laid out with her red. By doing that, I will probably lose my form as a witch as well. If you also hear the red truth I speak, you will understand my true form. If you alone cover your ears, that truth will not change at all. However, even so, I want you alone to cover your ears. I at least want to be a witch, in your eyes. Please. Beatrice-sama, there are no problems on the witch side. Please, your move.
Let go! I won't let you guys get away with this either, okay? She's insane! Do you plan on dying and taking us with you? Stop it! Deny it! Stop it!
How unsightly for a golden witch. Okay, are you ready? I will remove your check in Battler's stead. What happened on the chessboard where 15 died and only 3 remained? Starting now, I will expose it in red. With that red truth, I will pierce and kill both fake witches. Beato turned around and smiled at Battler. Most likely, no one would believe that the witch who had gone to the limits of cruelty would try to leave a smile as the last expression she showed Battler. And that smile signified her last wish, that she wanted him to cover his ears. Denying witches in red was the same as knowing her shabby form. Battler put both of his hands against his ears to protect her final bit of honor as a witch. He put his hands against his ears, rejecting the truth. And he howled, so that even a bit of what she was saying would, not even a bit of what she was saying would slip into his ears. After that was a world where Battler could hear nothing. Beato was saying something in red. Even the evil witch covered her ears at those bitter contents. That was the red truth. Words of power. Words that denied her own existence. Unique words that only witches could use, which denied witches. Beato spoke. With the red truth, she cut up the bright red game board that the witch had released. She explained difficult problems that could not be solved by humans, with moves that could only be solved by witches, and began cornering the witch. The truth that Battler was not permitted to hear. If Battler had broken his promise and sneakily eavesdropped, in an instant Battler would probably have been able to become the victor in this game with Beato. He would probably have understood all the riddles on the island, all the magic and tricks, closed rooms, spells, curses, legends, and this entire tale of anger and sadness. However...
No way! I can't believe this!
It would be like that. However, Battler would only learn what that was when he reached the truth by himself. Yes. From the beginning, Beatrice had wished that Battler would reach the truth by himself. It was something one shouldn't reach by being told it. It was a truth that Battler would have to drag himself to by his own power. I feel... Wait. Okay, for some reason there was a message that wasn't in, like, the main chat box, so I had to, like, look at it. A brilliant light gathered with Beato and the evil witch at the center and grew gradually stronger. It was the power of truth. Its heat and brilliance like the sun shone on all the falsehoods that hid in the darkness, trying to deceive, and burnt them to nothing. Why? Why can you die? Why can you throw away your life when you have such incredible power? You who hold the power to control gold, magic, and everything at will. Why can you so readily throw that away? Learn that even with a mountain of gold, even with magic to split the sea, there are some things you can never obtain. Come, show yourself. Show your true form. Ushinomiya Eva! When the sun exploded and blew everything away, Ava could be seen there, holding a gun. You're the culprit. Aunt Ava! Took you long enough to notice, Battler-kun. Oh. Without any hesitation or mercy, Ava raised her gun and pulled the trigger. As an explosive sound rang out, Battler's heart was shot through, and he fell to the floor. After going into convulsions for a short time, with blood dripping from his mouth, Battler died. But in his last moments, he realized without a doubt that she was the murderer. And not just for killing him. There had been many murders. You fool, I had a gun! and I don't have a clue how they were carried out. However, while my ears were covered, Beato exposed all of them with the red, blasting away all magic. In other words, even though I didn't understand it, was that nothing more or less than proof that magic can all be explained with humans? Beato made me cover my ears, so I myself don't know the whole truth. However, now that it's been denied and read, I can see one fact which is extremely unfair to us, that it is possible to deny all magic. So, in other words, no, I must not think of that. If I do, then the time I spent covered my ears would be made pointless. If I'm going to regret, I can only regret my own actions. If, at that time, I'd thought of some move to spin things around and counter the witch's final move, there would have been no need for Beato to sacrifice herself. It was my own worthlessness that brought about this conclusion. Even though it was a pitch-black world where nothing could be seen, for some reason, I felt Beato's presence right next to me. So I tried calling out to her. You can exchange words with someone whether they're human or a witch. So even in a world where wishes have been denied, I should be allowed to talk with her.
Beato. Battler, is it? It is done. I did it.
Yeah, I didn't hear it, but I watched you until the very end. I definitely saw you boldly stand up to that evil witch.
With this, I am no longer a witch, but I will definitely become a witch again. And then I'll make it so that I can be called the Golden Witch again. And once again, return, so that I can be accepted as your opponent.
No, you were a witch.
Huh?
I saw it. When you took that evil witch and blew her away with that awesome magic, exposing her true form, I saw it with my own eyes.
That wasn't magic, but the red...
No, it was magic. You were definitely the Golden Witch. Even if you deny it yourself, I'll acknowledge it. You are definitely the Golden Witch. When Battler said those words, in the world that had been dark, there was suddenly a single grain. A small grain of gold, like a wheat seed, shone brightly. And even though it was small, it had a strong gold-colored sparkle. Shh, it was magic. Shh. Won't be magic. A lot happened, Kazi. A lot happened. I think we're like basically at the end of this chapter, so much has happened. Then it shone on the two of them, sitting with their backs together, so they each became aware of their own form. They did not exist only as a consciousness. They became aware that they had bodies and definitely existed. No, perhaps we should say that they each had been given an existence called a body. When Battler looked at his own form, he wasn't that surprised. But when Beato looked at her own form, she was a little startled. From Battler's perspective, she looked just like normal, but for a short while she was surprised by that form.
What is going on?
The sparkle from the grain of light is slowly getting stronger. That grain of wheat was no longer simply gold-colored, but was like the light of the sun. The end of the question. No, there's still one chapter after this one, which is kind of surprising. This does seem like the end of like a question arc. Then it softly began to approach Beato's chest. When that grain of the sun was sucked inside her chest, she turned into bacon. The world was wrapped in a deep blue sky, and then the deep blue ocean was spread out below them. Non-evil Beato looks like one of those big what? Mean. An island rose up. Trees sprouted and created a forest. Walls surrounded us and a ceiling swallowed us. And was adorned with more and more things made to be like the hall in the Ushidamiya family mansion. Boom bam 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 pow. In the middle of the fantastical hall, there were many gold butterflies beat their wings. Many tables were set up with white tablecloths, like it was a party, and beautiful cooking and fruits were set out. And over there was a great many shapes. It was everyone talking together and smiling. Everyone. There was Dad and Kirei-san, Uncle Klaus and Aunt Natsuhi, and Aunt Rosa, and of course even Aunt Ava and Uncle Hideyoshi. George Aniki, Jessica, Maria. Wait, even Shannon-chan and Kanekun, Goda-san, and Kumasawa-san are there. Everyone was at the party, clapping their hands and celebrating our return.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun.
Oh, the two couples are standing together. Cute.
Cute.
Applause, applause, applause. Pachi, pachi. Why? Even though everyone was dead, why are they alive?
In the Golden Land, the souls of all the dead can be revived.
Welcome back, Beatrice.
And welcome, Battler-kun. Welcome to the Golden Land. I made it? I made it. To the door of the Golden Land?
Yes. Milady, you have finally managed to invite everyone here. Welcome, Battler-sama, to the Golden Land. Battler, so you finally made it this far. Grandfather, where in the world am I? My blood, which is incompatible with magic, runs most deeply in your veins. Therefore, you were the only one who could not reach the Golden Land, and Beatrice has been searching for you this whole time. She tried everything to bring you here. What did you say? Battler-sama, if you would take your seat. Tonight's dinner is my very best work. If you would, please relish it.
You should be honored. Normally I would have eaten it all, but I left you some out of gratitude.
7 steak, Ne-chans.
In the Golden Land, all of those with minds are equal. Here, there is no distinction between us furniture humans and witches. Battler-sama, we were waiting for you. Welcome to the Golden Land.
Shannon-chan. George Aniki. I still feel like this might be a dream. We should have died, but I'm alive. And everyone here is here and happy. I can't believe it.
That's right, this place must be a dream world. So it must be a dream that George is acting so friendly with a maid girl.
Could you give it a rest, Ava? For now, you gotta stay quiet and bless the two youngins. The Golden Land is a city of bliss. We should never quarrel here.
Here, any people are free to love each other. No one needs to hesitate over it. Jessica-chan, Kanekun, you look so wonderful. I'm jealous. Hey, Battler, I'm a little,
Battler-sama, welcome. And welcome home. Jessica was probably embarrassed because she was holding hands with Kanekun. Aww. Kanekun wanted to act humbly like a servant and bow, but since neither of them could let go of the other's hand, he couldn't do it so well, and the whole scene looked fairly comical.
So cute. With a servant child? You can't. Our Jessica cannot do such a thing.
It's hardly a big deal, correct? Let her at least choose the person she likes.
She can't. Oh, Jessica! You can't either, George!
As Aunt Natsuhi and Aunt Ava hugged each other, they cried tears of regret for their adorable children, even though they had always been at odds. It was a very bizarre scene.
It isn't really a problem, right? It doesn't matter who likes who.
That's right. It's proof that a parent's too attached to their child. Battler, no matter what kind of woman you bring home, I'll give her a warm welcome, okay? Just don't bring your kecking cousin. Don't you dare introduce her to this man, okay? He'll get his hands on her immediately. They'll run off together right away.
Battler, you finally came here.
Maria, from the very beginning, you knew we'd be coming here?
That's why I wasn't scared at all. Everyone was being a coward and trembling. It was funny.
What the hell? Even though I thought you were the most screwed up, you actually knew the truth from the beginning.
How rude! I simply cannot forgive you for speaking to Lady Maria in that way. Formulating firing curve. Attack preparation ready. Lady Maria, we can attack at any time. Ow!
Be quiet. You are in the presence of Beatrice-sama. Come now, no need to be so stiff. Let's be considerate of their desire to joke around and have fun. More importantly, why don't we begin preparing for the toast?
Yes, preparations for my excellent backroll cooking are complete. I can serve it at any time. I haven't done that voicing for like 3 weeks.
Hey, you people, work a little more like furniture. Oh, maybe even 4 weeks. Oh my goodness.
No, I've gotta stuff myself some more.
Come on, let's work. Don't keep the guests waiting. No, let's work studiously and attend to them. Don't let the guests do anything. Make them lazy, make them slothful, fatten them like pigs. Maria's the best, no joke, right? Maria is the best. I'm really sad that she ended up, like, getting killed in, like, the second Twilight.
Beatrice, Battler-kun,
This way. Grandfather and Vigilia were standing on the landing at the top of the staircase, beckoning to us. Beato and I turned our heads to see what was going on, then climbed the stairs together. From the hall, it looked like a very high stage. A small table had been set up there, as well as a piece of parchment and an old-fashioned quill pen. I saw that strange magic characters in Japanese were written side by side, and below it, many names were written. There were 17 of them. Grandfather was the first. Everyone's names had been signed all over it. The people who arrived at the Golden Land probably signed this one after another.
Battler, now that you are here, everyone is gathered. Listen carefully.
The Golden Land is not a world supported by the power of magic alone. The cooperation and approval of all humans who receive happiness here is required. For that sake, we must gather the signatures of everyone here.
Last time, the door to the Golden Land was finally open, but you refused to sign. Although you probably don't remember it. Because you refused to sign, this world was once again sealed in darkness.
Are they referring to, like, the first night? Or are they talking about the night where he was, like, naked in a collar? Just hearing it like that kind of sounds like I'm the only stubborn one, and that I've been a bother to everyone in various ways.
That's because your stubbornness is the real deal. It seems you received more than just blood from Kinzo.
Beato laughed amiably. I should have felt like she was making fun of me, but without thinking, I went along with her laughing and smiling. Yeah, so you kind of missed it, Sans. In the ending of the second chapter, Battler lost like hardcore, and you know, he was Beatrice's new furniture, so he was in like a leash and collar, and I'm pretty sure he was naked as well. It was very sus. Thankfully, it wasn't on screen.
Magic is a miracle. Miracles cannot be made complete unless everyone believes. And when you believed in the end, this miracle, the Golden Land, was completed.
It looks like I've been a real pain. So, what should I do?
First, sign here. Then, Beatrice, you sign here.
Quill pens are really hard to use, huh? Whoa, it shot.
You klutz. Shooting ink is a bad omen. Can't you at least write your name quickly? Your pen's wriggling all over the place like a worm.
You should talk. Don't write it in katakana. Beatrice is a stylish name, so write it in cursive. You're making the quill in your name cry.
Shut up! In school, they didn't tell you not to use Didn't they tell you not to use cursive on tests?
Hey, this is a solemn ceremony. Be quiet.
Ah! Can't believe Battler. Oh my gosh.
Very well. We have gathered the 2 signatures as well as the form of the covenant.
What?
Both of you, your oath, please. We'll start with Beatrice. Put your hand on the covenant and make an oath. As a good witch, Beatrice swears to continue her studies from this point forth to bring happiness to the people. Say it. Indeed. It's a little embarrassing. As a good witch, Beatrice swears to continue her studies from this point forth to bring happiness to the people. Will that do?
Acceptable.
No way! I can't believe this!
Battler is next.
In the same way, Battler-kun, put your hand on the covenant and make an oath.
It only sucks because it's out an hour or 2 after you start streaming. Yeah. Let's see. Wait. Oh, you like your school? Or swears to serve the sake of your own happiness and that of his neighbor? As a member of the Golden Land, Ushinomiya Battler swears to serve for the sake of his own happiness and that of his neighbor. I'm embarrassed too.
Listen, everyone. Here and now we have gathered the oaths of all 18 humans who accept the Golden Land.
When Kinzo proclaimed that, everyone applauded at once, praising him. Since I had only been the stubborn one and just been a pain, I felt a little bad about being the most celebrated one. And with that, in accordance with the ancient rites, we ask Battler-kun, the last to make the oath, to sign the invitation to the Golden Land. This is something that invites the Golden Witch, Beatrice, to the Golden Land. The Golden Land welcomes the Golden Witch through a consensus of those who have acknowledged it and become complete.
Battler, I will read it out loud. Listen carefully. The 18 of us accept Beatrice as the Golden Witch and welcome her to the Golden Land. What's going on with you? You won't be invited unless I send an invitation?
That does seem to be the ceremony. It feels stiff even to me. Why don't we end quickly? I've been so hungry for a while now.
Me too, Beata. Come to think of it, I've only been peeking at canned food and haven't eaten anything good. Let's quickly finish the signing. What's this? I acknowledge you as a witch. Huh? That's pretty simple. Damn you, grandfather, exaggerating it so much.
Come on, quickly! Sign right here.
Huh?
Quickly, sign.
With slightly weird and uncomfortable smiles, the two of them started demanding that I sign. At that time, an incredible sound like that of a glass window breaking reverberated through the hall, and the bustling tumult faded back into complete silence. I dropped the quill pen and turned around, trying to see what had happened. Right. We did have one. Hello? Who are you? When I did, where'd she come from? A human who clearly hadn't been there a short while ago was in the very center of the hall, looking up at us. Who's that? Girl? She's probably about the same age as Jessica and me, but I didn't know that face. None of the other people here knew that face either. Who are you? Not even Beatrice knows? Who is this? Where did you come from? Those without invitations are not needed at my party. Servants, kick her out. As you command, surround her. How can we be introducing new characters this late into the story, right? It's like, come on. I'm glad that I warned my elf that I was going for a little bit longer today, but my goodness. The 7 Sisters of Purgatory surrounded her from seven directions, taking out magic blades that drew purple curves and blocking her. And from out of nowhere, shuffling goat heads servants appeared in great numbers surrounding that girl. On top of that, the Chester sisters stood in front of Beato like a wall, readying a golden bow and pulling back the bowstring. It's like it just goes to credits. But the girl didn't move at all. On the contrary, she was still staring at us on the landing, as though she didn't mind at all. Who is she looking at? Beato? Grandfather? Could it be... me? Yes. That girl was staring straight into my eyes, glaring. Then, after her eyes met perfectly, she yelled.
You mustn't sign that! Are you going to accept your own defeat? Don't be tricked by the witch.
Uh-huh. By the witch? Huh? At that time, something incredibly strong lifted me from the nape of my neck. What's going on? After being made to turn around behind me, I saw Virgilia with an eerie smile on her face and the muscular forms of goat monsters. A goat monster that looked about 2 meters tall was grabbing me with arms as thick as a log.
There is no need to listen to an uninvited guest. Come, offer your signature as well. On this written oath, Ushinomiya Battler acknowledges the existence of witches. Come now, sign the written oath.
Ow, 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 ow. Damn it, let go! As the goat monsters held me down with the power of a vice, they forced me to grab the quill pen. I couldn't even touch the floor with my feet, much less resist. Oh my gosh, what if it is the future child?
Battler, why are you resisting? Weren't you just about to sign willingly? Don't change your mind now after all that, okay? Didn't you think for an instant that it might be okay to acknowledge witches? You thought of that, right?
What do you want to do, Hikodashi? I was tricked? That's insane. Beato isn't that kind of...
Sorry, Battler. I am that kind of person. It's useless. Now it looks like sentimental sob stories don't suit me. Teacher, I'm counting on you to use all of your strength. That was such a plain role to play that I got so bored. I don't know who you are, girl, but I'll beat you to death, mash you and crush you until threads start trailing, okay?
I'll make you regret being born a woman! As Beato waved her gold pipe, the massive chandelier hanging in the hall was electrocuted, and from that a terrible purple thunderbolt fell. It should have been a direct hit on the girl right below it, turning her to ash. However, not a single hair was singed. Oh, so your sudden appearance here wasn't just a fluke. Tell me, state your name! I don't have any name to give you. More importantly... You idiot! How long are you going to be tricked? You softy! Figure it out already! This is all the witch's trap! Those words were aimed at me. This is all the witch's trap, she says? That can't be. Beato reformed and swore to become a good witch. Beato... All this about traps. It's a lie, right? Please, tell me it's a lie. Sorry, Battler. It was pretty fun. Sure, I just did what teacher told me, but look how great it turned out. Apparently, if you start out all hostile and needlessly brutal and then turn incompetent and soft at just the right moment, you can spark a huge bump on your affection meter, right? I've heard villains who start all lovey-dovey and then freak the heck out are all the rage these days, right? I mean, she's not wrong. Even I've studied a bunch of those manga, anime, and galga that I'm so popular lately. You see, I don't know what the last one was, but haha! And for you, just as expected, it was tears, please, and you're down. Idiot! What a truly simple person. I'll call this the North Wind and Sun strategy. That's not... Damn you, you bastard! How could you trick me? Yes, that expression suits you the most. That caring expression of yours really doesn't suit me after all. It made my back itch and I was frantically trying not to let it get to me. Too bad, witches never reform! You take care of that signature, teacher. This uninvited guest is my prey. Come, you can no longer refuse to sign. Come on, look. Sign it and offer your body, your mind, and your soul. When Virgilia lifted her chin as a signal, the goat monsters with even more vice-like power forced my arm to approach the parchment. Ow, 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 ow. These guys are trying to make me sign even if it breaks my arm. Then, a bright red light burst open at me in the center, knocking the witches and goat monsters away. Did that girl save me? But who in the world is that? I don't even have a clue.
How long do you plan on to keep playing in a place like this? Give it a rest. I'm jealous of you.
I'm glad you saved me, but that's a pretty cruel way to say it. Sorry, but who are you?
Witch of Rokenjima. Give him back.
Who would do that, you fool? Battler is my toy. My most favorite toy in the world. I won't get tired of him. I won't throw him away, and I won't hand him over to anyone. Even Battler is enjoying this to the fullest. Together with me, he's having so much fun playing. No matter who you are, I won't let you get in the way. Yeah, it looks like you're having a lot of fun. Makes me jealous, so it ticks me off. Here you are, in a place like this, guffawing and having a loud, noisy time with everyone. All of these beautiful witches around to pamper you. You must be having so much fun that you don't even want to go back. Are you talking to me? Oh, wait. You've got the wrong idea. This is a pain for me, too. What do you mean, fun? You don't know what I've been through. What you've been through? You had fun living with Mom and Dad. You played around with all these cousins, and you get to play with these wacky witches for all eternity. You don't recognize the happiness you have? Can't you see how jealous I am of you all? So much that I wish I could join you too. I'm sorry, but I'll have to turn you down there. I am satisfied with the toy I have. A rude toy like you is not fitting for my toy box. Yes, I understand. Who would ever play with someone like you? But I will thank you just a little for letting me meet everyone like this. Who are you? You couldn't be. I see. Is that it? Yes, I understand. I know who you are. I see. So you are the piece Lady Birkenstell threw in. How amusing. Why don't I formally invite you to my party? I'll welcome you fully. Along with Battler, I'll nicely break you, crush you, to kill you, turn you into ash, mix you with bread dough, and bake you until you're fluffy. It's useless. It's all useless. You can't do that. On the Rokkenjima of 1986, I'll expose everything that happened to the light of day. I'll show you that before the truth, you're an icicle scared of the coming spring. Prepare yourself, Golden Witch. Beatrice! Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Fantastic. Fantastic. Oh, these are... I don't... Okay. Oh my gosh. Okay, we're definitely gonna be at least doing the tea time and the mysterious tea time thing. We're gonna be doing those on Monday because oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, I'm so curious as to who this new person is. Like, it almost seems. What if it's like an alternate universe battler, but just like a female battler? That would be interesting. Cause like the hair is like pretty much the same shade of red. They're at least related. Yeah, I'm just this game is good. It's not even a game, it's a story. The story is so good. No wonder people like are just very adamant about liking it. My goodness. My goodness, my goodness. I'm glad that we were able to actually reach the end of this, even though we had to go a little bit over on time, but that's okay. All of the goats. Third game. Banquet of the Gold Witch result. And so, the Golden Land once again crumbled into the darkness. However, a victor finally appeared in the game of the Golden Witch. Victor of the new Ava Beatrice. She was solved the riddle of the gold is up. All 17 all died. The seagulls cried, but there was one survivor. There was but one survivor. What? Was the survivor Ava? There was one survivor? There was a survivor this time. It had to have been Ava, right? Boom, boom, do, do, boom, boom, do, doom, boom, do, doom. Please don't have more story after these credits. Okay, good. Whew. Whew. Okay. So yeah, that auto saves. Got the name because Beatrice killed Ava. Well, no, Jessica was dead, I'm pretty sure. I think. I don't know, she's in the Golden Land. But everybody's in the Golden Land. Oh, well. So it's either Jessica or Ava. But anyway, let's do the stream deck switching of scenes. And let's go over to the just chatting screen. I don't know why it zoomed in on my face all of a sudden. And then let's see if we have somebody to raid. Let me see. Oh no, Amma was streaming, but now she's not. Who do we raid? It's been a while since we raided Jackie. Could do that. Could do that. My goodness. Today has been wild. Today has been absolutely wild. Yeah, I think that's the only person that like is
in my interest of wanting to raid today. Good time with elves. Yee! Okay, let me get the ready, and then what should we have as the raid message?
Majima, give us an idea. Give us an idea, Majima.
Okay, let me do that, and then let me see. What should the raid message be? What should it be? What should it be? Let me see. Raid. Yeah, let's do Golden Land raid. And then yeah, we'll do the wave. I feel like we usually don't use the wave, but I feel like that's really good for raid messages.
But thank you everybody for joining me. I am a little sad that this is the only day of the week that I could stream, but you guys you guys made this a really good day. You guys made this a really, really good day. I was kind of feeling like yesterday, so this definitely brought up my mood. Thank you everybody for the biddies and the gift subs, and everybody for the level 3 hype train, for my very first hype train. Thank you guys so much. Thank you guys so much. I will see you guys on Monday for the little bit of extra stuff, and then we might play some other games. But yeah, I'll see you guys next week. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, bye-bye, bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye. And then... And then